And we are live.
Okay. Yep. Everybody, welcome again. One more day being here with me on this hangout. We have FPV, we have one, and we also have Estral. I think that's how you pronounce your name, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Todder's not here today. He's having problems with his telephone, so hopefully he does join. If not, well, I know he's probably listening. I'm not sure, but anyways, we'll be talking different topics. But FPV has a lot of, I guess, updates on the map. So we'll let him start it off. Right, FPV?
Right, cats, yeah. Right, can everyone mute, please? And what I'm going to do, I'll present to you the map that we're following. This is a map discussion, by the way, so you might want to change the title of the screen, cats. Call it a map discussion.
Okay.
Because that's the biggest thing going on at the moment in the community is which map are people following. So I'm going to present this map to you and tell you why it's the one we're following. Right, I hope everyone can see the map there. This is the map we're currently following. I'll just check with you. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, this is the map we're following here. The map itself came from Google Maps, and series of the Sun Moon Group removed an algorithm that was converting it to the globe. When the algorithm was removed, this is the map that was revealed. Actually, it's bigger than this. This is just an overlay I'm using at the moment. It's a bit bigger than this because you've got a lot more land in the south that you're not seeing on this image, but I'm sure you've seen it before. I'm going to show you what the algorithm does and how it creates the round or pizza style the AE based map. So hold on a second, I'll just that animation on. Right, what you're looking at here, this is the algorithm that was converting all these square images that are taken with photographs for Google Earth, and it's put into an algorithm which creates this. So you can get a never-ending supply of AE style maps. See what it's doing there, you know, to the data. It starts warping it into a ball. So that map you've seen before, that was unwarped. This is it being warped. This is the information that Google Earth show you. Like I said, the series removed the algorithm that stopped it doing this, and that's when it revealed this map that we're working with. You can see there, you know, endless possibilities of AE style maps, which is why I think the AE map is wrong anyway. It's a global perspective from above. It's distorting the land masses out around the edge of a ball, in my opinion. So you can see there what it's doing. You know, this is it running the algorithm, and they just keep running it and running it. And you can see what it does to land masses and shapes, and you even get the ice rim around the edge. So never-ending supply of AE style maps for you to play with using that algorithm. I think that's where it's all being derived from. So hold on a sec, I'll just stop that.
It looked kind of good that the way it was playing out.
So we jump back to this map. This is the map, you know, that we've derived, well, series derived from Google Earth once it removed the algorithm. Now the lines and circles that you're seeing, these are overlays that I've used from the Nazca Lines. We've got a 12 by 12 grid, an 8 by 8 grid internally of the 12 by 12. You can see it there with the 3 things in each corner of it. And these halos. Now, the blueprint, these are blueprints that I've come to find from the Nazca Lines, and when you overlay them with the correct map, you start making some sense out of it. For those of you that haven't been through this before, we're now assuming that the sun and moon is following these paths that you can see on this grid. Straight lines and the circles. The circles are projections into the sky from technology below ground. And what we call the ley lines are the rest of the grid. It seems to be panning out that way now. You know, we've got other data to confirm it's following these lines. So you can also see when it lines up on ancient sites. You take a look down at Nazca there with the cross on the grid. See that? So what we're doing in the background, we're overlaying ancient sites with the help of arties of the Sun and Moon group. We've got earthquake data and weather patterns coming from one Conscience, who's on the panel here with me now. And she'll show you some information. Well, she'll talk you through some of the information on that. And we've also got Iron FE, who's helping us use our own, he's making us our own weather and earthquake mapping map that will live update at some point in time using this style map. And you'll see how it all relates to what you can see on this grid. Now I'm going to show you, no one's seen this yet, it's the one I've been working on. In the previous video we released, we referenced some parts from scripture, such as the angels in the north, south, east and west, and the 4 pillars, which roughly come to the centre point of the world, where 0.0 is in that grid. And 0.0 on series map is, of course, 0.0 on this grid. It is 0.0 on Google Earth, and it was originally called Palestine until recently when we changed the name. One Conscience also done some magic with the numbers from the Bible and figured out this was 0.0. And just recently I've been looking at some other parts of scripture which reference 0.0 as the centre of the world. The Garden of Eden is below this centre point. Now you've got the north, south, east, west there going from that grid right at the centre. The centre line left to right, east to west, that's your equator. Just to get your bearings there, that's the equator right across the centre. Now what I'm going to do now is look at some mandala from the Hindu style religion and show you how it also tells this same story of what's going on here. So hold on a few moments and I'll load it up. Now, you might remember in one of these Sun and Moon meetings, hold on, I'll just present it, you can't see it at the moment. Right, the centre of the grid, I originally called it Satan. Satan rules the world, or runs the world. But I was corrected by Santos. I'll let him, he did do a voiceover of this, so I'm going to play it now so you can have a listen to it. And I'll take over and go further in depth into some of the Hindu mandala information. Hold on a sec, I'll just set this up so you can hear what Santos has got to say about this centre point.
What is called Brahma in the Hindu cosmology.
Brahma.
Yeah, the creator. This is Brahma. Brahma is associated with Abraham, Abraxas, abrasion, as I said before, abracadabra. This is the abracadabra of creation. This is Brahma. Brahma is also associated with the Ram. He is the creator. Vishnu is the preserver. Vishnu preserves all of this. And then Shiva, Satan, will destroy it. Well, I mean, he doesn't destroy it totally. He destroys it as in the preserver is the maintainer and the destroyer does the other maintaining. If you don't destroy, you can't, cycles will not continue. There's the creative half of the ecliptic, then
Yeah.
there's the destructive half. That's how it works.
Yeah. Right, I hope you caught that okay, did you? You could hear that, yeah? Anyone hear that?
Mm-hmm.
I heard it, yeah.
Well, good. Right, okay, continuing. Got to the end there. Right, we'll continue from that part there. So what Santos was saying is that there is what is doing the creating of what's going on in our world, right? So that's basically what's at the center point of this grid. Now, I've looked at this mandala here. Right, this is, I couldn't tell you the name of the deities going around the circle on this. What I want you to look at in particular, though, is the center point has got a halo around him. These other 8 deities have halos around them, and there's an outer halo around these. We'll just zoom in. I have got a lot of names for Hindu deities, but I'm not going to name them out because I might get some wrong and upset some people. You never know. Because it depends which cult or what you look at different cults in these different countries, and they've all got, like, one will have a certain god as priority and others use others, so they kind of mix them up a bit depending which one you're looking at. I just wanted to show you these so you can have a look around them. These are the deities around that center circle. So there's 8 around this one in the center circle, so that gives you 9 in the center point, basically 9 primary ones. Let's say these are primary ones. So we'll just have a little look around them. I mean, some people out there might be able to name these. I don't know. I'm not going to try. I'm just showing you them. I'm showing you how they all seem to be located within their own halo and inside halos. I'm going to show you some connections here. So get a good look at those. Like I say, keep note of the halos around the deities and the halos surrounding the deities. Fantastic to look at these, aren't they? I have no idea what age this one is. They go back to Brahma, the creator, with his halo. So you got 8 halos around Brahma. Now, given that this is from India, I'm just going to rotate it from India's perspective and show you where it aligns on the equator, because the equator, remember, it's the center line, east to west. So the elephant on the right, I presume, would be representing India. So we're just going to relocate that above the equator, and then you see that line points it out. I'm going to show you how this relates to the grid we're working with and scripture that we've worked with from the Christian. There you go. There's your 8 halos, plus the central one, your 9. So we'll zoom out, and then you see these external ones. These, of course, become the wives, the sons, and the daughters in this particular religion. So you can see all these 32 around the external of the inside of this. You can see a direct correlation there. You know what they're saying there is tied in with this map. You can see from here. See that? Perfect. You see the correlation there, people? It's blindingly obvious they're talking about the same thing, isn't it? Need some more correlation? Here you go. Check this out. This is off a temple. Brahma's in the center. You've got the 8 deities around the external here. You see how everything fits in the corners? There's more of these wheels. This is the only one I've looked at the moment and realised, yeah, it's correlating nicely to this grid. Remember, these are Nazca lines that I'm overlaying here. Here's your 6 circles again. You can't get away from it. You know, they're all telling the same story. Some more information about it there. I'm not going to go into too much detail. I've added these so you can see what the external is relating to in these corners. Say, your northwest, your northeast. This is things going on to these places. Take note of Yama, a god of death, the south direction, and the underworld. The underworld. We know there's an underworld, and like I've been saying, I think Antarctica in the south is the gateway to accessing it. This is why they won't let you go there, you know. The south is definitely the point to access this underworld, in my opinion. All the secrets start here and work underground. But you notice in this image, you've got Shiva in the center and Brahma at the bottom. I don't know if it was the mistake by Santos or do different cults perhaps have these two switched around, because Brahma should be in the center, I would have thought, and Shiva at this sun location. But, you know, that needs checked out. But the only ones I could find was Brahma at the bottom and Shiva at the center. So it maybe doesn't work how we thought, the creation type that Brahma's using. But yeah, you know, there's more to look into that. I'm not going to dwell on that one. It does need clarified a bit more what's going on between these two. It might just be a certain, you know, a certain cult that prefers Shiva being in the center. I'll forward past that. I mean, you can pause that if you want to read it. So going back to the center point of this grid, the 0.0 and the 32 halos around the center. Nazca, the earliest known language scholar of India, circa 500 BCE, mentions that there are 3 deities, devas, according to the Vedas. Agni, which is fire, whose place is on the earth. Vayu, the wind, whose place is in the air. And Surya, the sun, whose place is in the sky. I think you can work out here, it's, you know, it's talking how the construct is formed, how it's built, the different parts and what's involved in the sky and such. It should be making sense now what they're all trying to tell you. This principle of 3 worlds or zones and its multiples is found thereafter in many ancient texts. The Samhitas, which are the oldest layer of text in the Vedas, number 33 devas. Now, you've heard that, I'll just pause that, the 33 you've definitely heard before, and here's your 33. Your 32 halos here, plus the central one being 33. This is where the 33 is coming from. So it's 33. I was saying it was 32, but yeah, I wasn't counting the central one. It's 33 in the center, which is correct.
Which is the number 33 that everybody uses.
Yeah, it's, you know, this is maybe possibly where it's being derived from. Perhaps 33-degree Masons are taught this part of how the world works. Who knows? I don't know what they use that number for, but yeah, that now relates to this 33 here.
Yeah,
it's the complete union of the central workings of our world, it tells me. You know, in relation to these 4 corners, of course. Carry on, Cats.
Artists, can you put them on the panel, please?
Yeah, hold on a sec. I'll just finish this, and then we'll add arties.
Okay.
I'll let that play. I did have a mandala to pan round. Where did that go? I've lost it. Right, I'm using an older one. Doesn't matter. I'll jump back to it and show you in a moment. Just stop sharing that a sec. I'm playing the wrong one. That's why I made a one with an extra piece attached to it. I'll show you that now. Hold on a sec. I'll just add arties first. Hold on. I need his email. I can't start him. I don't see it. Can you send email? I'll just play this mandala clip. Right, so this is the mandala that I've been looking at. Now, every mandala, it's been designed to be viewed in 3D. I don't know if you're aware of that. So you're best viewing them in a 3D environment, and then you'll see things start jumping out at you better. Like the internal grid there in the center, you can start seeing it in better detail on what's going on. You know, you can see it's forming some kind of a construct. But also notice these leaves, these lily pad leaves, the 8 around the central circle. That is that 8. The dates I've just shown you. And I think the lily leaves now represent halos. I think they're a representation of the halos we're using. So food for thought there, people. These lily leaves are depicting halos. You notice there's always a circle of them. So yeah, it would make sense. It possibly suggests, it's a halo. These, of course, these designs vary from culture to culture, but they all have the same kind of numbering system around them. And they seem to represent the center point of this grid. Don't they look nice, these mandalas? What a beauty that one is. So I've shown you there, the Hindu religion is basically telling the same story as what the Christian religion's telling of of how the world works. It seems to be related to what we've been saying is technology that's below ground, having a very heavy influence on what's going on in our heavens, as above, so below. I think the correlation there is what's projected from below is what we are seeing in our heavens. And we've shown before, these halos all seem to have the sun maneuvering around the edge of them, like it's guiding the sun. People call them sun dogs. They're not sun dogs. Projection technology. And CERN, as far as I'm concerned, is a reverse engineered one. So that's where our research is coming from, a technological aspect. If you can't get your head around that, I suggest watching one of the videos that we've already made, and then come back with the questions, because we have answered a lot of questions on these in various videos, but the videos are, they're on various channels. They're all in one location at the moment. So hopefully that clears up why we're following this particular map with anyone. We've got reference from scripture going here, various religion scripture, by the way, not just the Christian scripture. And the correlation between those and the Nazca lines and this map are blindingly obvious. They're all telling the same story of what's going on in our world, or things related to the underworld, should I say. We can't see what's going on below ground, but these depictions, they basically pinpoint them for you. What is where below ground.
We have a question in chat from Flat Earth, Alaska.
Can you read it out, Cats, while I add arties? I'm just adding arties.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, arties has been added. It'll be popping in a second.
You might want to read it instead.
Right. Where's this? Who's it off? FPV Anchorage is a major hub from the Orient and FedEx for ups rates. Please explain. Anchorage, Alaska. Right, yeah. The flights have been rigged. What they're saying is flying, say, from the States to China. They're saying the aircraft fly west to get to the east. Well, they're lying. They're flying north. They're taking off. They're flying over Alaska or over Greenland, then flying east above there. I've got some video. I've captured some video of their own flight radar doing it. I'll show you that if you'd like to see it. You'll actually see an aircraft flying backwards as it's trying to fly east, but their data's forcing it to go west. So the overlays on these flight radars are rigged.
Hi, Arties.
Hey, everybody. If you
Welcome.
it was great that you showed that the legs time. Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Yeah, that was great that you actually could see that they were flying over Alaska instead of flying supposedly around the Earth.
Yeah, well, even Marlene, who lives in Canada, she's a pilot. She's not stupid. She says to me, she sees very heavy volumes of flight coming from the north.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what's north of Canada? This is the real flight route that you're not seeing. It is north of Canada and Alaska.
Yeah.
She sees them coming back. So there's there's obviously a return flight coming back. This is possibly happening in the south as well, you know. You know, like South America, they might be flying south and going east and pretending they're going west to get to Australia, say. We've seen it happen in the north. I've got video proof of it off their on-flight radar.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I would say the same is probably happening in the south. Yeah, we've got two different proofs of flight radar of an aircraft flying west to east above Greenland, and it tracked you. It showed you the actual flight path as well. There was a wing sticking in the top of the map, and I clicked it, and it showed you the flight route. It made a stop in Greenland, went north, then east, and then south. And of course, like these other ones, I showed an animation on, I think it was on Sun and Moon stream a few days ago, of one trying to fly east, but Google's data was tracking the aircraft west.
Okay, you have another question.
It was flying backwards.
You have another question, FPV.
Okay.
It says, okay, it is fixed.
That package coming to take from Asia to us. It's probably the same route, fly off Alaska. I think they're flying north, then flying west over Greenland, and then flying south towards Alaska, Canada, and the States, because, like I said, Marlena, who lives in Canada, she has seen volumes of aircraft coming from the north, and she doesn't know where they're coming from. Well, this would explain the return route from east to west. This is the volumes of traffic she must be seeing. So there's two flight routes north of Alaska that people aren't even aware of. You know, how else would it work? They can't fly west and then come back in the map on the opposite side. It just wouldn't happen.
It's always directed somewhere else, isn't it?
They might fly west for a little while, then head north, then turn and head east. That's what the flight data looks like to me now, what they're really doing.
They go different ways. I mean, I wonder why. I mean, we all know why, because of the, what is it? What did she say? I forgot what she said, Marlena. Oh, why they go the different routes?
Well, basically, they travel that route just so the time fits to the actually distance. Otherwise, you would be there a lot quicker or in a different time.
If she went straight, if they went straight, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it takes longer to go the other way.
Right, is that flight data, guys? This is the flight data I was talking about. You notice the reindeers in the top of the screen there. Right, I'll just play this. This is what I captured off their own flight radar. Not the reindeers, you know, they don't. They definitely weren't flying that day. But yeah, you can see the top left. The flight was Santa and his reindeer. Yeah, okay, I'll keep playing this, and you'll see that flight there going north, and then it kind of arcs to the west. I don't know if you can see the full image on here. It's hard for me to see on this screen.
I can see.
Which city is it flying from?
I can't see it among
It was from Beijing to Washington.
Yeah, that was the one, Beijing to Washington.
Yeah.
Which on that map, if you look, it arcs left, and then it arcs right over here and comes down. Oh no, that's the opposite map. Look at the wrong bit. Keep it playing, hold on.
Yeah. That's the same.
I'll just forward it a bit.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, this is the, there you go.
Yeah.
I went and retrieved the data, and this is what's really happening. Here's your rail route. See it?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not flying from there to there. It's flying from here, northwest, arcing up and coming back down over here. There's the plane, look, it's going this way. You see that? It teleported from there, ended up over here. Rewind that, look, watch this. You see that? It jumps from there to here.
That's a long ways to fly.
Yes. There must be a teleporter at Greenland. Look at that. That's the fastest flight ever. So that's what they're really doing anyway. There's a route here somewhere. They've cut that bit out of the flight out, obviously, and they've just made it jump from there to there. Why, I don't know.
Yeah,
Probably time, you know, probably time, flight times, or It's either
Yeah.
hiding the flight times or the telemetry on here.
They try to hide all kinds of things just to get you off
And,
track.
And then we'll try another one. See that?
Mhm.
Projected telemetry. But what's the flight? Well, I'll forward it to where it jumps. And watch this where it jumps. Watch which way the aircraft's facing. If it's the same clip, hold on. I know I've got a good clip of it. That's not that one. Right, it's saying it's going from there and landing down here. So that's the assumed flight route. It's a really good bit where.
What would it look like if those? Sorry, FPV. What would it look like if those purple lines were joined together? I mean, if you just folded it to join them together, wouldn't be.
Well, it'd be a straight line across the ocean, but we know they can't fly that direction.
No, I don't mean like that.
I'm looking at there's a clip somewhere. You'll actually see the plane. It's facing east when they've got it flying west. Yeah, this bit here. What's this bit here?
You mean that if they add up the purple bits, if you then
Yes,
actually
exactly.
get that across,
Piece of string, join the two together like a line.
actually,
Right, what's this aircraft here? Look at the avatar, right? Now, look carefully which way it's facing.
Yeah.
And you tell me if this aircraft wants to fly west.
Could be a
Watch.
side wind.
A side wind.
that's right.
Wait till you see it. A magnetic pull, perhaps. Watch this. Keep watching it.
Oh, it appeared up there.
Another
Another side wind.
Does that look like it's trying to fly
Backwards.
west
Going
to you?
backwards now.
Yeah, it's really good up there.
It has gyrocopter properties, obviously.
So this is how they're fiddling it, people. They're bending the data this way when it's really going the other way. Of course, on this one they forgot to change the avatar. So yeah, that aircraft does not want to go west. He wants to go east.
So how many hours is it to get to one place to the other? Like for instance, you want to go to London. It still takes a long path.
I used to work for an airline, and we flew from Stockholm to Chicago, and it was around about 7 hours, a little bit over 7 hours.
Actual flight
Coming
time.
back though.
Actual flight time for that flight was 14 hours.
Wow.
Now that should, if it was as close as that, that shouldn't take 14 hours, should it? It's taking 14 hours because it's got to go up there, go across there, and come down here. All that needs to happen here is this route here. It needs flipped this way. This is the true route.
Mm-hmm. Well, you see the flight back.
Please don't want to. I don't want to go west.
It's about 45 minutes difference. So therefore, it could be caused by some airstreams, of course. They're a little bit different in time. But if I looked at again and again to the flight routes from Detroit to Chicago, for Detroit to London and from London to Detroit, and then they were roughly the same. So therefore, the whole spin of the Earth is debunked. Because otherwise, if you had a spin almost 900 miles per hour, you would be in Detroit in only 5 hours, and not actually 8. So that doesn't. So the whole spin is debunked, because if the Earth was spinning, if you were flying against the spin, you will be probably half the time of the absolute time they are telling you. So therefore, if you look at the flight times, actually all the flight times going against the spin are the same way if you fly back, almost. Sometimes half an hour difference, 40 minutes, on an actually 9-hour flight, so that is not that much. But you can actually see, therefore, that there is no spin. There is no spin. It's stationary. like they also said in a lot of NASA files, that the Earth is non-rotating and with a stationary atmosphere. Even in a lot of documents from NASA themselves, they state that fact. And if you look at the flight times, it also proves that the Earth is not spinning.
I was just going to say that with this animation artist, that flight time there was supposed to take 14 hours.
Mhm.
You know, it shouldn't take 14 hours on the route they've actually chose there.
No.
Why it's taken longer, if you look at where the aircraft is, I think that's where they go to, and then they head north from there. Whereas the ones returning are possibly coming, you know, further down the map and coming over, say, skimming the top of Greenland.
Mhm.
And these are the ones that Marlena's perhaps seeing when they come over to Canada.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
I think Marlena's around this location, and she sees lots of aircraft coming from the north.
Mhm.
The return flights could be a bit closer to Greenland, and the going away flights, looking at this one, it looks like it's going to here or this area, then it's heading north and then going east. That's, you know, that makes sense on this map.
Mhm.
That's, you know, even on an E map, it'd have to do something similar. But yeah, this is making perfect sense on this map. And this map, if you hadn't noticed, is the same map that we use ourselves now. It's the same map that, you know, very much, very, very similar to Sirius's map that is taken out of Google data.
Mhm.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, go for it.
They have the pilots and the airlines, they have tracks like a slot that they're supposed to fly in, and there is maps of them that you can find, and you can see exactly where they are across the Atlantic, and you know where they're supposed to be anyway.
If people are flying
I'm
any
just
of these
wondering-
routes, they should take GPS with them so they can track it themselves.
Yeah, but they practically just take off, get them on the track, and then and that's it. The plane flies itself then to its destination, obviously, where they need to obviously take over again or whatever. But that's only the landing part.
Most of the
practically.
time, yeah, indeed, most of the time they fly on autopilot. Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a question for you, PV. Let me see if I can find it. Go back up.
That plane's saying to me, don't make me go west. Don't make me go west. I want to go east.
Flat Earth Alaska says 24-hour model to understand your concept.
A 24-hour model, just go on any of the flight radar channels and you'll see it. You know, what they're saying is going west to east, going left off the map. See, let's see if you can find the data to match it. This data's contradicting it. Look at the aircraft, you know. The aircraft there and the flight that we recorded earlier. Where's that other one at? That one there, look. Check that one out. That flight there. There's your real flight path. You know, why did it take that route when it would have been quicker going across the states and probably across the ocean, and you're there? Why is it taking that route? That's probably the real route. This flight only showed up, by the way, because its wingtip was sticking out of the top of the map. I didn't see this route. I just seen the tip of that aircraft's wing sticking out of the top of the map on flight radar, and I clicked it, and it revealed this route. I don't, you know, whoever's flying the aircraft's probably drifted off course and they came back in onto the radar of this map. They're probably supposed to be further north, so they don't show up on it. So that's why this route, that's why it shows itself, because as soon as I clicked the aircraft, it showed you the flight data for it. And this is one of the real routes that they're probably taking. If that makes sense.
Do they take the same pattern all the flights, or do they go different ways, or
Look,
what?
the data of the aircraft there, it does the same flight over and over and over again. All the recordings are found, but mainly that same aircraft for that flight route. So they might, they might be using the same pilots that work for them, that are well aware of what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Washington to Beijing. You know, it could be politicians there, and who knows what's going on there. But yeah, that flight route, you know, it probably wasn't supposed to be seen because the aircraft, it was probably supposed to be further north, so you couldn't see it on the map. Like I said, I only seen a wingtip sticking out the top of the map, and I clicked it. And this is what it revealed.
Mm-hmm.
There's a true flight path going north, east, and then coming back in on that south.
What
It-
I
So depending on
yeah,
where it's
what I
going.
think that they are why are they doing this is because they want to hide certain things. I don't know all the things that
Well, yeah.
they're probably hiding, but they try to fly certain routes just to get you off that you actually can't measure it, or somehow they can state, oh, it takes that long because we are flying that distance, but it doesn't
No,
fit. You prove it now. Yeah.
Let's just explain to the people why they're doing this, because on this map here, if you can see the mouse, Russia and Alaska, according to the globe, aren't very far apart. They're very close, according to this. Present that a sec and show you the map we're using. Hold on,
Excuse me.
because you
Hello,
need
Larry.
to see the.
Oh yeah, hello
Right.
Larry.
Now on this map, I'll just put the mouse on. Can you see that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right on this map. Right, so they're saying this location here, this location here.
Yeah.
If that was the case, why is it taking 14 hours to fly from here to here?
It doesn't make sense. Yeah.
If that was touching here,
And
these flights should be, that should be a 4-hour flight.
Mhm.
Maybe five hours, So yeah, this is the build up, and this is why they're rigging that data. So you'll see they go up here, and then they sneak in over here and coming down here, that's what's really happening.
Yeah.
Fake the globe, because this location here, Alaska, and this one in northwest Russia, northeast Russia, are not close together. They're actually the four corners referenced in scripture. The angels in the north, south, east, and west, depending where you're standing.
So they do
That's
this
its four
to
corners.
hide certain things. Yeah, it's very clear
Well,
that
they've invented the globe. They've invented the globe to hide these. Let's call them virtual corners, right? Let's call these virtual corners. They won't let you go past here or anywhere near them.
No.
This circle here, they will, the Antarctic treaties is for a reason. You will not get near anywhere near these locations, not in the south, or these here, or these here. Protect these areas, because you will really see how the world works if you can get to these areas. These are what Enoch described as portals. This is the areas he described as portals.
Yeah, what I also
That's what's
read.
going on, guys.
Yeah. What I also read is that when the first rocket flights were taken off from Russia, because they were the most rocket flights taken off from, actually shortly after that they nuked the sky. They've been sent up all nukes to nuke the sky, because probably what they found up there, they tried to get a hole in or something. And that's what I can see.
I would say nuclear weapons are fake, and given that we know this is a technological construct, it'd be very dangerous.
Whatever they sent up there as explosive is, I don't know for sure. That's
I think they were just miniature cameras, Zarties. I think they were just faking it to keep people away. You want people to keep away, pretend you've dropped a nuke. That's how you land grab. Christmas Island, it's been nuked to pieces apparently, yet people are living there. They're cutting grass, they're having breakfast and dinner, same as everyone else. It's bullshit. It's a land grab. So yeah, when you look at all this electromagnetic information that you're looking on this grid, these projections and such, it would be very dangerous to be exploding nukes. You could damage how the world works. It's total bullshit. It's a scare story.
Well, but what is clear and what you can actually research, I don't know what they sent up there. After they sent a couple of rockets actually up into the sky, you can see that they were going up somehow. After that, they sent a lot of others, and most of them were burned in the so-called atmosphere. So probably what they actually found or got footage from or whatever, they sent after that a wave of other projectiles into the air. I don't know if they were actually explosives or not, but it's strange that.
I tell you, it was RT's probably barium. They're trying to map the sky. Remember, they're looking for these halos. They're looking for what we're looking for.
Yep.
They've probably got them all mapped by now.
Artis, is this what you're talking about? Back in the 50s, I believe, was
50s.
it, when the Antarctic, when they, yeah,
Mhm.
after
After that, they signed the Antarctic Treaty. Shortly after they sent all those missiles up,
yeah.
shortly
I've
after
read
that,
read
they
that.
signed the Antarctic Treaty. That's also very interesting.
I think there was something said about they were trying to find the dome as well at the time. Was that not correct? Or trying to see how high up it went?
Yeah.
Well, the
Speculation.
dome, in my opinion, would be all these halos. You know, there's lower ones down at the extremes, like Antarctica. We've seen the sun jump on the Antarctic web camera that they use. It just jumps up into the sky, and then off it goes around these halos and around following the grid. So yeah, I would say it probably is dome shaped, and the latest thinking now is it's multi-layered. You know, we're looking at layer 1 that's controlling the sun and moon. Above this, you've got the planets and other celestial bodies, and we have to assume now they're under the same kind of projection control.
Well, it's strange that they probably found something, and probably what you are telling, those probably found those halos, and therefore, shortly after that, they signed the Antarctic Treaty just to make sure that people couldn't go there for some reasons. And it is one of the treaties that is the longest lasting till this day. Many were broken, only that one from the 1960s, the same way. So that's interesting, that they probably found something. And now, shortly after that, they did the Antarctic Treaty.
Well, yeah, World War II was really moving huge amounts of materials and equipment and men to Antarctica. That's really what World War II was hiding. All this movement of equipment and such.
Oh yeah, they always do. When they have a war, it's a distraction of something they are really doing.
Yeah, it's the entrance to the underworld, the workings of how this world really works, and they're reverse engineering that technology and such, and bringing it into the open world. CERN being a perfect example of one. CERN is a reverse engineered angel, in my opinion. The same kind of configuration.
That makes sense.
I'll also jump back. You know, I mentioned 2 layers. Well, more than 2 layers. Layer 1's halos obviously control the sun and moon. If you look at this image, this is Venus, photographed from Russia. Now you can see why it's lit up is the barium in the atmosphere is illuminating it. You know, barium illuminates a geomagnetic field line from pole to pole. And this is why you're seeing things like halos in the sky. It's the barium showing them up. And these are the projections from below.
Yeah, I've seen those lines in the sky many times.
Yeah, it's the barium showing it up. Like you know, look at Venus here. Venus caught on a halo. Venus will follow that halo down to below ground, or it appears to go below ground. Wherever it's going, it goes. But it will follow that route without question. You know, it's captured there, following its route. Now you should be asking yourself, how is Venus being illuminated by barium in our atmosphere? It tells you Venus isn't as far away as you think. Yeah, go ahead, Katz.
PV, Dave Hickles asked a question. Is Alaska and Russia that far apart?
Yeah, they're on opposite sides of the world. That's why they're having to flake the flights. They're not wrapped around a globe, touching each other nearly. If that was the case, you'd get a flight from Canada to say China in a few hours. But these flights are taking 14 hours or thereabouts. So yeah, you know, as we showed with that animation of their on-flight radar, they're big in it.
And actually, also the flight time proves it, that they're flying that long. And actually, if you're in the plane, you can verify that. So, yeah, don't make up flight times, because you can actually see that for yourself if it's true or not. Very clear, of course.
Yeah. You guys in chat, ask yourself, why can we see Venus illuminated by barium in our atmosphere? It's not that far away, guys. It's not millions of miles away. And that's probably the second layer of halos above the first layer. So it's a multi-tiered system of halos, and this is probably what creates what we call the dome. Whatever it is, it's electromagnetic halos, and this is why NASA can't get to space. You know, there's no zero gravity up there. Whatever's up there, they can't get there because these halos will zap their rockets. And the altitude of them varies. You know, like I said, they're obviously lower down at the extremes, and they elevate higher into the sky around the center of the world. Question to NASA, you know, why is why is barium illuminating Venus in our atmosphere? It would be impossible, wouldn't it? We've got a leak in space, guys. Barium's getting to Venus. Bullshit. It's not that far away.
Maybe that's why they sent all those rockets up there to actually fix the leak. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, put a plaster on it.
Yeah. A band-aid. Oh, there's nothing to see here.
Bit of chewing gum, quick, block a hole.
Estral, what do you think?
What do I think? Well, obviously it's barium that's blowing that up, like, so we can see it, you know. Also, I saw last summer, also I think it might have been the first time I've seen one, a double rainbow, and an absolutely immense double rainbow.
Oh.
And that was brilliant, you know, just to see that. It was like, wow.
That's interesting. About a month ago, I also saw a double rainbow, very clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did too, actually. That's odd.
Maybe it's just we haven't been paying attention.
Hold on, guys. One, do you want to interject anything to do with this grid while that's on screen?
If you just give me about 2 minutes to find somewhere to park, I will.
Okie doke.
Yeah.
One's got some information she can correlate with this grid and the work she's doing. So, you know, it's some more data to back up what we're looking at here. She's obviously driving.
Yeah, she is. So
Was it actually also at your end, Estral, that you saw that rainbow about a month ago or further back?
No, it was last summer.
Last summer.
Yeah. Summer 2016.
Well, I saw it a month ago. So.
Yeah. But I have seen them since. Did I see them? What was that? Yeah, it was like a sundog, but it was very, very hazy. I've had some incredible skies. Yeah, when the sun's been shining here and the clouds are going down in the evening. It always seems to be in the evening time, sunset, and like the thickest, fluffiest, you know, it's like the most unusual clouds I've ever seen. And clouds are actually really transparent, aren't they? They're white, even though they look black, just because of the light. But they were just so dark and very ominous looking. Yeah, I've got a few photographs somewhere, but yeah, it always seems to be in the evening.
You're in Denmark, huh?
Yes.
Okay. I also had almost the whole month now, actually almost no sunshine. There was every day there was a thick cloud in the sky. Actually, the last time that I actually had a clear enough sky to take a photograph was as the last full moon.
Okay.
Because I wanted to make more moon pictures, because I had the new Taylor lens, so I was excited to take more pictures. And actually, the last clear sky I got was at the last full moon. And that is almost a month ago. I can even look at actually the date that I took the picture, because it was so long ago.
Yeah.
It's strange that we have so very long time of actually almost a month of all everyday clouded sky. Sometimes it clears up for just a short moment at the most of the time around 3 or 4 p.m. it clears up a bit. It's also interesting. And the last, it's 12/4/2017. It was the last clear sky. So,
Hey, look.
yeah, that's almost a month.
Hey, Larry, do you have anything to say on this?
Oh, hey guys, I just
Hey,
jumped in.
Larry.
Hey, Larry.
Hello.
Hey guys, hey people.
Hi.
Ortiz, I'm just absorbing what you guys are saying, and I actually had a buddy of mine called about a legal matter, and no, I'm not an attorney. He called about something, and I got wrapped up in that. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to kind of mute and just kind of sit here. I'm just interested in the maps and of course the flights and how it will work on the flat plane and the center and the different things. Just very interesting and intriguing. I'm learning on this one. I got to say, I'm really learning on this one.
Okay. I'm parked now.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I can add that correlates with the work done here is I've been studying earthquakes for a couple years now. And recently it's kind of making more sense because of this map. So what I'm noticing is the Alaska corner up there on the map will activate, and by activate I mean it will have massive swarms of earthquakes, and that's the energy activating. So that activated just not too long ago, week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and it was swarming like crazy all the way up until right after the solstice. Then the pressure started to transfer. When that happened, the cold air came into the States and we dropped, and we are now in winter. At the same time that was happening, down in New Zealand, which is just a little southeast of Australia there, it's a little tiny island. The entire island has been lit up with earthquakes, and I think it's been activated to bring in the southern summer at the same time that Alaska was bringing in our winter. Also the pressure, let's talk about Alaska. It will start in Alaska, okay? It'll roll over. It'll actually hit the points on his map. So right there where Canada and the United States meet, there's always earthquakes there. Right there below that to the southwest, the next dot down, that's over in the water next to California, there are always earthquakes there.
Oh yeah.
So, and then you go down a little further, there's that kind of illuminated point down there in southern United States. That is the San Andreas Fault area. And it's also, what's the name? It's a volcano. It has a lake on the top of the volcano. I can't think of the name of it right now, but you guys can look it up.
Yeah, actually, Dutch Sense does a lot on that too, and it's down by Baja. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I can't remember the lake. Yes.
Yeah, Dutch is actually where I learned all this, so I'm glad you're familiar with him. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, he's been teaching people for a while how to predict these earthquakes, and of course, our wonderful USGS says that's impossible. That we can't predict earthquakes outside of a 50-year range. Well,
right.
So Dutch proves completely opposite of that. He can predict earthquakes and has taught several others, myself included, how to do it within about a 7 to 10 day range. And the reason is because the pressure flows on the ley lines and it always follows the same paths. So when we look over here at the cross in the United States, we're hitting the New Madrid, which used to be a big earthquake spot, but now it has actually moved west into Oklahoma in the United States, and that is because they've been doing something called fracking of the earth. So they're fracking in Oklahoma, so Oklahoma is now the new release point in the center of the United States. I'm sure that it's happened in other places, but I live in the United States, so this stuff is in my backyard. They've also began to frack back on the New Madrid, and they've also began to frack on the Yellowstone supervolcano, which is up in Montana. I want to think that this is a way of maybe geoengineering and destroying the creation as it sat and as it was created. They're changing the pressure points. I'm not real sure what the purpose is other than to destroy it.
Yeah, I'd like to know. That would be interesting. I mean, I would love to get the memo on that one. We're messing this up because, oh, wait a second, I got a memo here. Oh, we're messing it up because, okay, we want New Jersey to be on top of Oklahoma, and let's see, Ohio's going to be on top of Washington State, and Toronto, Montreal are going to be on Vancouver Island. I would, a memo would be nice, perhaps to explain what the hell it is we're trying to do.
Well, I can comment a bit on that. I think why they're fracking there, they're intercepting it elsewhere to get the gas before someone further north does, or someone further along the grid. So whoever was getting the gas supply before, it's now just been intercepted further along the same path of the grid. Now, the relation between where we're going, guys, with the relationship between earthquakes and what we're talking about here. We think this technology is switching on and off, and this is what's creating the seasons. And what one's detailing there and what our data is kind of showing is we can plot along this map which ones are switching on and which ones are switching off. When it switches on, you are getting earthquakes and tremors. So you can plot them on a map. And of course, what it's really doing, it's pulling the sun further south. So the north gets its winter and the south gets its summer. And then, of course, across the course of a year, you should see it going the opposite way. So you're getting the sun moving up and down the equator, basically, north and south of the equator. And it's trackable with this earthquake data, because like I said, it's technology being switched on and off below.
Yeah, that's clear, because actually I'm doing some research on all those earth strikes you have, all those electrical discharges. And if you actually look at that map that FPV is presenting, and you have India, you have in that lower part, you have that dot. Just below the word India, you have a dot over here there. Yeah. And I'm now going to show you, actually, if you look at that place, what you'll see. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, this is actually exactly on the dot. If you put that circle over here, you actually get in this area.
It looks like a dolphin.
Yeah, whatever. You can see actually exactly on that location, you have this electrical discharge. But that's interesting. That fits exactly on the map that FPV is presenting. Just to show you an example.
Yeah, perfect example. Yeah, Artis is doing a bit of work in the background to do with ancient sites and how they might relate to this grid also. So some point in the future, you can do a presentation on them if you like, and you'll see how it relates to this same grid we're looking at here.
A lot of ancient sites and ancient old electrical discharge exactly fit on those dots, or very near them, but you never know if that grid sometimes changes because of the seasons. You never know if that shifts a little bit because of that. But most of the halos and points on that map fit ancient sites perfectly.
FPV, can you go to that map once more? Get that one there. Just off the coast of Morocco it'll be. There's like a cross, a diagonal cross. What is that there? Is that Atlantis?
Atlantis? Well, Atlantis to me would be Antarctica. That's the hidden land, isn't it? Look at it all. Look at that map there. Look at the south. All that's been hidden. I think Atlantis is the Antarctica. And like I said earlier, the gateway to the underworld, which was why there was a big panic in the 1900s to get there. The Nazis or globalists, whatever you want to call them, they were planting the flags there and grabbing a big chunk of Antarctica. Now that chunk,
So
What is underneath
that chunk
that
they grabbed, guys,
grass
hold on,
there, though?
rewind it a bit. That chunk they
There's on
grabbed,
the Google Maps. Have a look.
fantastic. Right, that chunk of land they grabbed is in
Okay.
the northwest of Antarctica. It's one of these corners on this grid. The opposite corner to what we're at now, in
Yeah,
fact.
you mean that
The
cross
camera's just not showing it.
that cross point just above Morocco near Spain?
It's left of Morocco. Yeah, west of Morocco. Yeah, west of Morocco.
It's actually in Spain almost. And
Right,
that
No,
also
no,
fits with-
no.
Where
I don't
where's
mean that.
Morocco on here?
I
Where we at?
well,
I want the next
yeah,
one.
Yeah.
Say up, down, left, right. Tell me where you
No,
want to go.
that's
You
actually
need to
good
go
where you're now. That's Morocco. And
northwest.
above
Right
that is
there.
Spain.
No, I don't mean that one, Artes. I mean the one left of that. The one west of that. It's a diagonal. The next. No, you've gone too far now.
Hold on,
It's
I'll
actually
move
from
back.
the center circle it's coming from. It's one of the spokes there. It's like 11 o'clock spoke, I think.
Okay.
Here?
Yeah. We'll come back a little bit now.
Back, which way?
Down.
To Morocco.
Stop. And then go. Yeah. Stop. You get in the middle of that point there. Yes. Thank you. What is underneath that? If you was to go on Google Maps, that's Atlantis. There's a landmass underneath there.
Yeah,
Go dig in.
it's land under all this, remember, since that flood. This hasn't receded, this flood.
Yeah. True.
Yeah, these points here, that sooner or later they're going to pop up. Some of these are volcanoes, by the way, these ones down here. And like I've said before, I know this technology is responsible for creating volcanoes. If different configurations of this technology seem to produce different effects. That's your Bermuda Triangle there. Can you see now why compasses might go crazy in the Bermuda Triangle? Look, it's right in the center. An electromagnetic halo right in the center of Bermuda Triangle. This is what's upset the compasses.
Actually, the Bermuda Triangle is a little closer because doesn't it go from Florida to Bermuda and down? A little bit more left over toward Florida on the U.S.
Yeah, well, it's that triangle there. It's probably bigger. I'm not sure if we've got this grid 100% scaled right, Larry. I'm just I'm lining it up with like key sites like there, Nazca, Angel Falls for this angel here, Angel Falls in Venezuela. Britain's got one. Madagascar.
Niagara Falls.
Yeah, it's lining this up perfectly to the grid. You know, it's not going to be super accurate, but it's close enough to work with and see what's going on. You know, I can relate these here to volcanoes. I've already looked on the map. I forget the names of them now, but there's volcanoes where these dots are. So I know the grid's pretty close to what it's been trying to tell you. Remember, this grid came from the Nazca Lines. You know, these overlays are from the Nazca Lines. So over time, they might be slightly warped or maybe it wasn't precise at the time. But what they are telling me is the blueprints and the blueprints to how this world works. You know, them blueprints, Nazca mandala, the Hindu mandala, as I shown earlier, it's all telling the same story. It's all telling you about this central location here.
What would FPV? What would be kind of around the outside or around the box or something like kind of holding everything together or something on this particular what you're showing us here?
Around the outsides of here, you mean?
Yeah, because you know I'm not saying any map is correct or not. I'm saying it.
Yeah.
You know, the theory would be is there's an ice wall around the outside, something holding everything in, per se. And this one seems.
The ice wall. It seems to be based on the pizza style map, which is around projection.
Correct.
But the only circles I can see, Larry, are these projections, these halos. You know, these are the tropics projected into the sky, and these are the sun and moon's paths. The only landmass we're picking up on this map is in the south. What's northeast and west of here, that they've either removed or we don't see it on this projection. But looking at, you know, I've said before, the congregation of this grid on land, especially in the south, you know, this is very elevated land in the south, looking at the elevation data for Antarctica compared to the rest of the world. And I would put that down to this grid and these halos being there. because I've said before, these halos are going to have an electromagnetic pull, that factor on landmass that's got iron ore in it. So it's pulling the land masses up. This is what this is what creates volcanoes and mountains. Basically, it's got a pull factor on land. Like you take Ayers Rock, for example, a big lump of rock sticking up out the ground. That I would put that down to that nodal point right there, being over Ayers Rock, and technology below, which rotating toroidal field pushing upwards.
And I actually also in that line going from the middle across Egypt to the north. Well, that's Egypt still. Well, you know what I mean. It's basically going through Morocco to the center. So from Spain to Morocco to the center. That line, yeah. That is crossing Africa.
That's your Garden of Eden, guys, right there.
Yeah.
Whatever's the Garden of Eden is, it's below the ground there.
Okay.
It's below sea and below ground.
Actually, if you look at that part from what you call the Garden of Eden, you go that line towards Spain. Probably see my screen. You enter with these two electrical discharges on Earth. Can you see them?
Yes.
And they're not small. They are very big. You can see basically it appears to be spinning around because everything is pushed outside, and also these electrical. You see those discharges like you have them in Lindenberg figures on all this side, and then you actually go to that. You see everything is pushed aside around it here. Actually, go to that other one and you zoom in. It's interesting. They are mining because most of the time the mountains are iron rich. See, they are mining the place. Every time if you look at these kind of electrical discharges on the Earth, there's a mountain and a crater. You can see that they are mining those places most of the time because those places attract minerals and metals. So again, it proves that actually if you go to a location that relates to the map FPV is showing, you get exactly, well, yeah, you can see even seen from a higher altitude, see those dots? They're exactly on that path. Even in Spain you have certain things that you can clearly see that thing is going past it very near. You have another one. It almost looks like the surface of the moon. See? Just to give you some, and actually in India I can scroll that everybody can see that it is live. I have to do this by memory, but if you actually go to India, you can already see that line over here. See? And here you have an electrical discharge near that. It is probably it was loaded with positive and electrical currencies. Therefore, something was attracted to that location. You can see here also a big electrical strike on the Earth. If you go further down, again on the same side, they are mining it. See? They are mining the side because it's mineral, it's metal rich, probably iron. See? So all these sites of electrical discharge sites, they are mining the whole place.
I wonder who owns them.
So that proves.
Oh, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's what I always end up. If you see an discharge or what you get near those sites, just like this one, you have those spherical balls. You find those spherical balls. Those stone balls you have all over the world.
The only correlation we can see, Larry, or anyone listening, is these sites that have got these strikes, very large electrical strikes on the ground. The only place it can possibly have came from is these halos above.
Yeah.
Makes sense. The large ones and the smaller ones. The smaller ones are everywhere around these larger ones. We've got some videos of smaller ones and photographs. And it could be the smaller ones that's causing these strikes, or even one of the larger ones. but it's an electromagnetic halos is what they are, and this is the origin of lightning. I've now, I've figured out this is where lightning's originating from, these halos in the sky. You've got an origin now for lightning.
It'd be interesting to see
Yeah, that must-
Norway, because they've got some incredible mountains and things there, to see what they look like. They look almost like the same, now that I think about it.
Well, they probably are the same kind of thing. Because I'm still researching all those places. What I end up always is, near those places are ancient sites. Or you have those spherical balls, or even both. And the mountains are always rich with certain metals. So it's every time in a hit.
Which would make sense, because they would want to, mine that for tools and weapons and different things and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, that would make sense. It must have been one heck of a strike.
Well, the biggest one is that one in India. We have even the biggest one is actually in Peru, where all those ancient sites are.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, down in South America, yeah.
Yeah, I can just take a second, and then FPV can go on with this presentation. Won't take too long.
Oh, yeah,
Can you see my? Yeah, you have the border of Bolivia and Peru. And actually, if you zoom in, actually where I put that hard dot, see that hard dot here? That site is actually probably the oldest site in Peru. So that's interesting that you here have an iron-rich mountain again. And I think this mountain, they are extracting phosphate. Or something. Yeah, I think something like that. But actually, you can see if you zoom in, just go back. Here's the strike. And here you can see the ripple effect of the mountains here. They are pushed aside. They look very strange. And it goes all the way to here, see? Those are not normal mountains. See? Actually, a structure was carved in one of these mountains. They go all the way, I think, it starts here. Here it starts, then it goes down to this big discharge area over here. And I just found this area over here where I put the hard dot. And if the next strike goes over here, this is Pumapunku in another side, but Pumapunku in Bolivia is the most well known. And then it goes all the way down, it goes down, it goes further down, it goes further down. See? You can actually see that the mountains are pushed aside. And it goes down, further down, till this point, and here it stops. And what is also interesting, they are often stone balls, or it's iron metal rich near those signs, or you have a big salt lake, one of the biggest in the world, like this. So that's most of the time you have a big salt lake, or a metal rich, or other things rich of in the mountains. Minerals, yeah, that was the word I was looking for. Minerals or metal rich, or you have a big salt lake near them. So that's interesting that every time that fits. And all the ancient sites, of course, because a lot of ancient sites are in this area. Even here, even here. If you go all the way here, you end up at near Machu Picchu. So it makes sense.
Wow.
So it's only a map, but all making sense of. That's why we're following this map. Everything's lining up with the grid and the halos, and this world map that series is revealed. That world map, it wasn't released by Google Earth. It was revealed by series, by removing algorithms. When you think about it, square images are square. So that algorithm was rounding them off. That's what created the globe.
Yeah, he showed it that Google Earth distorted all those pictures to fit a globe Earth, and if you actually put them in the way they were supposed to be, you can measure that yourself. And if you actually know a certain place, you look at on Google Earth, you can see it's distorted of most of the time. And if you actually get rid of the distortion, you get also rid of the globe. Oh, sorry, almost knocked over my microphone. You also get rid of the globe Earth. So that also works.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool stuff. I've been watching for a while. I'm trying to grasp, wrap my head around it a little bit more. And you guys have explained it pretty well. So pretty cool. I like it.
Well, we explained it a couple of times, so you get better in explaining and also finding more to back up your story.
And of course, be prepared for what kind of questions people's going to ask you.
Yeah.
Here's some of these halos that are mentioned projected into the sky. These are real recordings. You'll see these everywhere if the conditions are right and there's a bit of barium in the atmosphere.
Yep,
Sometimes you might get a partial. Yeah, well, that's a halo, Larry. But they call them sundogs. No, it's a complete halo with nodal points on. And if you look at CERN's configuration, it's basically a copy of what's projecting this into the sky. And you'll always catch the sun navigating around them. It's not off to the side of it. It's always on the edge of it. They definitely play a part in the steering and guidance of the sun and moon. And possibly other luminaries, if not all of them up there. Whatever's up there. This is layer 1. Remember, these as far as we can see now, these are all above us. These are everywhere above us, small ones and larger ones. They just keep popping up. We were going to put them on the map, but we've decided there's that many that they must cover the complete map.
Right.
So wherever the sun's or moon's path's going, these are going to be there. But there is places where you can see it jump, where there's obviously not one of these in the region. It'll jump across the sky and onto the next one. We've seen it happen in a location above Australia, and we've seen it happen on the Antarctic webcam. Their own web camera catches the sun doing some very unusual maneuvers there. I can show you on this video now if you like. You'll see the sun jumping into the sky on this clip here.
Yeah.
You see that? As it came down towards the building, then took off up into the sky. But keep watching, there's more. These are all over the internet, these videos. Just go and have a look at them. I do monitor the place myself. I've recently recorded having 10 days light from a stationary light source. It hasn't had night time for 10 days plus now. And come the winter equinox, this light source, whatever it was, seemed to take off. It's gone. So I'm presuming it was the winter sun. See that one there? Watch it jump up. Have you ever seen the sun do this before? Look at that.
No.
It's jumping up into the sky to get onto its halo track. This is following a grid. All it's doing is following a grid.
Yeah.
And all the secrets and answers are hiding beyond Antarctica. Hence your Rothschild's Mountain or your Rockefeller Mountains and such. These are them two corners. Southeast and southwest corners that show up on the north of the Atlantic. Let's call it the ice wall, the Atlantic ice wall, we would call it, Antarctica ice wall. Whatever that wall is, it's landmass, and there's things in the corners on each side of it. And that landmass might not just be there; it might go beyond there. We don't know. We can only go by the data we're looking at on that map. And of course, like volcano or earthquake data and such. Yeah, everything's lined up correctly on that map at the moment.
So would you say by that map that there landmass in the south and the way the continents would be sitting there open, and therefore the water would technically be draining off and perhaps refiltering around to come back up or something? I mean, how would their circumference of the oceans be kept kind of in place is what I'm getting at. I'm not sure how to describe it. I think I described it okay though.
I missed part of the question. You weren't quiet on me at the start. What did you say at the start, Larry?
What I'm saying is Antarctica being on the in the south, like you have it on that particular map. You have the continents there, around the outside, what would be holding the waters in instead of an ice wall or something? What would be holding the waters in, or are they just the waters are draining off?
Right,
and
I get
being
you, yeah. Well, who says it's holding it in? Who says that land doesn't go further and further and further?
Oh, I don't know. I just according to the land mass that you have here.
I know what you're saying, but yeah, you know, to me, when you look at the congregation of the grid creating elevated landmass in the south, and you look at the rest of the grid, you know, there's four corners to that grid. There's no reason really why you wouldn't get elevated landmass in the north, east, and west as well, if it works the same in the south. So I would expect to see more land in the north, east, and west. But like I say, they've possibly removed that data, or it's not looking far enough out for us to see what's there. But yeah, you know, this might go on and on. There could be an ice wall, I don't know. But if there is, what's beyond that ice wall? You know,
wow.
You can only look at scripture then, I suppose, and they call it the abyss.
Yeah, and also you had a newspaper article from 1910, I believe, that showed a map that a guy got from some people who had a very old telling, an ancient telling of the Earth, and also a very old map, and he copied, and it was clearly showing more land beyond the poles.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Jimbo. Welcome.
Hello, Jimbo.
Hi, I just got my mic going.
Seeing as you're here, Jimbo. Seeing as you're here,
me?
mate, I'm just going to put these.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great.
Jimbo.
Seeing as you're here, Jimbo, I'm just going to put the magnetic data up on the screen, because I think you're probably the best guy to describe what this is.
Well,
or have a better idea than me what is going on in this image.
You know, it's about how magnetism is produced. Usually it's stuff flowing through crystals and crystals that are oriented, like in, you know, magnetic material, like in magnets. They're steel and iron, but they're oriented. They're little crystals, and they're all pointed in, you know, kind of the same direction. So whatever's giving the magnetism is from crystals below us. And there's an effect that crystals have called the piezoelectric effect. Just the fact that there's pressure exerted on a crystal, it can generate frequencies, you know? So I think wherever the most North Pole magnetic flux is coming from is the greatest source of magnetism of these crystals, or at least magnetic matter. And the rest are secondary.
For anyone in chat that's wondering what this image is, this is looking from South Antarctica. You know, you're looking north from South Antarctica, and this is magnetic data that series overlaid with a snapshot in time. I don't know when the snapshot was taken, but if you look at the magnetic data, you can see how it, you know, you got various tracks there that seem to be coming into play. You know, we've noticed hold on, I'll just put my mouse on the map so you can see, right, that Antarctic camera is somewhere around this area here. There's South America over here. The Antarctic camera is over here. And this is where the sun's coming from. It's coming up here, and it'll just take one of these routes. Off it goes, and I'll go to the next image, and you can see where it comes down.
Does one of the main channels, if you will, go over, for example, Giza?
If you can see it on there, these are the images I've got. I asked Series for more magnetic data, Jimbo, especially for the equinoxes. I want to see what's happening with this magnetic data on the equinoxes, because we know the switching going on. You know, these are obviously going to change and jump around, I would imagine.
As far as I can see on this map, what you're now showing, it goes over Giza. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if you look
does.
at this,
That's interesting, because, and this is going back at least 7-8 years. But there's a video by a specialist in mathematics and numerology and these ancient sites and locations, and his name really hasn't come up a lot in flat Earth. But I'll give it to you tonight, and he's well worth looking at, because all of these sites like Punta Punka, whatever it's called.
Pumapunku.
Pumapunku. And
Yeah.
Germany has mounds, and
Yep.
just all over the world, include, are these constructions and symbolic constructions and earthen mounds. And what he does is he moves, basically, we've artificially moved the mean line to Greenwich. He moves it back to where it was originally, before probably the great catastrophe that happened to the Earth. But he moves it and he puts it over the Great Pyramids of Giza. And what he does, he can calculate the longitude and latitude back to Giza from anywhere on Earth of those locations, including Easter Island and Stonehenge, or what you name it.
Easter Islands also makes sense because you have those ancient structures, those heads. They are whole bodies because
maybe checking out Karl Monk's work called The Code. Some of his information on longitude and latitude could help with this.
Yeah, we've seen that, I think. I've seen it anyway.
Eh?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Is it interesting? Because some of the lines seem to cross through where these monuments and these sites are.
They do. It collides a lot with what this work has been producing.
Now, I don't think Karl Monk realised that he was actually looking at blueprints. He did reference Nazca Lines.
Yeah. He was good, but no one can see it all or figure out that much. But here's another thing. The sun chasing and stuff that people do to try to figure out where land masses are have seemed to fail catastrophically, of course. But you measure land from land, and what Karl Munch may have afforded was that he has these geolocations of all of these places, longitude and latitude, mathematically calculated. Maybe that and those numbers from that hour and a half of film can go into, at least a general idea of where continents and places are more generally situated on, a flat AE map.
Yeah,
that might be a better guide than
what actually are the real locations. Yeah,
the relocations of
into account this image, guys. Look, this on the Australian side, that could be a winter sun, and on the west side, that could be the summer sun, the high up sun.
Well, it's like they show on Globebusters and other places, and the little science experiment where you put a heavy density of sugar in the bottom of an aquarium with water on top, and it can literally make light bend and skip. So the idea that there might even be two suns being produced by one source isn't beyond acceptable for me, no more than the sun being seen at different places by every single living person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm of the opinion that it's two at the moment. I recorded a very bright light source for 10 days at Harvard behind that station, and they masked it out. Well, they tried to mask it out, while another one went past in the sky. And there was no nighttime there for over 10 days, and then it took off on the winter equinox.
Well, a lot of these bastards know exactly what's going on. A lot of pilots know exactly what's going on. I've been doing a lot of thinking, and there's so many people that are on the in that know the Earth is flat. That is part of one of the, so-called national secrets or something there. I'm sure there are explorers like Amelia Earhart who probably figured out it was flat, and that's why that, her handlers disappeared or whatever. Sure, a lot of explorers met that fate. Look, a lot of ships trying to navigate around on ball math, they're going to crash on rocks, right?
Mm-hmm.
They ain't going to get where they're going. But in any case, I just thought...
You look on that map, so where the mouse cursor is, ships do not come any further north than where the mouse is now. They do not come up here. Or should I say down here from this angle, but yeah, this is the north, and they do not pass this point here.
And that's up by between the Bering Strait and Alaska and Russia or something, eh?
Well, the Bering Strait's allegedly over here, isn't it?
Oh, okay, way over there.
But this landmass here doesn't exist there. That's
okay. That's
Alaska
that way, though.
Yeah, and we know now, looking at the flight data, that's not there.
Mm-hmm.
So you can cut that bit off. That doesn't exist. That part. That's actually over this side.
Yeah,
Anyway.
it's so weird what they've done, you know, because I still get totally dazed and
Look at this
confused.
data here, Jimbo. Now, say you stand in Europe, right, and you're looking over here where the sun was going, the winter sun, say. See how these bend round? See how this data kind of bends round?
Curves or arches a bit, yes.
Arches. So that's to give you a perceived perception of where the sun really is, it tells me. You know, we're perceiving the sun to, say, be here, but it could be over there. It's further away than we think. Or look in the opposite way, you know, you can look this way. Oh, there's the sun high up in the sky. But we're looking through these layers of magnetic data. So someone's standing here, say, you know,
It's almost like a 3D projector.
Yeah, it's changing your perception, really, of what you think is where. And it's how it curves as well.
I know from an engineering standpoint, if you're going to build something like this, you build it on a plane. You build everything on a plateau.
Yeah.
On a flat.
Yeah. Definitely no ball stuff here.
You don't build on a ball, or we build houses around, and you know, just don't happen.
You can see, guys, now where these flight routes have to sneak past all these areas. You know, these ones going flying east that pretend they're flying west. They're coming up here and then curving around here and going down this way. This is that flight route that's hidden.
So where's Greenland and LA?
Greenland's there.
So that's pretty big Greenland by this.
Plus they hide the data there, Jimbo.
Okay, yeah.
It's quite smudged out.
It's not the whole island we're seeing. It's even what's below a bit too.
But it is quite a big island, if not the biggest island in the world.
They say 0.8 million square miles.
There's a colour on a bit somewhere. Hold on. Where's it at?
I think Africa is 18 million square miles, is what they claim.
It's not an island, though, Africa.
Well, technically, everything is an island. The whole thing is surrounded by water.
This is the kind of projection it would look like with these halos being in the sky. You'd have to come through them like this to enter our atmosphere. So no rockets are going to get through these without getting zapped. I'm telling you, they're going to get hit by lightning if they go anywhere near.
You know, it's starting to look more and more like Vedic cosmology descriptions and stuff, but more technical instead of, you know, with the esoteric homes of Brahma and stuff.
It's all on the same story, Jimbo. I've done a bit of that at the start. You perhaps missed it. I linked where the Vedic, the Vedic deities are linked to the center grid. You've got the central one, around them, and then you've got the sons and daughters making a total of 33 deities. Well, there's 33 right there in the center of that grid. What we've been calling angels, they're calling, you know, deities. Now, the elevation data in this map, the gold, yellow, and red is elevated terrain. You can see now there's a lot of elevation going on in Greenland. You know, this is what they're hiding. Mount Meru, if it exists or whatever it is, it's probably right at that position there where all these intersect, all these locations.
So is there any way to see where they would have interpreted like 4 rivers flowing inward towards Mount Meru from this data?
Ooh.
Like, yeah,
that's a tough one, eh? 4 rivers. No, it's easy.
It's just disappeared, that
4 rivers.
Hyperborea.
Hold on. I'll just show you where the 4 rivers are. The 4 rivers are 1, 2, 3, 4. You see them?
I see what you mean. They're huge. Those aren't really rivers. Those are the oceans and currents.
It's the equator. The north, south, east, and west, all from this central location. There's your 4 rivers. It's an electrical flow they're talking about, not rivers. It's electricity. They're talking electricity, or as you would say, magnetics. The flow is not water, guys. It's power, energy.
That's why that sailor was so intent on describing nails pulling out of his ship and other stuff. He wasn't talking about rivers of water in a sense.
No, definitely not rivers.
Talking about the flow of currents of rivers of something.
It's 4 locations coming off the center point of this grid, you know, and these lead to these corners again. You're leading back to these 4 corners.
To the corners. Yeah.
The angels of the north, south, east, and west. Plus, I think there's, you know, the same kind of technology going on further out, or possibly larger one.
That's interesting. That's really interesting.
So yeah, it's all really, you know, this is Brahma, the creator at the center. Whatever this center point is, Santos calls it Brahma. This is what's running this whole grid. It's the power
So that's
source right
just
there.
off the tip of Africa there.
Yeah, yep. It's not
And
by
that's where
mountains.
one of the big scars is. The eye of the Sahara is just about where your mouse is.
Mhm.
So what's at Hudson's Bay? Because we got another like eye of the Hudson's there. If you drain the water, it'd be another eye of the Sahara.
Guide my mouse to Hudson Bay.
You go to Canada, north of like right back down. There's Hudson Bay. There's Hudson Bay, and where would what was I asking for again?
You just fly down there.
Brain fart.
Yeah, this bay, yeah.
Okay, yeah, Hudson's Bay right there. That whole thing, if you drained it, it has those circular formations like going towards a bullseye, just like the eye of the Sahara.
Probably a halo, right? There's probably an angel below it and a halo above it then. Because that's what I'm saying. We know there's lots of smaller halos in between these larger ones.
Yeah, because
I
again,
can show you maps actually how it looks if you want to, FPV.
Yeah, go for it. I'll just pause that there.
Okay, if you actually have that hole in Africa where that grid line should be, here, if you actually, here is the middle, roughly. Then you go here, you can see again here those islands are pushed up. Actually, if you hit the coast, you can already see an electrical discharge over here. And it goes in that same line. Here, you can see the line, these islands follow that line up.
Yeah.
All the way to here. Here, you can see that line actually on the earth over here.
yeah, it's very likely that volcanoes and volcanic activity is from induction and not from like, you know,
Yeah, that's what I said.
core and all of this molten theory bullshit.
Yeah. If you
there's an
see,
induction zone between the halo and the angel below. Definitely.
Yeah.
This is exactly on the line what you're seeing now here. So that's very clear.
It also creates volcanoes in the right circumstances or possibly
Yeah, can fire them up even. That's why there's so much, not because there's so much dust in the air, it's because the power came from between the ground and the sky and generated, you know, the volcano, the ash, and
also here,
the electrical
go to
discharge.
Hudson Bay. Yeah,
There
Hudson
you are.
Bay. And there's your circle, see?
Yeah.
Here we go. This is not one circle.
Oh, yes, there are more.
Here's another one. Here's another one. Here's another one.
And there's one, crater lake, they call it. It's no crater. There was no impact there.
Here.
Right there, yeah. There's no crater. There's no impact. There's nothing to mine there. It's
No.
The halo's too low then, you know. They've obviously elevated it more.
We can actually see those halos.
You know what? All around the edge of Hudson's Bay there, on the eastern slope there, on the east coast there, you know, right where you are, but at the east coast of Hudson's Bay, there are 2,000 meter high freaking rock formations that were made by, you know,
I bet it looks like they've been. I bet it looks like they've been grown or stretched, does it, Jimbo? If you look at
what
a
got
good example
carved
would
out?
be a good example would be Devil's Tower. That has definitely got one below it.
Yeah, if you look carefully
Devil's
at
Tower has one
Hudson's
below
Bay,
it.
at Hudson's Bay on the east side, you have the growth of those hills and stuff around that ring on the east side. That's west, and those were carved out and made from what came from the center where those rings are. All around the edge, there's a couple 1,000-foot high ring of rocks. You don't want to try to climb them. They're just that dangerous. But all around there are just thousands of foot tall, like
You can see it here.
rock faces that were grown.
You can see the
all
shadows
over.
on here. That indicates that they are high. See?
Oh, they're very high. Some of them go up to 2,000 meters.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll
yeah,
tell you what,
2,000 meters, 6,000 feet.
The grid below goes right past it, Jimbo. It's actually going into the water on the on the east side. Yeah, definitely going to be elevated more on the east
Well,
side.
there may not have been water there when the event happened. Or less.
I'll just flick to my screen so you can see.
If you wait just a second, this is Devil's Tower. And if you go to the southeast, you have in that small place, you have the other discharge nearby.
Oh, you're not going to be liked in flat Earth and the people who believe that's a giant freaking ankle of some giant or the tree stump.
See? So this is again a crater style shape. You can see that if you actually do discharges in powdered sand or powdered metals, you get the same
that shape. Yeah.
Yeah, always. So this is sunken into the ground.
In industry, they sell these things for industry called electrostatic precipitation devices, and they basically use electric charge to grab dust out of the air, and then, well, the wrapper hits it, and all the dust goes down and collects, but it makes all kinds of different formations and dented, areas and.
And also it fertilizes
everything
the ground,
seeing.
because if you see in this location, where are the most trees? On that side, because it fertilizes the ground, and it also mineralizes the ground, and it attracts iron.
Well, it cooks some other stuff, because some of these mountains, like in Quebec, you have Mont Saint Bruno. For years, no one knew it, but they had a emerald and ruby and sapphires that were coming out of that mine, and other mountains nearby. Now they've been mined out. These things only go down 300 feet, and then there's no more.
Yep.
So what do you guys think about the...
It fits every time. If you go, also, if you take a look at Devil's Tower, and there's somebody took a very close by picture, you can see all minerals in Devil Tower, in the stone. You can see all kinds of shiny minerals.
Yeah, it's been stretched upwards, grown upwards kind of, and slightly twisted. It should have that appearance, rock when you look at it.
Yep.
You look at some mountain ranges and you'll see some of them actually make a perfect spiral.
Oh, yeah.
What were you going to say? Go ahead, Juan. You were going to say something?
I was going to say, what do you guys think about, I think it's called the Giant's Causeway. I'm not real sure where it's at, but it's that formation of rocks that they say was formed from a volcano, but it goes straight up and there's just no way. I mean, do you know what I'm talking about?
I know where it is.
Crystals can grow to any size. There are caves with beautiful quartz crystals that you need semi-trailers to haul out.
Yeah, well, is that Giant's Causeway? That's like that as well.
Those are sort of hexagonal, look like stepping stones or moonstones. But even those can form naturally. You look at mud when it bakes and cracks, it can form hexagons, it just...
Yeah, indeed.
You see that map again, Jimbo, yeah?
Yeah.
You can see where the grid... Is this the area you said was elevated?
Oh, it's on the east. Yeah, that would be the curved side. Yeah, that would be the east side. Yes.
That's why it's elevated, because this grid, when anything on this grid when it crosses land, appears to have more elevation. I've noticed that myself. Very elevated areas, and it could be the sun. Having to put the sun's going past, or the grid above it, or the halo above it, whatever's causing it.
I think the sun shorted out over Africa, over Hudson's Bay, somewhere over like the Sierra Nevadas there up. It was having a frick around time, the sun, for a little while. Either it was accidental and natural.
I think it was during setup, Jim. You can't have just switched all this on and it worked. This has been done over a very long time.
Maybe they turned on more areas.
Yeah, well, to me, it's a construct, and it's took a hell of a long time to build and perfect. It can't have been switched on. Oh yeah, it all works. Let's go about our business. So before all this was here, this projection technology, obviously there was land and water. I'm not saying this technology creates life; it just enhances it. It's been designed to enhance our world, our realm. It's a construct.
I know it's a construct. I've got no problem agreeing to that there's a creator. Zero argument there.
Well, where life came from, I've no idea. Human life, animal life, where that comes from, I can't say. all I can relate this to is this is what's causing this, that, and the other. And
well, there's something that gives us genetic memory, and we don't really know what that is. I mean, you know, there's memories from your grandparents, your great-grandparents, and everything in you, and in me, and everyone, you know. There are things that, you know, with all the telescopes, microscopes, and other stuff, we may never know. Like, you know, flowers and plants, a rose and a pansy, they have 99.9% the same genetics, like most plants. They're that close.
Yeah.
What makes a pansy and a rose? Maybe it's genetic memory.
What we can go back to, I suppose, is you know, the old texts and scripts say that there's the creator and the destroyer and the maintainer. All these different type of technology. Obviously, they've all got different roles and do different processes.
Well, these are all just machines. Again, when you try to change what they call nature, there's a checksum value in there. I'll tell you how important it is. Imagine, like, you have a scale and you have a car that's made of, like, literally a few thousand pieces or more. Okay? Now, your scale can weigh it into 1,000th of a gram exactly. Now, you put your first perfect car made on it, and it weighs exactly what it's supposed to with no overage, no underage. You put your second car on, it's 7 grams off. Now, is that important? Well, that's a bolt. Doesn't sound too important, but what if that was your bolts for your brakes? A little more important there. Or what if it held down, you know, one of the grommets for the engine block? There's a problem there. Nature and the design has provided what you call a checksum. The checksum says that, well, that car is not perfect. It's going back. Send me one that's perfect. That's made by the design, by the code. So we try to change flowers to make GMO wheat and apples. We do it. It's a temporary thing. These products, these natural things, have a checksum, a code that's designed into them. They fight to go back to what they were. So these ideas that one day we're going to have humans and machines, you know, that's bullshit. The machines could never really adopt the spirit, or, you know, the genetic memories that we have, or that any living thing has. You know, so that's just more bullshit of the rich and the idle rich that never want to die or face reality. You know, and most people are in this kind of fear mode where, oh, they're going to die one day. No, I'm not going to die. If I eat vegan and do all this, you know, and drink my own pee and maybe some, I don't know, peroxide, throw in some, you know, bleach and others, do you have a wonderful, longer life, you know? It don't work like that. You know,
I like that analogy.
Throw in a servo chip into your brain, and then, you know, a 12-volt battery to it, and, you know, maybe one like keep the heart going, and no, you're just a robot then. You're not a person no more. No, you can't transfer a human soul or spirit into another computer or machine of some kind. It don't work. One of the flimsiest, most macabre things that could possibly slightly work that I wouldn't want done is, like, what do they call it when they take a head off one person and grafting? No, thank you. But anyway, you know, if people are afraid to die, they should just die sooner, for frick's sake, you know. Get it over with.
I'm just leaving. I'm just going to leave you in a bit because it's very late over here. Just before I go, I want to show you this picture. Actually, there was supposedly found a giant monolithic stone in Russia, and I see on the Alex Jones channel and all, but even I think the BBC and other news channels showed it, and that stone wasn't fitting on the grid of FPV. It was way off. I thought, that's strange. Then I looked at the stone some more, and I thought, I recognize the stone. Yeah, actually, as you can see on the right, it's not real because it's actually a doctored picture. An alternate picture, supposedly in a block of stone originally, but it's actually the stone in the site of Ollantaytambo in Peru.
My God,
and I know that site. Well, they photoshopped it. They put in small people.
Yeah, clearly.
They put small people in a Photoshop. This is an actual real picture, and I've other pictures just like that you can actually see the size of this stone. And I doctored it and passed it off as oh, we found something new in Russia. And when I looked at the site, I thought it was way off the grid, and I tried to find this site because I want to verify anything I found. Just not one picture, no. I want to find every angle of that picture and actually the location, so I can clearly see if it's true or not. So I was searching for this picture, and they gave a location. So I was looking in that location. The mountains weren't there in that location. The site wasn't there, and after, you can see it's from 2014. So it took a lot of time to actually find that site. But after a while, I thought, oh, I recognize that stone. So where did I recognize it from? And then I was doing some old things from Peru. Was flipping through some pictures, and I thought, hey, wait a second, that's that stone.
Good detective work, that,
don't trust that. Huh?
That's good detective work. That well done, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gave
Just
up on
to show you,
InfoWars.
always do your research.
Yeah.
Alex Jones also made another big mistake. He was going to a shopping mall and showing, well, in this shopping mall, they don't have any toothpaste anymore that contains fluoride. So they are changing the game. This store only sells toothpaste without fluoride. So actually a guy who lived near that store went into the store and showed a whole line of toothpaste with fluoride, and only a small section that he showed without the fluoride. So Alex Jones he regurgitates things he finds on the internet and doesn't check the facts. And I always say, check the facts. Check if that
he promotes fear mongering.
Do your own research. Do your own research.
Yep.
When I saw them promoting, they had these so-called terror attacks and videos of them, and they show these actors, and one of them shaking a doll or running with a doll wrapped in a partial blanket, but you can tell it's a doll. Yeah. And the girl from InfoWars is all, oh, blah, 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 these bad guys shaking that baby, blah, blah, blah. And you can see it's a freaking fake. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's InfoWars.
I saw that footage on Jurassic Live.
Alex Jones is a disgusting POS. Look, the guy went to court for one of his ex-relationships or whatever, wanted to go as Alex Jones. The court said, you're not Alex Jones. You cannot stand in the court as Alex Jones. He had to go under his legal birth name.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like Alex Jones.
Yeah, those papers are usually sealed for a while, but eventually those documents will be out there. His actual name are on those court records. You know? So he is that Bill Hicks, it's not even Bill Hicks. That's an actor name. He's born something else.
Hi, Dan. Welcome to the panel.
Yeah, I'm going to leave you guys. It was very interesting. I will watch the rest of it tomorrow. And,
fascinating.
If I don't see you, some people of you until the next year, Happy New Year and a lot of health.
Yes, a lot of blessings.
Yeah. Yeah. Say Martise. Good to see you.
Okay.
Yeah, catch you next time, Martise.
Thank you, artist.
Yeah.
Thank you for being on the panel.
I'm living by the Hebrew calendar, so it's like there's like a Jewish holiday every day almost, and I'm about 3,000 years ahead of everyone else. So.
Hi, Jam. How are you? I don't know if he's still here, but anyways.
He might have stepped away for a minute. Give him a second.
Yeah. Anyways, that was pretty. Go ahead, Jim. It's pretty interesting what you guys are talking.
So that's why we're following that back by guys. Anyway, everything makes sense on there, and if we can't find another map that it does.
Back to Vedic and Enoch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you look at the start, Jimbo, if you missed it, you will see a little bit on Vedic stuff. And how it correlates to the center point of this grid.
Syria is a flat church, I guess, or a whole flat religion. Here in Ottawa, we have a Flat Earth restaurant, I think, Flat Earth Farm. We have other stuff Flat Earth here. So it's real for a lot of people. It has been long before the 2 years ago and all this stuff came into a little, predominance. Oh, by the way, I reordered the light. Wah, wah, wah. I ordered the True Night TN42. The second time round, the first order, they shipped me the TN39, which, well, ain't much bigger than, a pecker. So I shipped it back.
Yeah, you said they sent the batteries separate or something, or what? Something happened with the batteries, and
No, they were supposed to mail the batteries separately on a separate day, but the package came and there was a light and batteries in it, and it was the wrong flashlight and probably the wrong batteries too. They sent me the TN39, which is a puny little thing, and funny thing too, I sent it back, but I wanted to just get it exchanged really quick and stuff, but I had to wait. They couldn't just do an exchange, give me my labels, let me send them back and do an exchange at Amazon. No, they had to put the money back on my card and I have to reorder it,
Oh.
So I reordered it. It took that long to get the money back on the card.
Oh, for crying! Yeah, I just went through something like that with one of the vehicles I'm selling. Same thing. Same thing with the titles of the truck. It's like, well, no, we take cash. You can't do it that way. Okay, well, can you put it on the card? No, you can't take a card.
No.
All right, you come back with cash, but we have to verify the cash. What are you talking? Oh my God, man, it's just getting so freaking crazy, dude. Oh man, it's just so crazy. You can't even pay for it anymore. They put you through the ringer. Like, I'm sorry, where did these bills come from? How did you get them? Let's trace the numbers back. I mean, come on.
Well, they've been playing these games forever, here in the States, whatever, they separate the title deed from the land deed and stuff, or the mortgage deed from the title deed. So people are paying off their mortgage and they don't own their titles. That's been sold off on them. So they pay off their mortgage and the bailiff comes to throw them out of their house.
Yeah. Here it's different because you have the actual mortgage and then you have a note. So it's similar, not the same. It's similar, and that's the one that. That's the one that I went to.
Separate the note and use it as a currency from the owner.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The note is what's worth the currency. The mortgage is just something that's filed. Like, hey, this person owes me money. It's like the.
That's it. Don't mean you own the house because you're paying it.
Correct. Yes, and then the note is the one that's actually worth the money. The genuine note is. Yeah.
Or sometimes there are people who actually wind up owning the land that their house is on, but they don't own the house anymore. So they have to move their own house off their damn land. It's an amazing world.
The funny thing is, Jimbo, I could actually literally pick up my house and take it with me.
Move it across the street. Jersey's small.
I'm not kidding. I read through it. I read through all the documentation, and I could literally pop this thing out of the ground and take it frickin' across the street. It is. Oh man. It makes you want to vomit.
Too bad there wasn't a state line across the street. You might save on taxes and get a bunch of your neighbors from across the border to come pick up each a corner of the house and just, hey, welcome to Tennessee.
Bring the guys over with a couple hammers. We'll rip it down. It's like, no, we'll pull it down. We'll reconstruct it over there. That's all right. It's absolutely so idiotic and crazy. The more you look into it, the more, pardon me, ticked off you get. And I'll leave it at that. It just, oh man, it just ticks you off.
Well, I was, I'll tell you honestly, I was suffering from a lot of stress, and you get heart problems from that. Yes. I'll tell you honestly, since I discovered that the earth is flat, and other stuff, I haven't let things stress me that way no more. I won't let these lies overtake me anymore. I won't play that game. Fuck them all. All of them. Fuck them all.
I'm
sorry, I didn't mean to swear.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, I was just saying there's a volcano. You can see now how it would be constructed. And the halo, notice the mountains curving around the halo in the background.
I see. Yeah. And that's pretty much standard everywhere around those, eh?
Yeah, so it tells me the technology of the Angel is right below that volcano. And this is why NASA wants to drill Yellowstone.
But, you know, the technology might just be resonant material in the construction design, just like we make like
scale,
computer chips.
I don't
You
think
think
so. On
it's a
this scale,
physical, industrial complex down there?
yeah, it's got to be. You know, looking at what's at the center, it branches out everywhere to these corners. That can't be by chance. It's by design. You know, it has to be by design.
Also being a volcano, that's the brownest, sandiest, soily volcano I've ever seen with no lava.
Well, there are ash volcanoes, mud volcanoes, all different kinds of volcanoes.
Oh, sure. I get that. I understand that. I just kind of pointing out, and making a joke at the same time, because I know Joey Rocket from Hawaii is does a lot of volcanism type of stuff with the tunnels.
Yeah. What I find funny is the term plate tectonics, because like a plate is usually flat and somewhat upturned at the edges. You know, but just the idea that, you know, the whole science is called plate, and plates aren't usually arcing curvy things because your food would slide off, right?
You'll find those plate tectonics or those lines you see on Google Earth, actually, when they're straightened out on the correct map, they follow this grid perfectly. That's what they are. They're part of this grid. Part of the ley lines. Or the
part of the thermal exchange system, part of the, because a lot of this works on heat exchange.
That's what I'm saying is the technology there. Electromagnetic projection.
And clipping of waves, rectification. We're in a big rectifier tube. That's how it works. It's all plus and minus, you know. Like I say, the way energy is changed, you know, if you want to harness energy, you gather it and you clip it. It's waves. You clip the waves. You separate them in their plus portion and their minus portion, and you create an imbalance. That's how all the electricity, so-called electricity, works. Simply creating a potential difference. It's what happens when water evaporates and gets ionized, and there becomes an imbalance between the earth and water, the oceans, and the sky above. These waves get clipped. Part of the way they get clipped is hitting hydrogen, the free hydronium in the air, at microwave frequencies, and being turned into photons or light waves. Because waves.
What would your view be, Jimbo, on the pyramids harnessing it in some way?
Well, there's water flowing and normally flowing underneath the pyramids. When water moves, it's an electrical generator. It's a source of electrical generation. You know, those granite stones and other stuff above, they're certainly magnetic conductors and stuff. And you don't have to have physical conduction to get energy. It's induction. Like all transformers, all the wires in the transformers are insulated. So you can have a pyramid over water and have no physical contact between the two. As long as the water is moving, it can still induce electricity. So yeah, they could very well be. They're certainly not burial chambers, and they were built for a purpose. I mean,
well, on a grander scale, you know, looking in a modern time on a grander scale, you just build millions of homes and connect them to the grid and harness it through the homes. I think we're actually feeding the grid down the return line. And looking at that image up on screen there's your halo, and there's now a source for where the electricity is coming from.
Well, one interesting thing would be, too, to look at where these huge dams are with respect to these grids and these ley lines.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea, yeah. I mean, the dams are there. That's a good point, because on the Hudson, you've got Niagara Falls, and then on the west coast, you're going to have the Hoover Dam, and that would be interesting on those ley lines.
And the other one there that at Valdor, someplace where they have a big, second biggest in the USA is out by the Grand Sierras and stuff, and it almost it did overflow last year, and they had to do repairs on it. Orville, damn it, Orville. It's a huge one, and then I think they call it the Three Rivers in China, or Five Rivers.
That's funny because you got Three Rivers Stadium, which is in Pittsburgh. It's not a dam though. That's where what do you call it? 3 Mile Island. Pittsburgh. Harrisburg.
Yeah, my first wife was from 3 Mile Island. She had 3 eyes.
Oh man, I knew. You know what? I knew you were gonna. I knew you were. You know what, Jimbo? That's. You almost got me to bite on that one, and I did because I knew where you were going with that one. Touche. Oh, that was pretty good.
Kept wanting to move to Love Canal.
Oh my God.
She should have married she should have married Toxie, the Toxic Avenger.
Yeah, Toxic Avenger and all that. Yeah, I know where you're going. That's
first superhero from Jersey.
I just wanted to keep it nice and calm, just nice and straight and everything else, and everybody gets me into the joking thing, so I apologize.
If you want to see a heavy-duty, low-budget Illuminati film, the second one is actually better for Illuminati story. It's that one there, Toxic Avenger. There, I don't know if you've ever seen it. It's a very cult film. But the second one is they take over Jersey, and it's a corporation that's an Illuminati corporation. Chaos, destruction, havoc, murder.
I know. They're always about New Jersey. It's always toxic.
Just like everyone from New Jersey.
They're always being. Oh, I'm sorry. Where did they go missing? Well, they were on the Jersey.
They get a bum rap in New Jersey.
Yeah. Now it's actually true. Let's keep that aside for a moment. Okay, moving on. Nothing to see here. Oh man, it is kind of. Hey, look, I'll take it. It is kind of
flattering. Hey, it's a culture. It's all different cultures,
Oh, absolutely.
Some a little less pleasant than others, but I like garage and ghetto, People have stinky feet sometimes, a dog that sheds, and real life, and stains in their coffee cup.
Oh yeah, well we did that.
Terrible coffee. I heard about your coffee, Larry.
Yeah, the coffee. Well, I thought it was all right. He's like, coffee. Because Zulu asked me, Mark. yeah, Mark asked me, you got coffee? I'm like, yeah, I can make coffee. And then Jimmy right away chimes in. He's like, what's the date? What's the expired date on there? I mean,
expired date on
freaking Jimmy, man. I mean, it was. I wouldn't change it for the world. It was a great time. Had a lot of fun with everybody that came, and some new folks too that are not around. A couple that aren't around YouTube too much. They have their own different websites and through different social media. And actually,
real smart then.
Yeah, they actually came, and they, I don't know if they're listening now or anything. Some others, and it was really cool. And we did a regular jam session and everything else. It was a lot of fun, and I wouldn't change it for anything. It was really cool. Really cool, a lot of fun. That's all I'll say.
And the numbers are growing.
Yeah, they are. They really are. Like I said, I was surprised, Jimbo. I got contacted from. As a matter of fact, bless you. One of the people that showed here actually went to the same high school that I did. Graduated 2 years behind me, and never even knew. And it was kind of weird. It was like out of the blue. And he's like, oh yeah, I went to Warren Hills in this date and time and everything. I was like, oh my God, you're kidding. You were in my sister's class, who's younger than me by 2 years. and showed up. Very nice guy. Has his own. It's called truthpirates.com. Actually, has his own website, and again, flat Earth and different things and all kinds of, and they've got their own websites and they don't do so much YouTube. It was just kind of interesting because I even asked them, like, well, how did you even find out? And I guess they found out through, because I put it out social media, and it was.
Today, we are going to talk about the nature of our realm, how it works, how it ties in with Santos Bonacci's knowledge and teachings, and how Walter Russell's work explains it brilliantly. I first met Santos on a panel with the Sun and Moon group, where I give him a private presentation of the beginnings of my research into how our world truly works, after discovering the Earth is level and stationary a few years ago. The research I presented was some of my Nazca Line decodings and the avenue my research was taking me after realizing what the Nazca Lines truly represent and portray. The technical blueprints to the realm. I knew I would find the correct world map when I overlaid the lines, glyphs and the Nazca Mandala. When I presented this to Santos, there was a good silence for about 20 seconds. I knew his mind was already processing all of what I had shown him, and Santos, being the very sharp person he is, was stunned by this presentation. Of course he recovered and immediately started expanding upon some of the things he had seen in the presentation. His knowledge and explanations are second to none. It was what Santos explained to me that gave me the direction I needed to be looking into. Of course I met one conscience and we teamed up, and here we are today, a few years later, still decoding the realm from within a small team of excellent researchers and friends. I have kept in touch with Santos since those days, sharing links to videos on Skype and little updates on progression. He only had to give me a few tips, and I was there decoding what I found into the APM model, our model of how this realm truly works. Santos told me to look into Walter Russell's work one day, and wow, did that speed up our research once I started decoding what Walter Russell's work was teaching me. Now I'm no genius, so don't be getting that impression, but I can see and decode what all this is telling me very easily. So today I'm going to show you how all this connects together and explains a lot of what Santos is teaching you, what Walter Russell's work is teaching you, and how this realm truly works. Now what you are going to see and hear may not be to your liking. It may shock you, surprise you, even make your brain melt. But that's okay, it is what it is, and I make no excuses for it. I'm here to present to you our findings, as is the rest of this team. I'm a flat earther, and I came here to see how our realm truly works. And what we have found is that everything is being misrepresented to hide this realm and how it truly works. And when I say everything, I mean everything. Thus, we have to decode everything we look into to get to the truths. Okay, for this part I'm going to decode the Walter Russell optical motor to show you how it works. Notice the second law of thermodynamics is invalid in a repetitive cyclic universe of equally interchanging effect. Also take note of the direction of flow and how this relates to Walter's motor. To explain this optical motor, take note of the A and B cores and poles. This is our equatorial line, and through this pipeline water is pumped into the reactor at the centre and back out the other side of the west pole, recycled around the design and back towards the centre. Now with this design the pipe narrows at key points going to and from the centre. This in effect creates a Higgs boson. This allows a pressure zone to be created at these points. Now if you remember Walter Russell's explanation of the parts of the colour spectrum colliding from the green, yellow and orange yellow parts of the colour spectrum, which collide with white, it is basically a short circuit. This creates the circumstances that are needed to cause chain reactions. The equatorial line is the compression poles and cycle. Notice in the north and south we have the electrical harness points at the desired distances at the boson locations where this energy pressure wave is created. These are our expansion zones which nature divides and multiplies the sex pairs. What this means is that when the electrical energy is created, there are two forces that are in opposition, going separate ways from one another. Positive electricity and magnetism, effectively. Thus, one side takes the positives and the other side takes the negatives. As this expands, of course, it multiplies, which is what you see with the numbers increasing to a maximum of 4. And that's it. This is all that you need to generate free electricity. This motor actually generated enough power to run a 52-room university. That's all the lighting, heating, and any electrical needs a university could need. This model occupied around 6 foot of floor space. The universal mathematics are there for you to understand how the ratios work. Okay, now let me show you what Santos was teaching and what Walter Russell's motor just demonstrated in the APM model. Today you are going to learn how this realm really works. Now we will add in our trumpeters. Yes, I decoded what the trumpeters represent in scriptures. Let's add in our equatorial compression zones and our north and south expansion zones. This, ladies and gentlemen, is how our realm divides and multiplies the sex pairs. It is the exact same principle, although on a creator-sized scale. You will understand that hot flow across the equator now, hopefully. You can see now what is very special with the golden ratio. It is basically telling you that the Higgs boson zones are where the golden ratio lies. The golden parts of the colour spectrum where the short circuit will take place. They are all harnessing energy within their cubed spheres at the golden ratio. Pretty cool, isn't it? This image by Walter Russell contains some very interesting information. The gravity cycle is the motivative force of the universal heartbeat. Notice how Walter correctly uses the bar magnet as a pressure recorder, because this is what gravity truly is. A pressure system that is created by the halos we have been highlighting for some time now. We realized you do not need a container to create a pressure system. The projected halos create this system perfectly, and we have shown this in our End Times 2 video with the decodings of what Noah really is and how it works, and with references to the receding oceans events and how it was designed to contain water. Another thing that really surprised me when I overlaid this on our grid and decoded more parts of the realm, as this helped me to see how the flow was matching real world data. This is another layer of the APM model, and one conscience is going to explain how.
When I look at this, it's truly exciting to see everything I've been attempting to express for the last few years, shown in such vivid detail. So let's discuss it and relate it to our Earth energy flow from the perspective of earthquakes and volcanoes. From our east and west gates, we have simultaneous energy coming in, running down the equator. As it hits each cross point of expansion areas, it will split and flow the grid up and down, releasing along the way, always in the same spots. This is repeatable data that can be easily tracked. From the east and west simultaneously, the energy will flow to the pre-designed path, moving towards the center of the grid. All of the crisscross points are volcanic fields as well. Some are dormant and some are active. Depending on the cycle of the micro scale of the world determines if these volcanic fields are active. The two large S's that we see are very special points. These areas are where the energy has multiplied and expanded out the most it can be in our realm, so the power generated back in to become compressed at the center is very great. We see the effects of these areas in the form of constant earthquake activity and major volcanic eruptions. These two major spots give the power its push to continue the push that makes the journey. We see most of our major activity on the spots that are compressing inwards towards the center. All around, we do have activity, but it's the main compression areas that have the most powerful effects. As we hit the center of the grid, from both sides, the energy will make its way north, as we have shown in past presentations. We have referred to this as a reset spot. However, what occurs is the energy heads north up the meridian, and it spreads out at the northern point. It then wraps around and heads east and west to return again to the gates. Then the process begins again. This effect is what we call torus energy. This is the energy we have been following across the grid for over 2 years now. This is one more layer that allows us to show you the flow in more understandable terms. This is the cause of our Earth events that science says can't be predicted. However, with the blueprints like this, and the rest of the knowledge we alone have shared, we can know our Earth and the repeatable, predictable processes.
This design and layout perfectly explains the quake areas as one conscience just demonstrated, which we have always stated this is technology switching on. And we can see from the design the anode and cathode array setup, the positive and negatives the energy paths and grid creates, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. You can see how these energies are distributed around this grid easily. This layer appears to be on a different level to the previous layer one conscience just talked about, another layer in the underworld. To decode the realm, we just need to decode the best minds in the world, as they all have to stay and operate within the laws of the construct. You can make your own minds up on how Worlde decoded this knowledge, but as you can see here, this fits our grid perfectly and everything is exactly where it needs to be to work on a realm scale model. This of course adds another layer to the APM model, more parts of the construct decoded. The shapes of these two large areas also appear to have a 4-tier pyramidal design. Again, the Walter Russell explanation of gravity and pressure apply, which we know now relates to expansion and compression cycles that generate huge amounts of energy within the light spectrum. Also notice we now have an idea what would be at the east gate, another layer or area we can contemplate and work out its design. The design does appear to be recycling energy back into the grid. This is amazing information and certainly helps explain how this realm is working. The scriptural trumpets represent the torus field created by the tornado vortex the accelerators create. Two counter-rotating coils basically working together to create that environment. As we have mentioned previously, tornadoes and winds are created by the projected halos, of which we have been documenting and explaining now for years. The lunar waves I decoded in previous videos reveal the halos, as do many people's recordings, whom have been kind enough to share them. You can see various decodings of these videos here on my channel. We can now see a layer coming into view, which would represent a part of the east gates. Another addition to the APM model. Now we can see how the energy gets recycled back into the realm. Isn't that amazing, people? More blueprints that actually make sense when overlaid with the Nazca Line overlays we call our grid. What are the chances of that? We can now duplicate that and demonstrate what it would look and behave like from all of the gates. And isn't that amazing? It makes perfect sense and completes the circuit. This is mind-blowing and very revealing information and helps explain a great many things. Okay, the next layer is our spiders, the tidal nodes as they are called. We call them power distribution centers. Their configurations is more in line with the transfer of energies to power other things. As they alternate, this is what creates our tides. The seawater, of course, being attracted to their activations and thus constantly on the move. Some are permanently on and others switch on and off. You can see by this animation the spiraling effect of this technology. We consider many character personifications, such as Perseus, to be one of these mechanisms. The cutting off of Medusa's head is really decoding into a rerouting of power. Now the red parts represent high tides and the blue parts represent low tides, and you can see how this technology is manipulating the water to create these tides. Just study it, people, and watch the flow. You'll see it circling round and round. Distributing water, some things will switch on and the water's then forced that direction and then it's rerouted another direction. The whole water table is being manipulated by this technology.
Let's take a moment and look at Perseus holding Medusa's head, as seen in all the depictions. So, can we place this in our world? Yes, we absolutely can. When I outlined Perseus and placed him in the world, we come to the western United States, as seen here. He is on the west coast of North America holding Medusa's head, which is a giant in the topography of Western America, and going up into Canada. Also, if we pay close attention, we can see that Medusa is looking directly at Yellowstone. So this tells us that Perseus holding her head to look at Yellowstone is the way the power is turned off for that point, and he is directing it towards the northwestern direction instead. And to add to that, the direction that he is pointing, there are the islands coming off of Alaska where the volcanoes that erupt actually blow up the entire island and reform the topography all the time. So that tells us that there's great power being put into that area.
Now this image needs no introduction. This is Walter Russell's cosmic pendulum. This is how Walter demonstrates how the spiraling pressure waves create harvestable energy. This fantastic animation with sounds demonstrating it perfectly. You can see where the centripetal and centrifugal forces play their parts in generating energy as they spiral outwards. The inside and outside of the torus field, basically. The zero represents the equatorial line, and the left and right sides the division of the sex pairs. The division and multiplication of the harvested energies are perfectly demonstrated below. You can see now how the design of the spiral the ancients depicted everywhere is so very important, and tells us they already knew this information. Notice how different parts of the colour spectrum give different amounts of energy. A big thanks go out here to P900 Coolpix for helping bring this image to life. What a fantastic, beautiful piece of work. Here is some more magnetic data from Ceres that perfectly matches what our research is showing. It reveals the spiraling flows of energy from the 3 key sites on our grid. You can see how the left-hand rule and right-hand rule spirals play their parts. The spiraling pressure waves are what create light. Remember, light does not move, it divides and multiplies, which gives the appearance of movement. Understand and follow these laws and you will create light. Compression, expansion, division and multiplication is the key. Okay, taking all the above into account, we can demonstrate now how the realm works in the APM model. We have our heat at the equator, which heats our reactor at the centre of the grid, the heart of the machine, Satan, Baphomet, or whichever name you wish to associate with this reactor. It then gives power to our first halo, which distributes the energy to start up various installations on the centre plate. The primary 8 for example. This then doubles in power as the second halo is now generating power and distributing it across the grid. Now she comes to life, and with all the larger halos operating within the golden ratio of their cube spheres, we are harvesting huge amounts of energy and transferring it around the grid. The spiders doing the same processes of distributing power where it is needed. The red and blue areas highlight the compression and expansion zones, and the Walter Russell overlay shows how the division and multiplication works on the realm scale model. We fade in and out our various overlays to see and connect these processes and introduce the gates in the north, south, east and west. Isn't that amazing, people? What a sight to behold. The overlays, the spiders, the power distribution, the reactor, the anodes and cathodes. Wow, this really is the power and the glory. Okay, now we come down to look north towards Polaris and the north gates, and we can see how the spiraling and illuminated light is what is creating our star trails. Stars are accelerated light from various parts of the visible spectrum, and their focus is Polaris, which is obviously feeding the energy back into the grid. We are basically in the eye of a storm, the inside of the spiraling vortexes that are compressing east to west and expanding north to south. This is how the APM model currently works from our understandings and decodings of everything that we have researched. This is a work in progress.
So let's talk about crystals and grasp an understanding of how much crystals play a part in our world and our luminary workings. A crystal or crystalline solid is a solid material whose atoms, molecules, or ions are arranged in a highly ordered microscopic structure, forming a lattice that extends in all directions. We can reference Enoch chapter 14, verses 10 through 16 for a fantastic description of this. They elevated me aloft to heaven. I proceeded until I arrived at a wall built with stones of crystal. A vibrating flame surrounded it, which began to strike me with terror. Into this vibrating flame I entered, and drew nigh to a spacious habitation built also with stones of crystal. Its walls too, as well as the pavement, were formed with stones of crystal, and crystal likewise was the ground. Its roof had the appearance of agitated stars and flashes of lightning, and among them were cherubim of fire in a stormy sky. A flame burned around its walls, and its portal blazed with fire. When I entered into this dwelling, it was hot as fire and cold as ice. No trace of delight or life was there. Terror overwhelmed me, and a fearful shaking seized me. Violently agitated and trembling, I fell upon my face. In the vision I looked, and behold, there was another habitation more spacious than the former, every entrance to which was open before me, erected in the midst of a vibrating flame. And so greatly did it excel in all points, in glory, in magnificence, and in magnitude, that it is impossible to describe to you either the splendor or the extent of it. Its floor was on fire, above were lightnings and agitated stars, while its roof exhibited a blazing fire. Macroscopic single crystals are usually identifiable by their geometric shape. Some examples of large crystals include snowflakes, diamonds, and table salt. A little fact is, if the world oceans were to evaporate, we would be left with 4.5 million cubic miles of salt. This would be a cube measuring 165 miles on each side. Salt in water carries an electrical charge. Also, water-based ice in the form of snow, sea ice, and glaciers is a very common form of crystals and polycrystals. Let's look at some verses that may relate to this. Revelations 22:1, and he shewed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of God and of the Lamb. Revelations 4:6, and before the throne there was a sea of glass like unto crystal, and in the midst of the throne and round about the throne were 4 beasts full of eyes before and behind. Most inorganic solids are not crystals, but they are polycrystals. Some examples of these metals are rocks, ceramics, and ice. By volume and weight, we find the largest concentration of crystals in the Earth's bedrock. Rock, such as granite, have cooled very slowly and under great pressures have completely crystallized, but with many kinds of lava were poured out onto our surface and cooled rapidly. And in this group we find amorphous crystals or glassy matter. In these, the atoms have no periodic structure whatsoever. Examples of amorphous solids include glass, wax, and many plastics. Other crystalline rocks. The metamorphic rocks such as marbles, mica, and quartzites are recrystallized. This means that they were first at fragmental rock like limestone, shale, and sandstone, and have never been in a molten condition. Instead, high temps and pressure of metamorphism have acted on them by erasing them to their original structures and have induced recrystallization in the solid state. Now that we have an idea of what all is crystalline, let's shift to how crystals relate to electrical currents. This is due to the motion of ions and light particles. Ions move by hopping from site to site through the lattice. All solids can conduct electricity this way in crystals. The ion hops are induced by thermal fluctuations. As I said, they move within the lattice, vibrating around these points. Temperature is defined as the average energy of this vibrational motion. The more the ion move, the higher the temperature. Research shows that the higher the temperature, the more frequent are these thermal fluctuations. Ions therefore hop more often at higher temperatures. Ions are created in nature by sunlight. As the sun hits the compression point, it heats up greatly, so this switching and hopping occurs regularly during this time. As the sun hits the expansion point, the heat decreases and the ion's vibratory rate is decreasing. The light and heat begin to decrease for our sunsets. The same occurs at sunrise. Crystals such as quartz can be tapped for electricity using the piezoelectric method. By securing the crystal and subjecting it to a direct force with a permanent magnet, a detectable amount of electricity is released. We see this technology in cigarette lighters and gas grill ignition buttons. Continuously rapping on the crystal will produce usable electrical current. Although artificial, pyroelectric materials have been engineered. The effect was first discovered in minerals, such as tourmaline. The pyroelectric effect is also present in bone and tendon. Pyroelectricity is a property of certain crystals in which there is a natural polarization and as a result contain large electric fields. Pyroelectricity can be described as the ability of certain materials to generate a temporary voltage when they are heated or cooled. The change in temperature modifies the position of the atoms slightly within the crystal structure, such that the polarization of the material changes. This polarization change gives rise to a voltage across the crystal. A pyroelectric can be repeatedly heated and cooled to generate usable electrical power. This is the switching from positive to negative and expansion and compression points we see in our sun luminary. Now, if the temperature stays constant at its new value, the pyroelectric voltage gradually disappears due to the leakage current. The leakage can be due to the light particles moving through the crystal or ions moving through the air. Another example is gallium nitride, which is a semiconductor. The large electric fields in this material are detrimental in light-emitting diodes, but useful for the production of power transistors. Now let's look at crystals and light. So most people would say the fastest thing known is the speed of light, and it can't be stopped or trapped, right? Well, to stop or trap light is a technique called electromagnetically induced transparency. Researchers have done experiments. They start with a cryogenically cooled opaque crystal of yttrium silicate, which is an optical crystal material used as a host for various rare earth dopants. Doped with praseodymium, which is a soft silvery, malleable and ductile metal, valued for its magnetic, electrical, chemical, and optical properties. It is too reactive to be found in native form, and pure praseodymium metal slowly develops a green oxide coating when exposed to air. A control laser is fired at the crystal, triggering a complex quantum level reaction that turns it transparent. A second light source, the data image source, is then beamed into the now transparent crystal. The control laser is then turned off, turning the crystal opaque. Not only does this leave the light trapped inside, but the opacity means the light inside can no longer bounce around. With nowhere to go, the energy from the photon is picked up by atoms within the crystal, and the data carried by the photon is converted into an atomic spin. To get the light back out of the crystal, the control laser is turned back on, and the spin excitations are emitted at photons. These atomic spins can maintain coherence for around a minute, after which the light pulse image fizzles. In essence, this entire setup allows for the storage and retrieval of data from light memory. It should be possible to store data for longer periods too, using other crystals, such as europium doped yttrium silicate, and by using specially tailored magnetic fields. Now we will look at one last bit and then explain why we are speaking about all this information. How can light be solid? Let's see how Ezekiel describes this. Ezekiel 1:6. The appearance of the wheels and their workmanship was like sparkling beryl, and all four of them had the same form, their appearance and workmanship being as if one wheel was within another wheel. Ezekiel 10:9. Then I looked, and behold, 4 wheels beside the cherubim, 1 wheel beside each cherubim, and the appearance of the wheel was like the gleam of a tarnished stone. Locking individual photons together so they become like a solid object. Researchers constructed what they call an artificial atom, made of 100 billion atoms engineered to act like a single unit. They then brought this closer to the superconducting wire carrying photons. In one of the almost incomprehensible behaviors unique to the quantum world, the atom and photons became entangled so that their properties passed between the atom and the photons in the wire. The photons started to behave like atoms correlating with each other to produce one single oscillating system. Now, what I'm going to suggest that this is the process probably how the luminaries below occur. As it happens below, we see the lights above in our heavens. Electricity being moved along our lattice grid and being stopped and trapped inside crystals to show us our luminaries. This is science reverse engineering to recreate our sun. This is what the ancients showed us. And this is what is in our faces with the royals and popes, etc., carrying their scepters with precious crystalline stones and gems. This is depicted all over for us in ancient glyphs and texts. Just take a moment with APM eyes and imagine what is in the layers below. Magnificent perfection of massive magnetic lines carrying electricity leading to crystals as described by Ezekiel in chapter 1, verse 22. And the likeness of the firmament upon the heads of the living creatures was as the color of terrible crystal, stretched forth over their heads above. So let's define living creatures, full of vigor in active operation, or use in its natural state or place, having natural force and motion. It's easy to see how we are deceived about the living creatures and how the language has been messed with, and we believe the words to have meaning relating only to humans. However, if we know the language of the angels and understand it, we can see this is how our luminaries are working. What is that language? It's the language of frequency, magnetics, and light. To understand the original language, we need to look into etymology and understand what the words actually means. We covered a lot of this in our sigil series on how to understand the language of the angels. So let's look at what Walter Russell has to say about crystals. The science of crystallography is today without the basic foundation of a fundamental law. It is today but an organized collation of known facts of unknown causes. It is today beyond the power of man to determine in advance the exact crystallization of any element, compound, mixture, or alloy. Nor can cleavage, twining, or other effects of crystallization be determined in advance of experiment or observation. The base principle, it will be no longer necessary for the chemist or metallurgist to waste precious effort in experimentation. The application of these simple laws, all effects can be worked out on paper, even to those amorphous effects which cannot be determined by experimentation. An application of his series of drawings to the following series, which ties crystallography to chemistry and electricity as a higher chemistry or electrochemistry, will be greatly simplified in the labors of the research chemists.
This is the current model I have been recreating of our Sun's halo system. Its technological configuration, which we have been privileged to see being revealed in the heavens. Remember, revelations simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times, the end of a cycle we have covered in our End Times Decoded videos. What we are seeing are various parts of the Sun's actual projector system being highlighted. Many parts of the solar boat's technological workings being projected, as well as the Sun's image. The Sun is attached to, or is a part of, the large horizontal halo. It is this that epicycles across our sky. Of course, its physical model is doing the same movements below. The scarab beetle represents this vehicle below, which is why the scarab beetle was considered sacred. It has very special meaning, and we can see why now. The scarab beetle decoded. It represents the solar boat, the Sun's vehicle that is projecting our Sun's halo system and image. Although I use the word projection, it is more than that. It can physically interact with the environment around it, converting elements to matter as it goes. They all operate on this same principle. The Moon also has this same halo configuration, but appears to be doing a reverse role. Watch them in the sky, people. You will see and capture these very special reveals sooner or later. This is what they are trying to hide, the true nature of our realm and how it really works. So we have a large horizontal halo which contains 8 nodal points, which we have previously referenced in many decodings, of which are doing different functions. We have a smaller horizontal halo at node 1, which is where the Sun's image seems to be originating from. At the front is a vertical halo, which is obviously involved in producing a vortex which is used to start the Sun generating its solar image. This one connects to the large horizontal halo at nodes 2 and 8. The two nodes we usually see either side of the Sun, and is working in conjunction with the larger vertical halo we see at nodes 3 and 7. This larger vertical halo is usually noticed by its show of colours produced in the visible spectrum, which reveals its electromagnetic nature. You can view various captures of the Sun's halos on our Sun Halo Focus videos here on my channel. A big thank you go out to all those people who have sent in their very special captures of this amazing revelation. There is much more to see yet. Eyes to the skies, people. Okay, now we are going to decode the sacred geometry of the Rome Colosseum. We are told it was filled with water so they could practice navy games. Oh, really? You want to see what I see? Of course you do. Buckle up, we're going in. I hope you all enjoyed that little tour of this 3D model of the Colosseum. Now let's take a look at this configuration. Let's remove the platform on the right so we can see and complete this circuit. Next we will add in our poles, the equatorial poles of course taking care of the compression cycle, and the north and south poles taking care of the expansion cycle, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. All of which are operating well within the golden ratio of their cube spheres. Pretty cool, huh? Also take note of the pyramidal patterns of the cubes, or as Santos Bonacci would call it, the pyramid, the fire in the center. This is the heart of the machine. You can see now how the symmetry is important in the construction and what it truly means. So, the Rome Colosseum, ladies and gentlemen, is a very large power generation station. Consider Walter Russell's 6-foot in scale footprint model that could run a 52-room university, to what something the scale of this Colosseum could run. This could run an entire city with ease. Simply add hot water. So, we can now consider the Rome Colosseum decoded. I hope you enjoyed this presentation and that you can see how easy this really is. So what you have seen is how we have decoded Santos Bonacci's work into the APM model and how it explains the toroidal field and effects, which is what generates electricity. You have seen how we decode Walter Russell's work into the APM model and cross-reference it easily to the grid, worldly workings, the design and production of power generation, including a demonstration of how the realm is producing its own power and where these principles originate from. You have seen how the magnetic data provided by series confirms the anode-cathode array setup either side of the reactor at the center of the grid, how it distributes the energy, and how stars are created and are in a constant vortex spiraling north and south, the ones in the east and west being drawn in and made visible as they cross our skies. One Conscience has more than adequately given you the science hiding behind this technology and explained how it affects and interacts with our world around us. You have seen how the geometry of the Rome Colosseum was decoded easily using these principles. I have also decoded pyramids and ancient temples the same way. These will be out in our next video. From the macro to the micro, these laws apply. Power generation is simply compression and expansion, harnessing from the Higgs boson region of the equipment in use. The left and right hand rules being applied to water pressure and narrowings in the pipework to accelerate water and thus create the toroidal effect at the narrowings and widenings, as this would be the harnessing points. The toroidal pressure wave causing the circumstances needed to generate and harness electricity. The short circuit in the colour spectrum Walter Russell explained in his diagrams. All of mankind's works is designed and derived from and around this construct's workings. All the laws that Walter Russell states apply. There are a few things I disagree with from Walter Russell's work, and one is the fact that this is a technological construct which now reveals a very intelligent creator, of unknown size, as the magnitude of this construct is vast, hence the ancients finding it hard to explain and express. Also take into account etymology. Much has changed in the way words are now perceived. There have been lots of language changes and the flipping of words to hide their true meanings. The constant changes in languages may also relate to the pole shift event that we have covered in the End Times Decoded videos. There is a chance this polarity flip may cause issues with memory. As I have mentioned previously, the data does state by 2050 68% of the world's population will have dementia. Why is no one even talking about this? This may of course be compounded by the chemtrails they use to try and hide the sun's halo system when it shows, which you can see in the sun halo focus videos. Again, a big thank you to those observant people sharing their very special captures. This is the true nature of our realm, a technological construct of unknown scale. We basically work with a strip of data we call a map, of which Ceres' magnetic data has shown is a much larger realm than mainstream's maps portray. But we can easily decode and explain the effects of the realm we have encountered for years now. This of course reveals and proves the creator. Their glory is a technological glory. They were teaching science and knowledge, not worship and religions. When you decode the realm with the understanding that the scriptural angels, Anunnaki, cherubim, seraphim, etc. are just different names for the same technologies by different cultures, you realize they are all referencing the exact same thing. Their explanations for the technologies that create and move luminaries and are responsible for pretty much most of nature's processes. The seal of the 144,000 decodes easily as 144,000 sealed rooms below. Remember, scripture tells us the underworld is their prison. These are the personified characters you have all seen in geo, petro and hieroglyphs from every culture's history. This would be the reason that we can see that they would lie about the shape of the world, because when you arrive at flat Earth you are left with two very important questions. What is creating and moving the luminaries, and who created the mechanisms that are doing it? You are here. We are here, right now. Welcome to the angelic particle matrix. Let there be light.
Solomon's Key Decoded. I made this to help you understand how this really works. So a big thank you go to the creator, Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci. This decodes sacred geometry in all its forms and is the path to 0-point energy. It is based on the same principles as our realm uses. Oh, before we go, this should help you remember. The Ang, the cross plate represents the east to west compression zones and the north and south the expansion zones, the loop at the top representing the torus field. The Celtic cross, east to west compression zones and north to south expansion zones, the circle representing the cubing of the sphere around the reactor. A beautiful Native American one, the eagle's wings represent the east to west compression zones. Note the lovely use of red and blue shift colours. Right hand rule in, left hand rule out. The north and south representing the expansion zones. The halo is the cube sphere. A lovely Japanese example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Note the use of a deity representing the reactor, and the halo with directional flow arrows. Another fine example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Excellent use of the red and blue parts of the spectrum and a very ornate piece. A lovely gold example, notice the spirals indicating the flow, east to west compression, north to south expansion. The reactor represented by the dot in the centre. A Maltese cross type example, east to west compression, north to south expansion. Lovely use of a ruby for the reactor at the centre, and the gates in the north, south, east and west represented by the circles. The common theme here is that everyone knew what it all represented, and now so do you. We knew this, you will remember.
Hello. Welcome to APM Research, Heaven and Hell. Today, we would like to take you on an exciting journey up to the heavens and straight down to hell. This should give you a better understanding of the connection these two are playing in our material world. Are you ready? Good. Fasten your seatbelts and let's go. What we have here are two constellation maps. One is with an incorrect Mercator map projection, which is here. This layout would be just like viewing a map, but with this one, the images are all chopped up to portray going around the globe, with the idea that Alaska and Russia are right next to each other. As it has been pointed out in the past, this is not what our world is, and we at APM have proven this through flight routes, as well as ship cruises. The international dateline is the area they have cut off to hide the gates and what is beyond. The international dateline is faked to support the globe model, the ring of fire projection, and the misinterpreted aurora borealis projection. A big thanks to FPV for cutting and correcting the sky projection map of the constellations, as well as these others from the past. So as a little bonus, let's look at some of the previous corrections that we have made. The Ring of Fire, the Aurora Borealis, and the CIA map of safe zones. Now, here's the corrected version of the constellations that we see in the heavens. Notice how all the constellations are intact as one character instead of chopped in half. Also, how the land masses align correctly in the north and the south. Also, looking at the two sine waves, notice how they flip completely opposite to one another, yet they still work to create the sine wave. Now, we are going to travel to the heavens and show how all this works. Aquarius is a constellation of the zodiac. Its name is Latin for water carrier or cup carrier. Aquarius is one of the oldest of the recognized constellations along the zodiac, which is the sun's path. It is found in a region often called the sea due to its profusion of constellations with watery associations. There you will find Cetus the well, Eridanus the river. Aquarius is identified as the Great One in Babylonian star catalogs and represents the god Ah himself, who is commonly depicted holding an overflowing vase. The Babylonian star figure appears with entitlement stones and cylinder seals from the second millennium. It contained the winter solstice in the early Bronze Age. In Old Babylonian astronomy, Ah was the ruler of the southernmost quarter of the sun's path, the way of Ah, corresponding to the period of 45 days on either side of the winter solstice. Aquarius was also associated with the destructive floods that the Babylonians regularly experienced. In Greek mythology, Aquarius is sometimes associated with Deus Leon, the son of Prometheus, who built a ship with his wife Pyrrha to survive an imminent flood. They sailed for 9 days before washing ashore on Mount Parnassus. Aquarius is also sometimes identified with the beautiful Ganymede, a youth in Greek mythology and the son of the Trojan king Tros, who was taken to Mount Olympus by Zeus to act as a cup carrier to the gods. Yet another figure associated with the water bearer is Cecropes, a king of Athens who sacrificed water instead of wine to the gods. There are 3 major meteor showers with radiance that come from Aquarius. The Eta Aquarids, which is between April 21st and May 12th. This one is seen coming from the water jug. The Delta Aquarids, which peak once on July 29th and again on August 6th. And the Iota Aquarids, which also peaks on August 6th. Capricornus. Its name is Latin for the horn goat, or the goat horn, or having horns like a goat, and it is commonly represented in the form of a sea goat. This is a mythical creature that is half goat, half fish. This constellation is also located in the area of the sky called the Sea. It is the smallest constellation in the zodiac. The constellation was first attested in depictions on a cylinder seal from around the 21st century BCE. It was explicitly recorded in the Babylonian star catalogs before 1000 BCE. In the early Bronze Age, the winter solstice occurred in the constellation. But due to the precession of the equinoxes, the December solstice now takes place in the constellation Sagittarius. The Sun is now in the constellation Capricorn from late January through mid-February. Although the solstice during the Northern Hemisphere's winter no longer takes place while the Sun is in the constellation Capricornus, as it did until 130 BCE, the astrological sign called Capricorn is still used to denote the position of the solstice, and the latitude of the Sun's most southerly position continues to be called the Tropic of Capricorn, a term which also applies to the line on the Earth at which the Sun is directly overhead at local noon on the day of the December solstice. Despite its faintness, the constellation Capricornus has one of the oldest mythological associations, having been consistently represented as a hybrid of a goat and a fish since the Middle Bronze Age, when the Babylonians used Mulsuhermas, the goatfish, as a symbol of their god Ah. In Greek mythology, the constellation is sometimes identified as Amathea, the goat that suckled the infant Zeus after his mother Rhea saved him from being devoured by his father Kronos. Sagittarius. Its name is Latin for the archer and is commonly represented as a centaur pulling back a bow. The Babylonians identified Sagittarius as the god Nergal, a strange centaur-like creature firing an arrow from a bow. In Greek mythology, Sagittarius is usually identified as a centaur, half human, half horse. However, perhaps due to the Greeks' adoption of the Sumerian constellation, some confusion surrounds the identity of the archer. Some identify Sagittarius as the centaur Chiron, the son of Philyra and Kronos, who is said to have changed himself into a horse to escape his jealous wife Rhea, and tutor to Jason. As there are two centaurs in the sky, some identify Chiron with the other constellation known as Centaurus. Or, as an alternative tradition holds, that Chiron devised the constellations Sagittarius and Centaurus to help guide the Argonauts in their quest for the Golden Fleece. A competing mythological tradition, as espoused by Eratosthenes, identified the archer not as a centaur, but as the satyr Crotus, son of Pan, who Greeks credited with the invention of archery. According to myth, Crotus often went hunting on horseback and lived among the Muses, who requested that Zeus place him in the sky, where he is seen demonstrating archery. The arrow of the constellation points towards the star Antares, the heart of the scorpion, and Sagittarius stands poised to attack should Scorpius ever attack the nearby Hercules, or to avenge Scorpius's slaying of Orion. Scorpius. Its name is Latin for scorpion. It is a large constellation located in the southern hemisphere near the center of the Milky Way. It is written that Orion boasted to goddess Artemis and her mother Leto that he would kill every animal on earth. Although Artemis was known to be a hunter herself, she offered protection to all the creatures. Artemis and her mother Leto sent a scorpion to deal with Orion. The pair battled, and the scorpion killed Orion. However, the contest was apparently a lively one that caught the attention of the king of the gods, Zeus, who later raised the scorpion to heaven at the request of Artemis. So every winter, Orion hunts in the sky, but every summer he flees as the constellation of Scorpion comes. In another Greek story involving Scorpio without Orion, Phaeton, whom is the mortal male offspring of Helios, went to his father, who had earlier sworn by the river Styx to give Phaeton anything he should ask for. Phaeton wanted to drive his father's sun chariot for a day. Although Helios tried to dissuade his son, Phaeton was adamant. However, when the day arrived, Phaeton panicked and lost control of the white horses that drew the chariot. First, the earth grew chill as Phaeton flew too high and encountered the celestial scorpion. Its deadly sting raised a strike. Alarmed, he dipped the chariot too close, causing all the vegetation to burn. By accident, Phaeton turned most of Africa into a desert and darkened the skin of the Ethiopian nation. Eventually, Zeus was forced to intervene by striking the runaway chariot and Phaeton with a lightning bolt to put an end to its rampage, and Phaeton plunged into the river Eridanos. The Babylonians called this constellation Mul-Ghurtab, the scorpion. The signs can literally read as the creature with a burning sting. In some old descriptions, the constellation Libra was treated as the scorpion's claws. Libra was known as the claws of Scorpion in the Babylonian times. The Western astrological sign Scorpio differs from the astronomical constellation. Astronomically, the Sun is in Scorpius for only 6 days, from November 23rd to November 28th. Scorpius corresponds to the Hindu nakshatras Anuradha, Yeshtha, and Mula. Libra. Its name is Latin for weighing scales. Libra was known in Babylonian astronomy as Mul Zibanu, the scales or balance, as alternatively as the claws of Scorpion. The scales were held sacred to the sun god Shamash, who was also the patron of truth and justice. It was also seen as the scorpion's claws in ancient Greece. In Arabic, Zubana means scorpion's claws, and likely, similarly in other Semitic languages, This resemblance of words may be why the scorpion's claws became the scales. It has also been suggested that the scales are an allusion to the fact that when the sun entered this part of the ecliptic at the autumnal equinox, the days and nights are equal. Libra's status as the location of the equinox earned the equinox the name first point of Libra, though this location ceased to coincide with the constellation in 730 AD because of the precession of the equinoxes. In ancient Egypt, the three brightest stars of Libra formed a constellation that they viewed as a boat. Virgo. Its name is Latin for virgin. Virgo is prominent in the spring sky in the northern hemisphere, visible all night in March and April. As the largest zodiac constellation, the sun takes 44 days to pass through it, longer than any other. During the Middle Ages, Virgo sometimes was associated with the Blessed Virgin Mary. Early Greek astronomy associated the Babylonian constellation with their goddess Demeter. The Romans associated it with their goddess Ceres. Alternatively, the constellation was sometimes identified as the virgin goddess Iastita or Astrea, holding the scales of justice in her hand. That has now been separated as the constellation Libra. Classical Times identifies Virgo as Arigon, the daughter of Icarius of Athens. Icarius, who had been favored by Dionysus, was killed by his shepherds while they were intoxicated, after which Arigon hanged herself in grief. Another figure who is associated with the constellation Virgo was the spring goddess Persephone, the daughter of Zeus and Demeter, who had married Hades and resides in the underworld during the summer. Leo. Its name is Latin for lion. Leo was one of the earliest recognized constellations, with archaeological evidence that the Mesopotamians had a similar constellation as early as 4000 BCE. The Persians called Leo Sur or Shur. The Turks referred to it as Artan. For the Syrians, it was Aryo. For the Jews, it was Eri. The Indians called him Simha. All of these mean lion. Some mythologists believe that in Samaria, Leo represented the monster Humbaba, who was killed by Gilgamesh. In Babylonian astronomy, the constellation was called Argula, the Great Lion. The bright star Regulus was known as the star that stands at the lion's breast. Regulus also had distinctly regal associations, as it was known as the King Star. In Greek mythology, Leo was identified as the Nemean lion, which was killed by Hercules during the first of his 12 labors. The Nemean lion would take women as hostages to its lair in the cave, luring warriors from nearby towns to save the damsel in distress. To their misfortune, the lion was impervious to any weaponry. Thus, the warriors' clubs, swords, and spears were rendered useless against it. Realizing that he must defeat the lion with his bare hands, Hercules slipped into the lion's cave and engaged it at close quarters. When the lion pounced, Hercules caught it in mid-air, one hand grasping the lion's forelegs and the other his hind legs, and bent it backwards, breaking its back and freeing the trapped maidens. Zeus commemorated this labor by placing the lion in the sky. As of 2002, the sun appears in the constellation Leo from August 10th to September 10th, and the meteor shower, the Leonids, occur in November, peaking on November 14th and 15th. It causes a significant outburst every 35 years. Cancer. Its name is Latin for crab. It is best visible at 9 p.m. during the month of March. Under city skies, Cancer is invisible to the naked eye. Cancer is said to have been the place for the Akkadian sun of the south, perhaps from its position at the summer solstice in very remote antiquity. But afterwards it was associated with the fourth month, Duzu, that's June through July in the modern Western calendar, and was known for the northern gate of the sun. Showing but few stars, Cancer was often considered the dark sign, quaintly described as black and without eyes. Dante, alluding to this faintness and position in the heavens, wrote in Paradiso, "Then a light among them brightened, so that if Cancer one such crystal had, winter would have a month of one sole day." Cancer was the location of the sun's most northerly position in the sky, the summer solstice, in ancient times, though this position now occurs in Taurus due to the precession of the equinoxes around June 21st. This is the time the sun is directly overhead at 23.5 degrees north, a parallel now known as the Tropic of Cancer. In Coptic Egypt, it identified with Anubis, one of the Egyptian divinities commonly associated with Sirius. Gemini. Its name is Latin for twins. In classical antiquity, Cancer and not Gemini was the location of the sun on the first day of summer. In 1990, the location of the sun on the first day of summer moved from Gemini to Taurus. The sun will move through Gemini from June 21st through July 20th, all the way through the year 2062. Gemini is prominent in the winter skies of the northern hemisphere and is visible the entire night in December and January. In Babylonian astronomy, the stars Castor and Pollux were known as the Great Twins. The twins were regarded as minor gods and were called Meshlemteia and Lugalira, meaning respectively the one who has risen from the underworld and the mighty king. Both names can be understood as titles of Nergal, the major Babylonian god of plague and pestilence, who is the king of the underworld. The Geminids are a bright meteor shower that peak on December 13th and 14th. The Epsilon geminids peak between October 18th and October 29th and have only been recently confirmed. They overlap with Orionids, which makes the Epsilon geminids difficult to detect visually. Taurus. The name is Latin for the bull. Taurus is a large and prominent constellation in the northern hemisphere's winter sky. It is one of the oldest constellations, dating back to at least the early Bronze Age, when it marked the location of the sun during the spring equinox. Its importance to the agricultural calendar influenced various bull figures in mythology of ancient Sumer. Also Akkad, Assyria, Babylon, Egypt, Greece, and Rome. The identification of the constellation of Taurus with a bull is very old, certainly dating back to the Chalcolithic and perhaps even the Upper Paleolithic. Taurus is represented in a cave painting at the Hall of Bulls in the caves at Lascaux. It is accompanied by a depiction of the Pleiades. Taurus marked the point of the vernal spring equinox from about 4000 BC to 1700 BC, after which it moved to the neighboring constellation Aries. The Pleiades were closest to the Sun at the vernal equinox around the 23rd century BC. In Babylonian astronomy, the constellation was listed in the Mola Pen as Gua'ana, the bull of heaven. It has been claimed that when the Babylonians first set up their zodiac, the vernal equinox laid in Taurus. The old Babylonian epic of Gilgamesh, the goddess Ishtar sends Taurus, the bull of heaven, to kill Gilgamesh for spurning her advances. Enkidu tears off the bull's hind part and hurls the quarters into the sky, where they become the stars we now know as Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. Some locate Gilgamesh as the neighboring constellation of Orion, facing Taurus as if in combat, while others identify him with the sun, whose rising on the equinox vanquishes the constellation. In early Mesopotamian art, the bull of heaven was closely associated with Inanna. In Greek mythology, Taurus was identified with Zeus, who assumed the form of a magnificent white bull to abduct Europa, a legendary Phoenician princess. In illustrations of Greek mythology, only the front portion of this constellation is depicted. This was sometimes explained as Taurus being partially submerged as he carried Europa out of the sea. A second Greek myth portrays Taurus as Io, a mistress of Zeus. To hide his lover from his wife, Hera, Zeus changed Io into the form of a heifer. Greek mythographer Acuslias marks the bull Taurus as the same that formed the myth of the Cretan bull, which was one of the 12 labors of Hercules. As of 2008, the sun appears in the constellation Taurus from May 13th to June 21st. Aries. The name is Latin for the ram. Aries came to represent specifically the ram whose fleece became the golden fleece of ancient Greek mythology. It has represented a ram since the late Babylonian times. Aries is recognized as an official specific region of the sky. In the description of the Babylonian zodiac given in the clay tablets, the constellation, now known as Aries, was the final station along the ecliptic. The earliest identifiable reference to Aries as a distinct constellation comes from the boundary stones that date from 1350 to 1000 BC. In ancient Egyptian astronomy, Aries was associated with the god Amun-Ra. It was called the indicator of the reborn sun. During the times of the year when Aries was prominent, priests would process statues of Amun-Ra to temples. Aries acquired the title Lord of the Head in Egypt, referring to its symbolic and mythological importance. The first point of Aries, the location of the vernal equinox, is named for the constellation. This is because the sun crossed the celestial equator from south to north in Aries more than 2 millennia ago. Hipparchus identified it in 130 BC as the point south of Gamma Erectus. Because of the process of the equinoxes, the first point of Aries has since moved into Pisces and will move into Aquarius around 2600 AD. The sun now appears in Aries from late April through mid-May, though the constellation is still associated with the beginning of spring. In a similar system to the Chinese, the first lunar mansion in Hindu astronomy was called Aswini, after the traditional name for the Beta and Gamma Erectus, the Aswins. Because the Hindu New Year begins with the vernal equinox, Aries itself is known as Ajah and Misha. In Hebrew astronomy, Aries was named Tele. It signified either Simeon or God, and generally symbolizes the Lamb of the world. Aries is home to several meteor showers. Most of the daytime Aretids are not visible to the naked eye. They are observed in a radio spectrum. This is possible because of the ionized gas they leave in their wake. Other meteor showers radiate from Aries during the day. This includes the daytime Epsilon Arids, and they appear from October 12th to October 23rd. Also, the northern and southern daytime May Aretids and the Delta Aretids are another meteor shower radiating from Aries. The shower lasts from December 8th to January 14th. We also have the autumn Aretids, which also radiate from Aries, and this lasts from September 7th to October 27th. Pisces. Pisces originates from some composition of the Great Swallow. In current Western Pisces and Anuntium, the Lady of Heaven, at the place of the northern fish. In the first millennium BC, text known as the Astronomical Diaries, part of the constellation, was also called Dununu, the fish cord or the ribbon. In the Greek version, according to Hyginus, Aphrodite and Eros, while visiting Syria, fled from the monster Typhon by leaping into the Euphrates River and transforming into fish. The Roman variant of the story has Venus and Cupid being carried away from this danger on the back of two fishes. There is also a somewhat different origin tale that hygienists preserved in another work. According to this, an egg rolled into the Euphrates, and some fishes nudged this to shore, after which the doves sat on the egg until Aphrodite hatched out of it. The fishes were then rewarded by being placed in the sky as a constellation. This story is also recorded by the Third Vatican mythographer, Pegasus, a constellation in the northern sky, named after the winged horse Pegasus in Greek mythology. Pegasus in Greek mythology was a winged horse with magical powers. One myth regarding his powers says that his hooves dug out a spring. Pegasus was the one who delivered Medusa's head, after which he traveled to Mount Olympus in order to be the bearer of thunder and lightning for Zeus. Eventually, he became the horse to Bellerophon, who was asked to kill the Chimera, and succeeded with the help of Athena and Pegasus. Despite his success, after the death of his children, Bellerophon asked Pegasus to take him to Mount Olympus. Though Pegasus agreed, he plummeted back to Earth after Zeus either threw him a thunderbolt at him or made Pegasus buck him off. Pegasus was also recognized in some myths as the son of the Gorgon Medusa and the god Poseidon. In ancient Persia, Pegasus was depicted by Al-Sufi as a complete horse facing east. Unlike most other urographers, who had depicted Pegasus as half of a horse rising out of the ocean. In Hindu astronomy, the Great Square Pegasus contained the 26th and 27th lunar mansions. More specifically, it represented a bedstead that was a resting place for the moon. Aquila is a constellation on the celestial equator. Its name is Latin for eagle, and it represents the bird that carried Zeus, or Jupiter's thunderbolt in Greek Roman mythology. In Hinduism, the constellation Aquila is identified with the half-eagle, half-human deity Garuda. In Chinese astronomy, it is located within the heavenly market enclosure. The Maori people, named Altair Potu Te Rangi, which means pillar of the sky, because of its very important position in their cosmology. Scutum. This constellation lies in the southern sky. Its name means the shield in Latin. It is the fifth smallest constellation in the sky. The constellation was originally introduced by the Polish astronomer Johannes Hevelius in the 17th century. Hevelius named it Scutum Sobieskianum, the shield of Sobieski, in honor of the Polish king Jan III Sobieski, who had been victorious in the Battle of Vienna in 1683. Scutum constellation is not associated with any myths. This is also not one of Ptolemy's original 48 constellations. Lyra is a small constellation Lyra was often represented on star maps as a vulture or an eagle carrying a lyre, and hence is sometimes referred to as Vultur cadens or Aquila cadens, which means falling vulture or falling eagle. Lyra is nearly overhead in temperate northern latitudes shortly after midnight after the start of summer. From the equator to about the 40th parallel south, it is visible low in the northern sky during the same winter months. In Greek mythology, Lyra represents the lyre of Orpheus, made by Hermes from a tortoise shell, given to Apollo as a bargain. It was said to be the first lyre ever produced. Orpheus's music was said to be so great that even inanimate objects such as trees, streams, and rocks could be charmed. Joining Jason and the Argonauts, his music was able to quell the voices of the dangerous sirens who sang tempting songs to the Argonauts. At one point, Orpheus married Eurydice, a nymph. While fleeing from an attack by Aristeus, she stepped on a snake that bit her, killing her. To reclaim her, Orpheus entered the underworld, where the music from his lyre charmed Hades. Hades relented and let Orpheus bring Eurydice back on the condition that he never once looked back until outside. Unfortunately, near the very end, Orpheus faltered and looked back, causing Eurydice to be left in the underworld forever. Orpheus spent the rest of his life strumming his lyre while wandering aimlessly through the land, rejecting all marriage offers from women. Hercules is a constellation named after Hercules, the Roman hero, adapted from the Greek hero Hercules. The earliest Greek reference to the constellation do not refer to it as Hercules. Aratus describes it as follows: right there, in Draco's orbit wheel, a phantom form, like to a man that strives at a task. That sign no man knows how to read clearly, nor what the task he is bent, but men simply call him on his knees. Now that phantom that toils on his knees seems to sit on a bended knee, and from both his shoulders his hands are upraised and stretched, one this way and one that, a fathom's length. Over the middle of the head of the crooked dragon, he has the tip of his right foot. Here, too, that crown, which glorious Dionysus set to be a memorial of the dead Ariadne. Wheels beneath the back of the toil-spent phantom. To the phantom's back the crown is near, but by his head mark near at hand the head of Ophiuchus. Hermes pierced for strings and bade it be called the lyra, and he brought it into the heaven and set it in front of the unknown phantom. That croucher on his knees comes near the lyre with his left knee, but the top of the bird's head wheels on the other side, and between the bird's head and the phantom's knee is instarred the lyre. The story connecting Hercules with the constellation is recounted by Dionysius On his way back to Mycenae from Iberia, having obtained the castle of Geryon as his 10th labor, Hercules came to Liguria in northwestern Italy, where he engaged in battle with 2 giants, Albion and Bergion. The opponents were strong. Hercules was in a difficult position, so he prayed to his father Zeus for help. With the aegis of Zeus, Hercules won the battle. It was this kneeling position of Hercules, when prayed to his father Zeus, that gave him the name the Kneeler. Corona Borealis is a small constellation in the northern celestial hemisphere. Its brightest stars form a semicircle arc. Its Latin name, inspired by its shape, means northern crown. In classical mythology, Corona Borealis generally represents the crown given by the god Dionysus to the Cretan princess Erdine, and set by him in the heavens. Other cultures linked the pattern to a circle of elders, an eagle's nest, a bear's den, or even a smoke hole. Ptolemy also listed a southern counterpart, the Corona Australis, with a similar pattern. In Greek mythology, Corona Borealis was linked to the legend of Theseus and the Minotaur. It was generally considered to represent a crown given by Dionysus to Erdine, after she had been abandoned by the Athenian princess Theseus. When she wore the crown at her marriage to Dionysus, he placed it in the heavens to commemorate their wedding. In Welsh mythology, it was called Caer Arianrhod, the castle of the silver circle, and was the heavenly abode of the Lady Arianrhod. To ancient Balts, Corona Borealis was known as Darzelis, the flower garden. The Skitty people of Native America saw the stars of Corona Borealis representing a council of stars whose chief was Polaris. The Shawnee people saw the stars as the heavenly sisters who descended from the sky every night to dance on earth. Bootes is a constellation in the northern sky. The name comes from the Greek meaning herdsman or plowman. In ancient Babylon, the stars of Bootes were known as Shupa. They were apparently depicted as the god Enlil. The name Bootes was first used by Homer in his Odyssey as a celestial reference point for navigation, described as late setting or slow to set. Exactly whom Bootes is supposed to represent in Greek mythology is not clear. According to one version, he was a son of Demeter, twin brother of Plutus, a plowman who drove the oxen in the constellation Ursa Major. The Greek name for Bootes means bear watcher. The stars of Bootes were incorporated into many different Chinese constellations. Arcturus was part of the most prominent of these, variously designated as the Celestial King's Throne, or the Blue Dragon's Horn. Arcturus was given much importance in Chinese celestial mythology because of its status marking the beginning of the lunar calendar. Depictions of bouteilles have varied historically. Aratus described him circling the North Pole, herding the two bears. Later, in ancient Greek depictions described by Ptolemy, have him holding the reins of his hunting dogs in his left hand, with a spear, club, or staff in his right hand. After Hevelius introduced Mon Maenalus in 1681, bouteilles was often depicted standing on the Peloponnese mountain. Ursa Major, also known as the Great Bear, is a constellation in the northern sky, whose associated mythology likely dates back into prehistory. Its Latin name means greater or larger she-bear, referring to and contrasting it with the nearby Ursa Minor, the lesser bear. Ursa Major is primarily known from the asterism of its 7 main stars, which has been called the Big Dipper. Its 2 brightest stars can be used as navigational pointer towards the place of the current North Pole star Polaris. Ursa Major is visible throughout the year from most of the northern hemisphere and appears circumpolar above the mid-northern latitudes. From southern temperate latitudes, the main asterism is invisible. In Roman mythology, Jupiter, the king of gods, lusts after a young woman named Callisto, a nymph of Diana. Jupiter's jealous wife discovers that Callisto has a son named Arcus and believes it's by Jupiter. Juno then transforms the beautiful Callisto into a bear, so she no longer attracts Jupiter. Callisto, while in bear form, later encounters her son Arcus. Arcus almost shoots the bear, but to avert the tragedy, Jupiter turns Arcus into a bear too, and puts them both in the sky, forming Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. In ancient times, the name of the constellation was Helike, which means turning, because it turns around the pole. It is the sole constellation that never sinks below the horizon and bathes in the ocean's waves. So this is why it's used as a celestial reference point for navigation. Draco is a constellation in the far northern sky. Its name is Latin for dragon. Draco is circumpolar, never setting, and can be seen all year from the northern latitudes. Thuban, a Draconis, was the northern pole star from 3942 BC, when it moved further north than Theta Bootes until 1793 BC. The Egyptian pyramids were designed to have one side facing north, with an entrance passage geometrically aligned so that Thuban would be visible at night. Due to the effects of the precession, it will again be the pole star around the year AD 21,000. The traditional name of the Alpha Draconis, Thuban, means head of the serpent. Dragons in Greek mythology that may have inspired the constellation's name include Ledon, the dragon who guarded the golden apples of the Hesperides. Hercules killed Ledon during his 12 labors. He was tasked with stealing the golden apples. In Greco-Roman legend, Draco was a dragon killed by the goddess Minerva and tossed into the sky upon his defeat. The dragon was one of the giants who battled the Olympic gods for 10 years. As Minerva threw the dragon, it became twisted on itself and froze at the cold north celestial pole before it could right itself. Sometimes Draco is represented as the Titan son of Gaia, Typhon. Traditionally, Arabic astronomy depicts that Draco had 100 magnificent heads, guarded the golden apple tree, and was put in the sky as a constellation for protecting the apples with valor. In February, we have the Draconids, which is a meteor shower that was discovered February 4, 2011. Auriga is north of the celestial equator. Its name is Latin for the charioteer. Auriga is most prominent during winter evenings in the northern hemisphere, as are 5 other constellations that have stars in the winter hexagon asterism. Because of its northern declination, Auriga is only visible in its entirety as far as 34 degrees south. The first record of Auriga's stars was in Mesopotamia as a constellation called Gam, representing a scimitar or a crook. In Greek mythology, Auriga is often identified as the mythological Greek hero Eratosthenes of Athens, the son of Hephaestus, who was raised by the goddess Athena. His chariot was created in the image of the sun's chariot, the reason Zeus placed him in the heavens. The Athenian hero then dedicated himself to Athena, and soon after Zeus raised him into the night sky in honor of his ingenuity and his heroic deeds. Indigenous people of California and Nevada also noticed the bright patterns of Auriga's stars. To them, the constellation's bright stars formed a curve that was represented in crescent-shaped petroglyphs. The people of Marshall Island featured Auriga in the myth of Dumur, which tells the story of the creation of the sky. Antares in Scorpius represents Dumur, the oldest son of the star's mother, and the Pleiades represent her youngest son. Auriga is home to 2 meteor showers. The Aurigids, and formerly called the Alpha Aurigids, are renowned for their intermittent outbursts, such as those in 1935, 1986, 1994, and 2007. The Zeta Aurigids are a weak shower with a northern and southern branch lasting from December 11th to January 21st. Perseus is a constellation in the northern sky, being named after the Greek mythological hero Perseus. Perseus was tasked with saving Andromeda from the Kraken. Perseus hosts the radiant of the annual Perseids meteor shower, one of the most prominent meteor showers in the sky. They radiate from mid-July, peaking in activity between the 9th and 10th of August each year. They have been observed for about 2,000 years. Horologium. This constellation lies in the southern sky. Its name means the clock in Latin. It is a small, faint constellation that was created in the 18th century by the French astronomer Nicolas Louis de Lacaille. Lacaille originally named the constellation Horologium Oscillatorium, or the pendulum clock. but the name was later shortened simply to horologium, the clock. The constellation is not associated with any myths and does not have any bright stars. This is not one of Ptolemy's original 48 constellations. Crater is a small constellation in the southern celestial hemisphere. It depicts a cup that has been associated with the god Apollo and is perched on the back of Hydra, the water snake. Crater is identified with a story from Greek mythology in which a crow or raven serves Apollo and is sent to fetch water. But it delays its journey as it finds some figs and waits for them to ripen before eating them. Finally, it retrieves the water in a cup and takes back a water snake, blaming it for drinking the water. According to the myth, Apollo saw through the fraud and angrily cast the crow, cup, and snake into the sky. The three constellations were arranged in such a way that the crow was prevented from drinking from the cup. Phylarchus wrote of a different origin for Crater. He told how the city of Eleusa near Troy was beset by plague. Its ruler, Demiphon, consulted an oracle who decreed that a maiden would be sacrificed each year. Demiphon declared that he would choose a maiden by lottery, but did not include his own daughters. One noble objected, so Demiphon sacrificed his daughter. Later, Mastusius killed Demiphon's daughters and fed the ruler a mixture of their blood and wine from a cup. Upon finding out the deed, the king ordered Mastusius and the cup to be thrown into the sea. Crater signifies the cup. The craterids are a faint meteor shower that takes place between January 11th and January 22nd. Argo, a very large constellation in the southern sky that has been divided into three constellations of Carina, Puppis, and Vela. The genitive was Argus Navis. Flamsteed and other early modern astronomers called the constellation Navis the ship. It was identified in Greek mythology with Argo, the ship used by Jason and the Argonauts that sailed to Colosseums in search of the Golden Fleece. The original constellation is presently found near the southern horizon of the Mediterranean sky, becoming visible in springtime and sailed westward, skimming along the river of the Milky Way. Argo Navis was long known to Greek observers who were believed to have derived it from Egypt around 1000 BCE. For example, Plutarch identified Argo with the Egyptian constellation called the Boat of Osiris. Ptolemy described Argo as occupying the portion of the Milky Way between Canis Major and Centaurus, and identified stars comprising such detail as the little shield, the steering oar, the mast holder, the stern ornament, which continued to be reflected in cartographic representations in celestial atlases into the 19th century. Another interesting feature of the constellation is that it appeared to be moving backwards against the backdrop of the night sky. The final breakup and abolishment of Argo was proposed by Sir John Herschel in 1841 and again in 1844. As a result of this breakup, Argo is the only one of the 48 original constellations listed by Ptolemy in his Almagest that is no longer officially recognized as a single constellation. The tools. These are 3 interesting looking constellations that are shaped like a ruler, a square set, a compass, and a triangle. These are not Ptolemy's original 48 constellations. The first is Norma. It means normal in Latin, referring to a right angle, and it represents a level, a set square, a ruler, and a carpenter square. The constellation was introduced in the mid-18th century. Norma constellation is not associated with any myths. Cercinus is a constellation located in the southern sky. Its name means the compass in Latin, referring to the tool used for drawing circles. Cercinus was created and first catalogued by the French astronomer Nicolas Louis de Lacaille in the 18th century. Lacaille created the constellation to bridge the void between Triangulum Australe and the stars marking Centaurus's forefeet. Triangulum Australe is a constellation that lies in the southern sky. Its name means the southern triangle in Latin. The 3 brightest stars in the constellation form an equilateral triangle. Triangulum Australe was created by the Dutch astronomer Petrus Plancius in the late 16th century. The constellation is located too far south to be visible from Europe and most of the northern hemisphere, but it never sets below the horizon south of the equator. Now, let's take a look at some other zodiac-related data. The movements. The zodiacs have 3 different movements. They are in 3 groups of 4, each group having its own type of movement. The first is a fixed group, which the movement is like a square. This group consists of Taurus, Aquarius, Leo, and Scorpio. The second is the mutable group, which the movement is that of an infinity sign. This group consists of Virgo, Gemini, Pisces, and Sagittarius. The last group is the cardinal group, which the movement is a direct movement of either up, down, toward you, or away from you. This group consists of Capricorn, Libra, Cancer, and Aries. The next bit we can look at is the information given to us about the pre-Diluvian zodiac. Evidence of a correspondence between the pre-Diluvian patriarchs and the signs of the zodiac is found in the Jewish synagogue inscription from Engedi. The synagogue itself was destroyed around 530 AD. The zodiac signs were allocated to Adam and his descendants as follows. Abel, Aries. Aries is the sign representing the first generation, and Aries is the first sign of the zodiac in every astrological system. Aries, the lamb, represents Adam's firstborn Abel, the shepherd. Seth, Taurus. Seth was so named because his mother Eve exclaimed at his birth, "God has appointed me another seed in place of Abel, whom Cain slew." The other seed is really the same seed in another form. The exchange of Seth for Abel because of the latter's murder by Cain is exactly symbolized in the conjoined sign Taurus and Arija. The jealous bull attacks 2 children who are protected by the shepherd Arija and Capella, the latter being the children's mother, Arija, Adam, Capella, Eve. And the 2 children of Eve are Seth and Abel. The Hermetic literature states that Agathodaimon is the biblical patriarch Seth. In Egypt, Agathodaimon was equated with Osiris, and Osiris was believed to be represented in the zodiac by the sign of Taurus. Enoch, Gemini. The name Enoch means human companionship. It is represented in the zodiac by 2 equivalent males, 2 men embracing in fellowship, or a male and a female pair, the Gemini. Canaan, Cancer. Canaan means gathering together into a home, nest, or community. It is represented in the zodiac by a crab or similar creature gathering together its offspring with its pincers. The offspring being the cluster of stars known as Praesepe. Mahalalel. Leo. Mahalalel means public recognition or acclaim of the divine leader, symbolized in the zodiac by a lion, the universally recognized king of beasts. Jared. Virgo. Jared means descent or fall anciently. Jared's name was taken to signify prophetically the pre-diluvian descent of the sons of God and their indiscriminate comings with the daughters of men. This in turn was a historical development and reduplication of the fall of Eve. As Eve was seduced by the fallen angel Satan working through the serpent, so the daughters of men were seduced by the fallen sons of God. God promised, however, that a seed of the woman would come one day who would crush the serpent's head and who would be wounded in the heel himself in the process. This great Bible theme is symbolized by the sign of Virgo, which represents a sexually mature virgin holding a vine plant who is the mother of a seed, spica. The botanical imagery is clear throughout. The virgin lying on her side is actually identified with the fallen tree or felled branch, which is to bring forth the promised seed. Sometimes the branch is a palm branch, the palm being a tree which reproduces by fertilizing itself, the virgin birth. Enoch. Libra. Enoch means to begin to teach, instruct, train, tame, break in, or to initiate an animal or human, originally by control of the jaws or rubbing the palate. It is symbolized by the sign of Libra, meaning the beginning of the acquisition of judgment or discernment, and originally this sign forms the jaws of the claws of the scorpion, representing divine judgment by the word. The sign depicts the commencement of the weighing, one scale being lower than the other, specifically the beginning of judgment or discernment. Methuselah, Scorpio. Methuselah means armed man or security man, man of a sting or dart. It is symbolized by Scorpio, a creature armed with a sting, which it throws at its victim like a dart, using its bow like a tail. Lamech, Sagittarius, comes from the root LMK. The meaning is to melt, sink down, cringe, bow, be bent, vanish away, fade, or dissolve, so that the LMK is a variant of NMK, to dissolve. As elsewhere in Hebrew, L and M are interchangeable. The root NMK is cognate to the word makak, which are used to describe the melting, bending, or bowing effect. The name Lamech is a noun formed from this root and therefore means bowing or bending, being aptly symbolized by the bent bow of Sagittarius. And in some zodiacs, the asterism is represented accordingly simply by a bent bow. The loaded bow is also a symbol of male fertility, hence the equine body of Sagittarius and other zodiacs. other connotation is fading out, so that Sagittarius is specifically the shooter of meteoric arrows, which burn out in the atmosphere. From the root meaning arises the further signification, subdue level, cause the bow down, overthrown. And hence the name Lamech is interpreted to mean the strong, the mighty, the wild and invincible overthrower. This meaning, too, is aptly portrayed by the figure of a wild centaur stepping forward in combat in the act of firing a bow, leveling his enemies with a shower of meteoric arrows. Noah, Capricorn. Noah means rest or relief, literally the reclining of an animal. It is symbolized by the reclining ungulate, goat, sheep, or antelope of Capricorn, which in some zodiacs is simply a reclining ungulate, but in others it is depicted with the tail of a fish, representing the two phases of Noah's life, pre and post-flood. The flood was believed to have been foretold by a gathering of all the planets in the signs of Capricorn. Japheth and Ham. Pisces. Japheth means multiplication of progeny or numerical expansion. It is represented by crossed fishes in Pisces, the fish being symbolic of the numerical increase of progeny. There is a further reference in the sign to the flood through which Japheth passed, and to the fact that there was a conflict between Japheth's descendants and Hamites, specifically with Ham's son Canaan and his progeny, who, though bound by his family kinship to Japheth, which is the band around the sign of Pisces, yet tended in earthly and opposite directions, symbolized by the fish in Pisces swimming along the elliptic, the worldly path, contrary to the direction of other fish, which is swimming towards the zenith. And the last bit I'd like to finish with is the fact that the zodiac relates to the gates. This was presented originally with the seasons video, so let's focus on this information. Each of the 12 gates is associated directly with a particular zodiac in relation to which gate the sun is launching from during the year. They are as follows. Gate 4R is Aries. Gate 5R is Taurus. Gate 6R is Gemini. Gate 6F is Cancer. Gate 5F is Leo. Gate 4F is Virgo. Gate 3R is Libra. Gate 2R is Scorpio. Gate 1R is Sagittarius. Gate 1F is Capricorn. Gate 2F is Aquarius. And Gate 3F is Pisces. This explains our zodiac months, as well as why the sun appears to rise from a specific degree for so long. It's simply rising from the front and rear gate of this area. This also, as presented in the seasons video, gives us the analemma of the sun, the infinity symbol. So, I hope you enjoyed learning about the heavens as much as I did. Now, I'm going to hand it over so we can head down to hell.
You better buckle up for this one, people. We're on an express elevator to hell, but we will be coming back. What you are seeing is real-world magnetic data supplied by Ceres, showing a top-down view of our realm. This is a clip he made to show how we can move around the magnetic data. This particular clip is descending from an altitude of 130,000 kilometers, that's 80,778 miles, down to the center of our map. X marks the spot. Notice the coiled areas rising to amazing heights. These go deep below ground. The thin white lines you can see crossing them are this magnetic data we see here, the same data we have seen clouds take shape of. Each of these coiled areas would represent the angel technology below, the particle accelerators, the seal of the 144,000 in their sealed rooms below. Remember, Scriptures tells you the underworld is their prison. This is just some of the many that will be there. Spiral and effect from them is their signature. You can see how the one at the center is being compressed by others and its pressure wave is forced north and south. This is the compression and expansion that we covered in our Let There Be Light video, and it is amazing to see it show on this magnetic data, thus confirming the APM model more. North is the top right and south the bottom left. The equator is going bottom right to top left of your screen. And now a sneak preview of what is below. This is looking directly over the equator and reveals some very interesting formations below. We will be looking forward to more of this data from Ceres, and we can present and explain them in future videos. This is amazing work by Ceres, and I'll leave a link to his channel below. Here are a few more images from Ceres. Notice the coiled areas of magnetic data captured brilliantly. You can also see their pressure waves quite clearly in this. This is fantastic work and I can't wait to see more. To demonstrate how they work, I'll use this clip made by Sandra's hubby. I'm sure most will remember the torus field people such as Santos Bonacci show. It is actually many torus fields, as each have their own unique torus field. These three, however, are working together. The one in the east is following a left-hand rule, and the one in the west a right-hand rule. The effects from these two spiraling movements are what causes the centre one to compress and expand north and south. These two locations are very well known for their large deep quakes. You should recognise these shapes from Walter Russell's work, where he demonstrates how the vortexes work. Nikola Tesla also worked with counter-rotating coils. This is also what creates the hourglass shape as a reference by Santos Bonacci. This technology emits a spiraling pressure wave as the flow around the halo causes the reaction needed to generate harnessable electricity, as seen in Walter Russell's work. The division and multiplication of the sex pairs, the same as what was decoded in the Colosseum video, and of course how our realm truly works. The spirals and the ancient glyphs everywhere tell us the ancients all knew how this worked. These are electromagnetic projections from below. We have covered these in numerous videos. The stationary halos people record everywhere are often termed lunar waves, which is really the moon highlighting them in the foreground as it passes in the background. All luminaries can highlight them as they pass by. You can see how spiral galaxies and other galaxies, as they call them, get their shapes now. They are more than likely illuminated particles trapped in an electromagnetic field that is caused by a halo in the vicinity. They operate exactly the same as a tornado and are in fact the cause of a tornado. The twin counter-rotating coils create that Higgs boson needed to generate electricity. This is where the 1 and the 1.618 numbers Santos Bonacci speaks of comes into play. The larger coil would be the lower projected halo, and the smaller coil would be in the centre and create the narrower Higgs boson. This one would be projected the highest and is the actual cause of the sprites. The sprites appearing are in fact a reaction to this halo's sudden appearance and vortex. A smaller halo driving the electrical energy and vortex down through the centre to be harnessed below. The outside forces create a torus field which will spiral upwards and mushroom out at the top. It is the exact same process seen in Walter Russell's optical motor, where the shaft narrows and creates a pressure wave which results in free harnessable energy, the exact point where it divided and multiplied the sex pairs. We have stated before the halos are the origin of lightning. Lightning now has its cause identified in the APM model. Can we reference anything that behaves how we have just described?
Of course we do, FPV. Land-based ones will create tornadoes, high winds, storms and lightning, as seen in these video clips. So big thanks to Chris Hughes for the tornado footage, and Underwater Huntress and Kevin Johnson for sharing their amazing waterspout captures of these events, of which you can see are an effect from the Angel technologies. Ones below the oceans are what create whirlpools and waterspouts, storms and lightning. It is the same spiralling forces. It is the earth, air, fire and water events, referenced everywhere. This is what it truly relates to, part of the processes of the Angel technologies. The APM model addresses and references the causes and effects quite easily, as you can see.
I made this clip to show you what the constellations look like as they cross our map and grid. You can see the compression at the centre, and the ones in the north and south appear to be revolving around those locations. This, however, could be due to perspective and the way our eyes work. They may in fact be crossing in straight lines. This, of course, comes under the category of full exploration to reveal exactly what is taking place in the extreme north and south with our luminaries. Of course, we all know that exploration above and below certain latitudes are not exactly encouraged, in fact quite the opposite. The labels attributed to the luminaries are reversed, as this is a top-down view above them, so I could demonstrate them correctly going east to west. The alignments aren't perfect, but will serve their purpose for this demonstration. I faded the map and grid's opacity in and out so you can see the alignments as they cross the heavens. The program I'm using is called Stellaris and is a free download. The expansion and compression we demonstrated in our Let There Be Light video may also be playing a part in this, as they send a shockwave north and south. This is very evident in the magnetic data and may play a part in illuminating stars. Remember, Walter Russell states there is only light. At rest it is darkness, and when moved it becomes illuminated. It simply requires the correct circumstances to move, which you will get to see in a few moments. The fantastic constellation presentation One Conscience just presented will be continued into another video sometime. A big shout out go out here to Sandra's hubby, who has been doing some fantastic work in the graphics department and helping APM to bring this story to light. Well done that man, you know who you are. I want you to pay attention to the Milky Way in this clip. Do you see what I see? Yes, it is the sine wave. If you watch, you will see the sun always rises at the same location of the sine wave and moves with it. The sine wave is our luminary's prime driver. For example, it would push the sun, or rather in the underworld, it would push our solar boat, the scarab beetle, east to west. It would then return east following the movement of the sine wave, as we have shown to be the light they call the ISS. Do we not wonder why that light in the sky follows a sine wave path? I added the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn so you can see it is actually contained between these two locations and very much involved in driving luminaries east to west. This is where our earth chakras come into play. If you remember my first video on this research, I added a waveform across the map as I could see back then that it was related to the chakras and a waveform. That waveform is now decoded as the Milky Way, or perhaps we should call it the Milky Wave. When I showed my Nazca line work, which decoded to me as the technical blueprints to the realm, and the research and decodings one conscience and myself worked upon to Jimbo, who is a black box engineer, he instantly recognised it as a setup very similar to a sweepback transformer and flyback killer, a cathode ray tube and an oscilloscope. You can watch Jimbo's breakdown of it on my channel. He is indeed correct, as our research is proving. Jimbo joined us to help with explaining the technical side of this configuration and is always at hand in the background helping when he can. I do think there are more waveforms of various frequencies that drive various luminaries, which we will get to in a moment. You can see how the sun in this clip is being moved within that sine wave. It would arrive in the west, shut down or switch to standby mode and be pushed east again ready for the next sunrise. This would be the flyback killer, which by design moves it as quickly as possible east. The light in the sky we call the ISS, in our opinion, is this light. We decoded it as Isis, Ra's mother, or Mary, the star of the sea. Every culture has a name for this process. We just seem to have forgotten what it all is truly related to.
To break down and decode this realm, we must look at it with a technological mindset, from the workings of it to the scriptures that describe it. Mount Sinai is a good example of one we can decode to show you how it's done easily. Mount Sinai is an unidentified mountain, except for some speculation in scriptures, where Moses receives the laws. So let's give it an APM decode. First, we'll have to put etymology to play here. I like to use a good dictionary to look up the words to find the meanings. You will find that words have other meanings when speaking in terms of electrical, physics, and mathematics. Mount means to climb or ascend, or to increase in amounts. Sin is the abbreviation of the sign in trigonometry. A stands for acceleration. I stands for inertia. Using these definitions, we can see what Mount Sinai really means. To reveal light, you accelerate it from inertia. You use the sine wave to increase the frequency to go from the dark to the light. The yin-yang comes into play here. Dark is the male resting, and white is the female moving light, as referenced by Santos Bonacci. These are the laws given to Moses. The laws were related to the luminaries, such as they will not transgress their bounds, nor stray from their course, which is referenced in the book of Enoch. Once you understand the workings of the realm, it is not hard to understand Enoch and other ancient texts. Okay, here I have taken some bits from Inanna going through the gates of the underworld. This story and all moon deities are relating to the moon and moon phases. This is the shutdown of the moon piece by piece, creating the phases that we see through the month leading up to the new moon, where it is shut down for 3 days. I am Inanna, Queen of Heaven, on my way to the east. Nettie spoke. Stay here, Inanna. I will speak to my queen. I will give her your message. Nettie, the chief gatekeeper of the Kur, entered the palace of Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, and said, My queen, a maid as tall as heaven, as wide as the earth, as strong as the foundations of the city wall, waits outside the palace gates. She has gathered together the 7 me. She has taken them in her hands, with the me in her possession. She has prepared herself. When Ereshkigal heard this, she spoke. Come, Nettie, my chief gatekeeper of the Kur, heed my words. Bolt the 7 gates of the underworld. Then, one by one, open each gate a crack. Let Inanna enter. As she enters, remove her royal garments. Let the holy priestess of heaven enter bowed low. When she entered the first gate, from her head the shagura, the crown of the steep, was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the second gate, from her neck the small lapis beads were removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the third gate, from her breast the double strand of beads was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the fourth gate, from her chest the breastplate called Let Him Come, was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the fifth gate, from her wrist the gold ring was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the sixth gate, from her hand the lapis measuring rod and line was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
When she entered the seventh gate, from her body the royal robe was removed. What is this? Asked Inanna, and the gatekeeper said,
Quiet, Inanna. The ways of the underworld are perfect. They may not be questioned.
Naked and bowed low, Inanna entered the throne room. Ereshkigal rose from her throne. Inanna started towards the throne, the Anuanna. The judges of the underworld surrounded her. They passed judgment against her. Then Ereshkigal fastened on Inanna the eye of death. She spoke against her the word of wrath. She uttered against her the cry of guilt. She struck her. Inanna was turned into a corpse, a piece of rotting meat, and was hung from a hook on the wall. When after 3 days and 3 nights Inanna had not returned, Ninshubur set up a lament for her by the ruins. She beat the drum for her in the assembled places. She circled the houses of the gods. She tore at her eyes. She tore at her mouth. She tore at her thighs. She dressed herself in a single garment like a beggar. The corpse was given to them. The Kugara sprinkled the food of life on the corpse. The Galater sprinkled the water of life on the corpse. Inanna rose. And now I'll hand it over to a technical breakdown of this process from FPV. Thank you.
Okay, so following on from Inanna, who was obviously the moon, and the story was about the lunar phases. I looked into the phases as we previously mentioned and the waveform overlaps that have to be occurring. Lunar phases. This is one occlusion of a waveform on our moon that creates what we call phases. Going back to Inanna, this is the moon being occluded by this waveform until it is in full totality and becomes a new moon. Inanna's me and my 7, total 8 nodes being occluded. The moon has to be a similar halo that has 8 nodes just like our sun. It then goes through its various phases again until its next occlusion. It is the same occlusion but a top-down perspective. This waveform decodes as Rahu. Rahu is a shadow entity if you look it up, one that causes eclipses and is the king of meteors. The moon being swallowed by Rahu is in fact this waveform shadow. Lunar eclipses. We have something special to show you with the lunar eclipses. If you look carefully, you will see as an occlusion of 2 separate waveforms, one being dark, the other red. This is causing a polarization effect on our spherical ball of light we call the moon. You will notice on the time and date animation they also had to use 2 separate waveforms to achieve the same effect. Here's another top-down view of the lunar eclipse. The red wave decodes as Ketu. This is the second waveform you see going across the moon, then exiting, and then the first larger waveform exits. Ketu is regarded as a shadow planet, but like Rahu, it casts its own shadow. The lunar eclipse is 2 eclipses in one. Be sure to keep recording after the red wave Ketu has left, or you will miss the first larger waveform exiting the scene. This one still needs identified, but is clearly a larger waveform than Ketu.
Today, let's look into obelisks, temples and other structures around the world. The truth is in plain sight, and because of what we are taught, we do not understand the significance of the structures around us, or the layouts of the very areas around these in the microform of the surrounding areas all the way through the macroforms of towns and cities. The obelisk name came from ancient Greece, obeliscus, diminutive of obelos. Originally they were called tekenu by the ancient Egyptians. Tekenu means to pierce, as in to pierce the sky. Another meaning of pierce, you may not be aware, is to transfix, which means to make motionless. This to me is interpreted as the fixed stars which do not move across the ecliptic. In the same way as planets, they appear to be motionless. These are our constellations. Ancient obelisks are monolithic. They consist of a single stone. Herodotus, a Greek traveller, was the first of recorded history that is told to us to describe the objects. The earliest temple obelisk is still in its original position in Heliopolis and stands 68 feet high and weighs 120 metric ton. It symbolised the sun god Ra, and during the religious reformation of Akhenaten it was said to have been a petrified ray of the Aten, the sun disk. It was also thought that the god existed within the structure. Let's take a moment and look at some highlights of the Egyptian creation story, as this will relate to the obelisk and the obelisk site designs. In the beginning there was darkness, a watery abyss of chaos, the primordial ocean of Nun. Out of the Nun came the Benben, which is the pyramid whence the sun rose for the first time to light the world. This is also where the first god Atum stood. Atum is the source of everything in the world, thus the creator of all life. Before rising atop the Benben, Atum was floating within the Nun, holding both the male and female aspects within. Atum created life by using the female part in him to spawn the god of air and emptiness, Shu, and his sister Tefnut, the goddess of moisture and mist. Once his first two children were created, the one became three. Chaos left the world and light entered it. Shu and Tefnut mated and produced the earth god Geb and the sky goddess Nut. Geb and Nut were in such a tight embrace that they had to be separated by their father, so Geb laid down to form the earth and Nut extended over the earth and became the sky, the duality, as above so below. The Benben stone, also known as the Pyramidion, is the top stone of the Egyptian pyramid. It is also related to the obelisk. The pyramid and obelisk significance have been previously overlooked, especially the astronomical phenomena connected with sunrise and sunset, the zodiacal light and sun pillars respectively. The obelisks used to represent the living deity of the pharaoh. They were raised carefully and positioned so that the first and last light of the day would touch their peaks to honour the sun god. The sun god would then enter on the journey of navigating his barge through the underworld and avoid great destruction by the great serpent Apophis. The ancients used the obelisk to serve as sundials in the journey of Ra across the sky. Some temples were built close enough to the Nile so they became partially submerged during the river's annual flooding. These would then work as the colosseum, as was shown previously in the colosseum decode. Some temples were built with the obelisk on top of them and aligned with the sun's daily passage. The alignment was seen in the horizon following the east to west path, as well as the vertical to align as the sun took its journey up and down the gates. Since these times, many of Egypt's obelisks have been destroyed, dismantled for new religions to consume the land, stolen or given to other countries as gifts. Of the 29 original obelisks in Egypt, only 9 remain. Of the 3 obelisks that survived time from Assyria, none remain there. We can find them in the British Museum. From Ethiopia, only one remains standing and can be found at the Northern Stelae Park in Axum. When the Romans conquered Egypt, they began taking the obelisks as their own. On top of stealing, they erected 7 of their own from Egyptian style. These are found in Aries, France, Munich, Germany, and 5 in Rome. The APM perspective on obelisks are that they are location markers for the angel technologies below. They would represent the direct centre of a halo. They would be directly at the centre of lunar waves and other solitary halos observed in the heavens by many people now. Consider this when halo hunting. You can view various captures of these halos in our videos. A big shout out again to all those people sharing these very special captures.
Here is a bonus decode clip. I looked at these images and noticed the technology hiding within. We will start with Saul, our son. I fade out the parts we don't need, and lo and behold, we reveal our sun halo. I do think the sun emblem also depicts the nodes we see around our sun halo. Although we see 8 on the large horizontal halo, there may be more on other parts we have not seen as yet. Also take notice of the external solid band. Next is Luna, our moon. Notice this one has been given a face. I think this represents it being able to display the face of the moon, which has to be something close to the projector. The moon halo is very much the same configuration as our sun's halo. Pay particular attention to the waveforms around the moon, which may very well represent the pattern seen with Rahu and Ketu, the two waveforms that are definitely involved in the movement of luminaries. Next is Mercury. Notice this one has what we call a vertical halo, but this one contains 2, so it is a different model to the Sun and Moon halo. The star contains 8 nodes, and the external waveform again is reminiscent of Rahu and Ketu, indicating they play a part in the motion or control over this projector. Venus, also containing 8 nodes. Notice how the gap between the two vertical halos is much wider than the previous model. This also appears to be controlled by Rahu and Ketu, if we use the external band as a guide to what is controlling its movement. Mars, containing 12 nodes and 2 vertical halos. Again, this one appears to be under Rahu and Ketu's control, as the external band is a guide. This one appears to contain a lot of bands which may decode as pressure waves, as they depict various colours of the spectrum. Jupiter. Notice Jupiter's two external bands which may be counter-rotating accelerators. The stars may depict its high altitude, and the central band does contain more halos. The two vertical halos also appear to be larger. Saturn. This one contains two external bands, possibly counter-rotating, two internal halos, again they may be counter-rotating, and two smaller vertical halos that have a different pattern to them. This one contains 7 nodes, but we do also consider Jupiter's moons to be nodes on one of its halos, so they may all contain more nodes than we have actually seen as yet. There is probably more information hiding within these images, but this clip was just to show you what I noticed within them.
Many ancient cultures share similar beliefs, fundamental elements that vary slightly from culture to culture. While individual cultures have different stories attached to these elements, the elements themselves are present in cultures all over the world. The axis mundi is one of these elements, often depicted as a world tree or a world mountain. The axis mundi represents the connection between the different worlds of ancient belief. For the sake of keeping this discussion from becoming overly complicated, I will stick to the model of a world tree. On the world tree, the branches represent the heaven world, where the luminaries play across the sky. It was here that the gods dwelt. The roots of the tree represented the underworld. There were often gods and godlike beings that dwelt here too. If you have been following our work, you will know what we think these gods were. The angels, or accelerators, exist in the underworld, and it's the accelerators that project the luminaries in the heavens. The trunk of the tree represents the part of the world where we live. The tree is said to represent the center of the world. This does not mean that there is a giant tree growing in the exact center of our realm. Shamans who remember, and are most familiar with, these old teachings will tell you quite frankly that the center, or axis mundi, is at the location you find yourself at any given moment. So once again we have a common element in ancient culture, passed down to us through allegorical stories. The common misconception about the world tree is that it represents a torus field. The fact that the center is everywhere you could possibly go negates that theory. Also, the symbol of a world mountain does not fit a torus field. So let's take a deeper look into the axis mundi. Almost invariably, you find reference to specific animals associated with the world tree. An eagle lives in the top branches. Down amongst the roots, a snake, a serpent, or a dragon resides. The eagle and the snake are mortal enemies, directly opposed to each other. They are constantly at odds. We believe the eagle and the snake to be the two opposite charges of electricity. In many cultures, the eagle is associated with lightning, from the majestic thunderbird to Zeus, who would turn into an eagle and cast lightning down at his enemies. The eagle is strongly associated with atmospheric phenomena. We also know that the layer of the sky known as the ionosphere carries a very high electrical charge. The Earth's electrical field is ever present. On average, the field has 100 volts per meter of altitude, with highest voltage at the upper levels. The snake, or dragon, resides in the underworld. It represents the opposite electrical charge. We are very familiar with lightning strikes descending from the clouds to strike the ground. But there are also positive lightning bolts that travel upwards from ground to sky, as above, so below, two opposing electrical charges in an ever-present static electrical field. There is sometimes mention of a third animal that dwells on the tree. In the Norse version, this is the squirrel named Ratatoskar. This mischievous little troublemaker spends his time delivering insults between the eagle and the snake. In doing so, he keeps the rivalry going. Walter Russell taught that the two opposing forces of electricity are kept separate by what we know as magnetism. Magnetism balances and controls the equality of the two opposed electric charges. Now that we have a better understanding of the allegorical components of the world tree, we can decode it. The axis mundi is wherever you happen to be. This means that wherever you go, the forces of electricity and magnetism will have the same general effect on you. We live in a static electromagnetic field. And while there are slight differences in the field at different locations, the physical effects of that field are constant. Whether you see matter as particles or wave functions, we can still discuss the electrical components within matter without arguing overly much. All matter is composed of these electric charges. Matter will gravitate to the point in the electromagnetic field which is consistent with its electrical potential. What we call gravitation is a function of the electrical component of the electromagnetic field. We can then define gravitation as the repelling force from the opposite electric charge. Not everything is repelled downward, as we commonly think when we discuss gravitation. Indeed, some matter is repelled upwards, such as is the case for helium. All matter is being pushed into the area of the field where it has like electrical potential. Walter Russell spoke of gravitation as a function of electrical potential. I highly recommend his books. There is further evidence found in creation stories. The ancients spoke of an original deity. This deity is often told to have had two offspring. One was the embodiment of the sky, the other embodied the earth. The world tree was planted to separate the two. This is consistent with Walter Russell's ideas of a universal one, a single consciousness that first split itself into the two opposing electrical forces which govern all things. This can be seen as one of the cubes Walter spoke of. One half of the cube is positively charged, the other half negatively charged. It is in this cube that our realm would exist, with the surface plane of the earth being parallel with the magnetic plane that divides the two equally opposed electrical forces. Essentially, we live inside a giant capacitor, where everything we know of acts as the dielectric, including ourselves. A capacitor consists of two plates. One plate carries a positive charge, and the other has a negative charge. Locally, one of the two plates consists of what we know of as the ionosphere. It's possible the large star halos have a role to play in that, in some fashion, but the star halos are inside the electrical field as well, so that can only be speculated for now. The bottom plate is below us somewhere. We don't know its exact location, but we know it must carry the opposite electric charge as the ionosphere. It's possible the angel accelerators, in conjunction with the large star halos, influences the field to make our experience of gravitation different from whatever lands exist, if any do, outside of our realm. Everything between these two plates acts as a dielectric. The particles of a dielectric within an electric field will align themselves to conform to the direction of the electric force inside that field. In Earth's case, we and everything else here act as those particles. The dielectric is not one solid chunk. We are a dynamic system of varying density and physical state. This gives everything a certain room to move, and the various parts will be inclined to find the area of electrical potential that align with their inherent charge. The denser matter is forced down, while the lighter matter is forced upwards. Within the static electrical field, everything that we call matter creates a sort of whirlpool in the field. We call these whirlpools torus fields. They are the result of compression and expansion forces from the electrical field itself. The mythos of the world tree is a beautiful allegory and describes the fundamental forces that govern our realm. Whether our realm is the extent of existence or not is debatable. Only time and exploration will tell.
Hello everyone, FPV here. I was asked to look at this flight from Bali to Los Angeles, which due to an emergency of a lady giving birth to a child on the aircraft, it had to do an emergency landing in Alaska. Now this is off its route, should we say. So yeah, I was asked to look at this and to explain how it works with the map that we're using. So here's basically what happened here. I borrowed this video from Celebrated Roof channel, and this was the emergency landing on this projection of a map, that is. See, on this projection you've got Alaska and northeast Russia being very close to each other, but in reality on the real flat map that we use, they're on opposite sides of the world, so they would have to fiddle the flight data basically. But on our map this is what's really happening. You can see here with the aircraft on the right, it's coming up from Bali, and these are the hidden flight routes in the north that we've been noticing. Flies both ways, anything from the west coast of the USA going over to the far east, it would have to do a similar trip. This is to fake the globe. We're hiding the flight data in the north. Perfect reason there why it would land at Alaska before it got to Los Angeles. And concerned by people in Canada, volumes of traffic coming in the northwest vicinity. Now if you look at this clip here, this is some information I captured on their on-flight radar 24. You can see there data manipulation. The aircraft's actually facing the wrong way. It looks like there's parts of the flight missing from the track. And this one here, now this one here is interesting because I've seen the wingtips sticking at the top of the map. You couldn't see the flight path, the wingtip was sticking in the top of the map. And when I clicked it, this was the flight path it revealed. So hidden flight paths going up in the north to fake the globe. This is what you're looking at. So this is how they fake the globe. They're fiddling with the flight data. So I hope that answers it for you guys. This model does work.
Hi everyone, welcome to my channel, and I hope you all enjoyed my first video. That one was a very powerful decoding of the Flat Earth card from the infamous Illuminati card game, who all you truthers and researchers out there, you all know about that. All you conspiracy truthers, you all know. Over the years, all the predictive programming with that. So that was more of a straight to the point video showing the true flat earth map of our realm, and also showing true flat earth cosmology that all of us flat earthers know, because unfortunately, those of you who don't know, the government has a flat earth society, and we are not the flat earth society, we are the flat earth community. And I know Google and the fake mainstream news and even YouTube push them everywhere in the top search results, so a lot of people are fed a lot of disinformation and false information. Yeah, and that's unfortunate, and I'll get into that more in this video. But this video here is about the real flight path routes in our flat earth realm and where they are really going, and you'll be very shocked at what is revealed in this video. And first of all, I want to say thank you to APM Research and their incredible team, and that's at FPV Angels channel, and I hope you all subscribe to them. There'll be a lot of links in the video here, underneath this video, and in the comments, leading to all of their great, incredible, mind-blowing, just outstanding research. Really top of the flat earth spear, you know. Really, they are. It's just mind-blowing what they are doing, the work on their channel. And also I want to point out that most of the work in this area here that I'm covering here is by a great member on their team, One Conscience, who's done a lot of great research in this area here of the Bering Straits and the Diomede Islands deception. So everything you see in this video is my further research done by myself, adding on to their incredible research, and you will be really mind blown on what is revealed in this video. So stay tuned and stick around to the end. So once again, make sure you check out One Conscience's work on this area with the Diomede Islands and Bering Strait deception. So let's get straight to the point here. Want to get straight through this video. So first things first, Alaska, America, Canada are on the west side of the world, as we all know, and Russia is on the east side of the world, as we all know. What most people don't know is that they are nowhere near each other. They are thousands of miles apart. So let's get straight to the point on that first. There are no planes flying west of Alaska, America and Canada, and there are no planes flying east of Russia. It just does not exist, period. And no planes, as you all know, and even the mainstream tells you this, so you can't even try and deny it, no planes fly over the Pacific Ocean. And that also includes up in the north. Those are hidden flights in the north, as I'm going to reveal to you, that has been shown from APM research. So let's get to the Bering Strait and Diomede Islands deception. The true great collusion between Russia and America, who have always secretly been allies throughout all the world wars and even the so-called staged Cold Wars, if you want to believe that. So we have at the Bering Straits, we have the Big Diomede Island and Small Diomede Island. Now both islands are 2.4 miles apart. Yeah, that's under 3 miles. Yet, depending on the month in the year, they can have anywhere between 4 to 5 hours difference in daylight. You heard right, 4 to 5 hours difference in daylight. Now that's like saying at your house to your local train station, say it was 3 miles away or less in this case, like here, that it could be daylight at your house and nighttime at the train station, or vice versa. Now you know this isn't possible, people. You know the difference between nighttime and daylight is hundreds to thousands of miles. It's just impossible. And as you can see, it's a massive problem for the globalist cabal that's just exposing this Bering Straits, Diomede Islands deception. And the other thing again exposing this lie is, if you look at the time zones in the area, there's a 20 hours difference between the two islands. Yeah. So research and look into all of this for yourself, and you'll see it's nothing but a big lie, people. That's all it is. And you'll see further again in the links under this video, so have a look there, please. And also here's another great video, and it's showing at some period in the day. This video here shows the UK and Australia sun time zones versus the globe model, which is the fake reality. So United Kingdom and Australia share the same daylight but a lesser degree during the winter months, and this is at a period in the day. And that's every day of every month of every year. And this is backed up by time and date. So you can go check and see it for yourselves. Once again, this is an observable reality, people. So just keeps on building here. Just another impossibility on the globe. And here's a great discovery by FBV Angel of APM Research, showing the hidden flights in the north. So please have a look. So have a listen from him for yourselves.
On our map, this is what's really happening. You can see here with the aircraft on the right, it's coming up from Bali, and these are the hidden flight routes in the north that we've been noticing. Flies both ways, anything from the west coast, the USA going over to the Far East, it would have to do a similar trip. This is to fake the globe, we're hiding the flight data in the north. Perfect reason there why it would land at Alaska before it got to Los Angeles. And confirmed by people in Canada, volumes of traffic coming in the northwest vicinity. Now if you look at this clip here, this is some information I captured on their on-flight radar 24. You can see there data manipulation. The aircraft's actually facing the wrong way. It looks like there's parts of the flight missing from the track.
As you just saw, mind-blowing stuff being revealed. As you can see, it's amazing what we don't see or know when we don't check things for ourselves and see things for ourselves, and only rely on the mainstream controlled information that's manipulating all of us. So as you see in there, again, another massive exposé. We are always finding out something new. Always. New information and knowledge. This is the age of disclosure we're in. This is the truth information age. This is why the censorship is so bad everywhere, on Google, in the mainstream news, you name it, everywhere. This is why there's so much misinformation they're spreading in, and you have to filter through all of it to get the truth. Yeah, it never used to be this bad. You notice that now. Well, it's getting really bad. It's hard nowadays. It's really hard. the lies and misinformation are the easiest things to find in one quick search on Google, which is one of the worst engines in their algorithm. You know, there's other alternative engines you can use, search engines. You know, on there, the first things that come up, same on YouTube for anything you type in, it's the mainstream garbage, the easiest things to find. You know, the lies and misinformation, basically, and the truth and knowledge is the hardest things to find now, especially in the last few years. It's just getting worse and worse. You know, they fixed their algorithm that way to make sure you stay asleep and you aren't awake to the truth of our reality. It's not in the elitist ruling controllers and manipulators' interests for you to have knowledge and wisdom that comes with that, because knowledge is power. Yeah, you have to know this, people, and they'll do anything in their power to suppress and hide that from you so they can control and manipulate you. And I don't need to tell you, truth sets you free, people. All of us. That's what we're all about here. Truth. And again, quickly here again, back to the whole thing where you can check anywhere, and all of you notice, even the globeheads notice, that there's no flights in the Pacific Ocean. And as we've revealed and just shown you here from APM research, yeah, there's no flights in the north either when it comes to Pacific. At the top there, there's none in the north. So those are hidden flight routes. They're all going the other way. They're redirected flights, as you can see, as you've just seen. But as usual, you know, you're gonna get a globe's head, you know, the globe head apologists who apologize and make every excuse there is under the sun for their globalist elite controllers and their basic mind control masters, you know, who are incapable of critical thinking and thinking for themselves. Yeah, all I got to say to them is stop being such zealots and realize reality and search for yourselves, research all this information and have a look and open your eyes. Yeah, because once you stop seeing for yourself, you let someone else see for you. Once you stop thinking for yourself, you let other people think for you. So, you know, that's how it goes, you know, and, you know, time to start using it now, people, or lose it all. Because that's what they're bringing in with their dystopian, communist dystopia that they hope to bring forward on all of us, you know, that's what's coming. So again, as you can see here, the Pacific Ocean, it's a massive hole in the globe, deception and lie, the whole thing. And this area here alone is a massive, you know, it's just absolute destruction to the globe. And also, I'm sure you've heard about, they even call it the crazy plan to build a train track from Russia to Alaska going into America and Canada. And they know it's a crazy plan because they know it just doesn't exist at all. You know, it's just a big deception, people, to keep the globe lie going. So let's carry on here. Let's continue. Have a good look at this picture here. As you can see, these are all pilots that are flat earthers, and there are loads of them, more than we know. And continuing off what I just said, again, just goes to show, this is why the ruling elites who run and control our whole realm, our reality, you know, these people who rule at the top of their pyramid scheme systems in all these organizations and companies where it's the higher ups and bosses at the top, and then the 99%, the majority of workers at the bottom who know nothing, and it's all the information and knowledge, all the control is at the top that they hide from you and suppress. That's how it works, people. You know, countries are corporations. Your birth certificate is a contract. All of you in the know, you know that. I don't need to tell you that, you all know that. So here, this is just continuing on more from that. Here's great testimony from a pilot here who absolutely destroys the globe, and you've got 6 airline pilots who are all flat earthers in this video. You've even got a Dutch airline pilot here who made incredible points from her own research and discoveries, and they even grounded her from flying after this, the globe heads. I mean, it's just absolutely mental. you know, and, you know, angelic particle research there, as you can see, and a retired F-16 jet pilot. And hear what he has to say again. Absolutely incredible. So please look into this for yourselves, people. Yeah, you'll find that in that playlist. And continuing on to the main objective here, which is the flight path routes, the real flight path routes in our realm. So I'd like to thank APM Research for all the incredible research they've done and all their findings and information. And I hope you all appreciate that from them too. We are the road people, and the path is ours to find. And thanks to them, I'm going down the best path right now and the most progress Flat Earth has made in a very long time. So let's get to these flight times in our Flat Earth realm. So as you can see on the APM Research Flat Earth map, which is the Mercator projection, let's start here, and I'll get more into this. Tahiti, which is a place in the west, and Bora Bora, which is where the Polynesia Islands, the French Polynesia is, which is actually next to Australia, New Zealand, which is way in the east over there. So anyway, continuing on. Flights, if you read here, from United States to Bora Bora, which is in the east. From Los Angeles, 16 hours and over. From New York, over a day. From San Francisco, 19 hours. From Chicago, 23 hours. You might as well call that one a day. And if you look from the same side, from flights from Australia to Bora Bora, which is where Polynesia is, the French Polynesia, from Sydney, 3 hours. From Melbourne, 3 hours again. From Brisbane, 3 hours again. And from Perth, over 6 hours. Now, going on to the west side of things, Tahiti. So, this is flights from Tahiti to United States. Yeah. So, from Los Angeles, over 8 hours. From San Francisco, over 8 hours. From New York, well, it's on the east side, over 16 hours. From Honolulu, in Hawaii, 5+ hours. So it's clearly next to it, again, showing where this place is. And then again, if you look from the east side of things, in Australia, and to Tahiti, which is in the west. From Sydney, over 21 hours. From Melbourne, over 22 hours. From Brisbane, over a day. From Perth, 16+ hours. And that's probably a hidden flight in the north on that one, but still, very long flight. So, here we go. And a quick reminder here, I just want to make sure you understand the difference between flight data, real flight data, real world data, yeah, of the flight times, and travel math. Do not get fooled by travel math. Travel math is basically where you could have any map, yeah, and your maps might vary in distances between continents on whatever model or whatever it is you have on your map. And then you would add that to the time, or as in the miles per hour the plane flies, and you'd add that together. That's travel math. That is not real world data. So do not confuse the two. Yeah. So, you know, some people are going to straight away try and run onto Google, the ministers of truth, sarcasm there. And basically they'll get travel map and you'll see it's not real world flight data. So don't get fooled by that. Please, people. Do not get confused between the two. Yeah, so look for real world flight data. So anyway, here again, as you can see, this is on the false globe deception. You can see they have Tahiti and Bora Bora in around the same place, and even on some of these happening in the exact same place, as though they are airport on an island and the airport on the island both have the exact same name. When, you know, you look at it, they're being separated by the international data lines there. It's another deception. And again, if you've seen already from all of the different flight times, you're seeing that you'll see the distances between these. They're completely on other sides of the world. Tahiti in the west and Bora Bora being in the east. So just going over that one for you there. So have a good look at that. And like I said, at any time, pause the screen throughout this video, take a screenshot or take some notes down. Anyway, continuing on here. As you've seen throughout this video, I've made a few improvements, and that's why this is the remastered version of video 2, the real flight paths in our flat earth realm. And as you can see here, this is, I won't drag this one out too long. You can pause the screen on this one and read it for yourselves. Any issues, I'll basically post it in the comments section if there's anything that's too small for you to read, because I've improved on that in this video. And this is Russia to Anadaya, which is also in Russia, and the next 3 pictures will be focusing on these areas here. And the bottom picture is from Alaska to this same places here that are in Russia, and the bottom pictures are all hidden flights in the north, as you'll see. So on this one, you've got Russia to Anadaya, and you can pause the screen and read for yourself. Most of these flights vary from 14 to 16 hours. And at the bottom one, which are hidden flights in the north, from Alaska to Anadaya, which is in Russia, these are like 2 days, over 2 days to 3 days from Jani on that one. Man, just, again, very revealing. And the next one here is Russia to Chakala, Russia. And these flights vary from anywhere from 14 to 20 hours. And the next one, as you can see at the bottom, hidden flight in the north, that's Alaska to Chakala, Russia. And these ones vary from the fastest one being an 11-hour flight, hidden flights in the north, and all the other ones being 22 hours, even 28 hours. And yeah, again, more revealing stuff. And this last one's pretty killer again. So at any time, pause the screen. And this one is Russia to Yan Drakintavam. And sorry if I mispronounced that. Anyway, these flights vary from 18 hours. Oh, there's one from 15 hours as well. So from 15 hours to 20 hours. Now, if you go to the bottom one, which are hidden flights in the north from Alaska, you got, again, from over 2 days and even 3 days from Jani. Yeah. So again, more revealing and exposing this deception here. And here again, a great animation from FPV Angel of APM Research, showing you the hidden flights in the north, revealing all. And this one here is just absolute destruction for the globe, basically. It's just over for the globe. And this one here, as you can see, from west to east is showing the flight paths that we all pretty much know, and there's more down there in the south that follow the same flight paths. As we all know, everyone, that includes all the flat earthers and even those globe heads, all know there's no flights in the Pacific, and as we've been showing, none up there in the north either. So these flights are from Alaska to Whitehorse, which is in Alaska, between Alaska and Canada. As you can see, flights from Ankle, 9+ hours, from Jani, 9+ hours, from Fairbanks, over 13 hours, from Kachikan, over 9 hours. Now, if you look on the east side of things in Russia, the flights, over 21 hours. And then that's from Moscow. And from St. Petersburg, over 22 hours. From Krasnodar, over a day. From Sochi as well, over a day. And then from Yekaterinburg, sorry if I mispronounced that, over a day again. So as you're seeing, can you see the deception? It's all being revealed here, people. And this one is really another destructive killer for the fake fantasy globe. And that's Alaska flights to Geneva, which is in Alaska. And as you can see, these flights vary from 1 hour and 30 minutes to just 10 minutes longer, 1 hour and 40 minutes. Now look at the same flights from Geneva to Russia, or vice versa. And remember, in the false globe model, Russia is supposed to be next to Alaska, America and Canada by the false Bering Strait, Stymied Islands deception. Yeah, and have a look. 1 hour and 40 minutes from Alaska to a place in Alaska. Now look from the Russian side and the east of things, which are supposed to be next to each other. From Moscow, over 19 hours. From Krasnodar, over 23 hours. From Yekaterinburg, over a day. From St. Petersburg, over 19 hours. From Rostov-on-Don, over a day. Yeah, so, are you seeing it yet? Is the truth shining through? Are you dispelled yet from the deceptions? Don't worry, we're going further. And here's a very interesting and touchy subject here. This is showing the so-called flight, or, flight Japan took from, well, Japan to Pearl Harbor, which again is another issue. When you look on the maps and you look at the actual distances of where that really is, and that's another one that's very strange. And, I'll go further on that in my third video, okay, on this whole thing. And that's my third video, which will be the cruise ship routes on our flat earth realm on this map, the Mercator map, which is the most accurate map. Yeah, and that will be in the next video. And that video is proving to be very challenging and long, and I've got all my stuff together on it. It was just, I kept finding so much new mind-blowing information. It's absolutely incredible. So hold on just a bit longer and be patient. That is coming. Yeah, that one's coming along, and in that it's going to show the route the USS Indianapolis took also in delivering the Hiroshima bomb, or the parts for it, in retaliation for this event. And whatever really happened here, I didn't make that picture there on the right, I found this very interesting, but the person's basically saying, how could Japan have flown this distance? Pearl Harbor was an inside job, and who knows? But again, look on the left, hidden flights on the north, or maybe they did. And again, back to this picture here quickly. These are all the pilots who are flat earthers. Listen to their testimonies and all the amazing truths and information and knowledge they give. Please, that's in my Best of Flat Earth playlist. And I have many other playlists going over stuff, including indoctrination in the government indoctrination camps that they call school, the so-called education system, the social indoctrination system of scientism, religion that does not use any scientific methods of observable, measurable, testable, repeatable experiments, or empirical, practical, demonstratable experiments, with cause and effect, just social science, pseudoscience is all they know. It's just been turned into a religion now. Many of the mainstream big scientists even admit that they don't use the scientific method anymore, and they have not used it for, well, decades and decades, going way back, probably going hundreds of years, to be honest, when you research and look into all of this. So please. And this one here, as you can see in this powerful picture also, is from my outer space is fake playlist. It's not what we've been told, and it's only above our flat earth realm, by the way, not underneath, or not something floating in fantasy outer space, as I'll get into. And it says, yeah, this is the first astronaut, as you can see in that one, to admit the earth is flat. Incredible, mind-blowing video there. It's like, whoa. And then again, you got a Russian cosmonaut who says no one's ever been to space, and he talks about the code of arms and that they're all sworn to secrecy. And I already know NASA and all these space agencies like SpaceX and all the other ones, RASA, you name them, all across our realm, all across this world, you know, they're all they're all controlled at the top. It's, you know, like I said, this whole reality we're in, all the corporations, all the organizations, it's a pyramid scheme system. You have the higher ups and the bosses at the top, yeah, and you have all the workers and everyone else at the bottom who are the 99%. They're like the 1% at the top, you know, the telemetry data guys and that, you know, and they giving all their workers false information and, you know, just deceptions basically. And the astronauts, they're all Freemasons and military guys, again, sworn to a code of arms of secrecy. So, you know, people, think about it, you know, just think about it. You've also got here former NASA workers who are now flat earthers. Yeah, there's quite a few of them, so look into that. And American Moon is a really in-depth documentary from someone who's not even a flat earther, exposing the whole fake Apollo moon missions Hollywood hoax of a joke. You know, it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible, people. So look into all these playlists, please, and share them to everyone you know. Please share them. And as you can see in this picture here, this is showing you how NASA and all these space agencies all use fisheye lens cameras, wide-angle lens cameras, GoPro, action cameras, you name it, all to fake the curvature. With these, you can bend an entire flat horizon into this fake curvature. And even if the Earth or the very plane of existence we are on and everything, if we could, you know, see as far as it could go, which you can't, you know, imagine that goes for hundreds of thousands to even millions of miles. It wouldn't matter with one of these, because as far as your eyes can see, with your angular resolution and your height and the limit of your vision and perspective and all of these things, you would only see so far, and they could just curve that horizon you're seeing with one of these cameras. I've seen people turn it into a complete ball, doing this on a beach or even standing on top of a building, like bending everything into a ball with these cameras. It's just absolute deception, causing grand delusion and illusions in people's minds, unfortunately. Have a good look at this information on the screen here about these cameras and the false reality you can make with these. NASA and fisheye lens cameras, best friends since 1969. Look at the Felix Baumgartner picture there on the left. You can even see the capsule lines bending. He's using a fisheye lens camera, and that's Mexico underneath him. If that's all Mexico, then Mexico takes up half of the Earth. Yeah, so don't be tricked by all these shenanigans and deceptions and manipulation from these people. Please use your eyes and do not let them use it for you, please. Yeah, because you'll just believe everything they tell you. If you don't check and research things for yourself, you just believe the entire false reality they give you. And that allows them to not only rule at the top of this pyramid scheme system, but rule as so-called gods ruling over you, you know. So that's what they're doing, people. It's just they're total narcissistic control freaks. That's all they are. Some people believe they have seen curvature of the Earth on a plane, on board a plane. And again, as you've seen, we've even got pilot testimonies and many pilots who are flat earthers. Again, more backing up what we are saying. And again, the plane only goes 30,000 feet, which is about 7 miles high. Us as flat earthers have sent balloons up with cameras, normal cameras, no GoPro, no fisheye lens deception, creating a false image or video on a screen, creating fake curvature, just real cameras, 120,000 feet, yeah? So, as flat earthers, we've had people in our community send balloons up over 120,000 feet high, yeah? That is over 25 miles high. Yeah, compared to your average passenger plane, which only goes 35,000 feet, which is about 7 miles high. Okay, so again, and you see the horizon is completely flat. This is a normal camera, no GoPro fisheye lens, wide angle lens, action cameras, no deceptions here, no trickery going on here, just reality, as you can see. And people have also been deceived, or basically been given a false illusion of their minds, who think they've seen curvature from that height, and many people have not, and there's some who claim to be. They've probably just been mistaken. Basically, also, there's very few planes, but there are some planes where the window isn't completely like a normal window. It's kind of more molded into the fuselage, which is the body of the plane. You know, it's shaped like kind of like a sausage or a hot dog shape, yeah, the body of the plane, the mold. So sometimes the windows follow the mold, and it can create a bit of distortion, but most planes have normal windows, and you can see it's completely flat. So yeah, just take note on that there, and remember that, please. You can also see a simple horizon test there in that top right corner there, what it would look like. And also that picture there in the bottom right corner, showing a flat horizon from over 300,000 feet. Yeah, ain't that something? Anyway, continuing on here. Another thing here, I don't want to drag too much on this, because again, you can check all my playlists from the top to the bottom, go through the whole thing and search and look for something. You'll find it there. You'll find an answer for everything. Trust me. Go and look for yourselves in all my playlists. And there's other ones that I've added that are from other people's channels. There's other playlists there with further information on many other great subjects and topics that are very important. So here again, just showing again, these are satelloons and not satellites. And I'm not going to go into the whole long thing on that, but again, you might want to look into how the melting point of a lot of metals and the temperatures they melt in the in the thermosphere, which gets up to 2,000 degrees, and during the sun's crazy solar cycles can go up to even over 4,000 degrees, and these satellites just wouldn't survive there. They would melt. It's like any kind of metal or technological device you can imagine. Putting in something in those kind of heats, in those temperatures, it just wouldn't work. And also the fact is, these are satelloons. These are helium balloons. NASA and also Google are the biggest consumers of helium. Go look into this. Yeah, these things are crashing a lot of the time. Sometimes they come down and they always got a balloon attached to them, like a parachute kind of a thing. And basically, basically we have fiber optic cables, and we have many other land lines and wires going back under the oceans and the seas for centuries now. Obviously fiber optics in more modern times with the internet and that. And the fiber optic cables cover 99% of our communications. We've also got phone towers, radar, sonar, cable TV, you remember that? And Sky TV, not space TV, not fantasy space TV. Yeah, so again, think about it, people. These things, they got in there, even up there in the thermosphere, there's a melting point for metals, that these things would not possibly survive. It goes up to 2,000 degrees in the thermosphere up there, and during this crazy sun, solar cycles can get up to over 4,000 degrees. They'd be just absolutely destroyed. Think about debris from all kinds of things up there. Just loads of things. Anyway, I don't want to drag too much on that. You'll find out much more on that in the playlists. So have a look there, please. So the globe is in its dying days, and people are waking up to our true reality of our realm. And pretty much most flat earth projections, they all vary. Different maps and models, I've already said, and pretty much all of them, they destroy the globe. And there's even projections that are a flat projection of a globe. That is just, they can't even, they can't just, even on the globe head side of things, they struggle with it. They're like, oh man, they've made a perfect flat projection of the globe and that in those models. So, but the APM research model, it's the real deal. It's the Mercator map. And there's different projections of the Mercator maps. I get that too, and the whole thing with what the accurate sizes and that, they're still even perfecting that themselves. And yeah, but the APM research flat earth map and model, it absolutely kills the globe. It just buries it once and for all. And again, just look on that screen. Just look at the ridiculousness going on there. Yeah, these are all cartoon images, just CGI, it's like NASA using green screen, blue screen, augmented virtual reality, you know, all the Hollywood trickery, and even it's like a Hollywood military studio, just kind of propaganda kind of thing. They're just very bad magicians with wires that you can see. But the average Joe casual trendy will say, I saw it on TV. It's so real. Yeah, you also saw King Kong and Godzilla on TV too. Feeble peasants. You can trust us. No thanks. NASA stands for never a straight answer, NASA. NASA also stands for not a space agency. Same goes for SpaceX and all the other frauds, Blue Moon and all of this other nonsense. Yeah, all propaganda, all garbage. Yeah, listen to Mark Twain here. It's easier for people to be fooled than to convince them that they have been fooled. That's why it's so hard to convince the globeheads, you know. They're not willing to look and use their own eyes and see for themselves, let alone use their mind and think for themselves. You know, I have nothing but respect for those people who do, but many of them have been led astray and they've been looking at the false flat earth society stuff from the government and fake information of some ridiculous thing floating in space, which is basically like a flat globe, which has nothing to do with flat earth cosmology whatsoever. You know, it's absolute defamation of flat earth cosmology and defamation of the character of the flat earth community. You know, just nothing but lies and propaganda and disinformation and insults about us, really. When you look into it for yourself, you see all the stuff in the top search results. It's all false information. It's just disinformation so you don't think critically about it or look into it for yourselves. And that, you know, they're gods, yeah, gatekeepers. You know, that's what these people are. They're just gatekeepers and disinfo agents. That's all they know how to do. A bunch of trolls, a lot of them. You know, so be wary of these people, and as I'm exposing and showing you here. So, you know, let truth be your guide, and always look into all sides of a story and put it all together, not just one side that comes from a corporate fascist ruling Orwellian authoritarian dictatorship. You know, and you can just see where it's all going. You know, we can see where it's all going. You know, it's our time now to wake up to all this deception. The time is now, people. It's now, and it's now or never, as they say. Yep, so once again, please have a look, share these playlists with your friends, with everyone, even if they're the biggest kind of, I don't know, say closed-minded people, or just aren't interested in looking into this kind of thing and just think they know everything there is. Maybe they've been most likely led astray or misled by the false information that has nothing to do with flat earth whatsoever. You know, just tell them if they think they've seen something that's a pizza, pancake, frisbee, disc kind of thing floating in space, which is basically a flat globe, as I keep explaining, you know, because I have to, because that misinformation is out there, unfortunately. And there's a lot of people who think that's what flat earth is. They don't know it's a realm. They don't have a clue. So yeah, lead them here, please, and show them all of this. Lead them to my playlists. So, and APM research, and subscribe to their channel. So thank you very much, all of you, for all your time, and stick around to the end of this video. As you'll see, there's absolute mind-blowing footage of our flat earth realm from 120,000 plus feet. Real footage, high altitude from balloons, showing our true reality. And yeah, all I can say is happy researching, everyone. Wish you all the best, and always seek truth and knowledge, and you'll find wisdom that way. Yeah, man, you'll be a reasonable person. You don't just dismiss things, yeah? That's called cognitive dissonance, when new information is brought forward. Yeah, that's why science has always been challenged and has always progressed and advanced, yeah? But now we're in the time and the days and ages where they're trying to suppress and basically hide all of this information. They're hiding you, they're hiding yourself, your true power, your true potential, and who you really are and where you really are. So on that note, I'll leave you with that. Thank you all so much for your time. And part 3, it's coming along. It's gonna be it's turning into a massive project, so it might be yeah, it's coming. That's all I can say. So thank you again. Take care, everyone, and good morning or good night wherever you are.
Thank you for your time. I respect your journey, your search for truth and knowledge. You are the road. The path is yours to find. To finally seeing the rabbit down the rabbit hole. For all the deceptions and lies of our world and our true reality that is being revealed before your very eyes. Our flat earth realm, as you are seeing in those pictures, those are a spoiler for my next video, video number 3, and the cruise ship routes. Next time, in our flat earth realm.
The Tower of Babel. It is not mentioned in the Bible. It is referred to as the city and the tower. It is a mythological tower that was built tall enough to reach the heavens. Many scholars have tried to associate this tower with known structures. However, there is no known location that definitely tells there was a tower. In Akkadian, the name of the city was Babe Ilim, meaning the gate of God. The name Babel was later given from the Hebrew verb Balal, meaning to jumble or confuse. Now, if we decode that bit with APM eyes, that translates to us as the jumbling and confusing of the matter in the vortex, which is the torus field. Let's take a look at some clips of that field being explained by FPV.
To demonstrate how they work, I'll use this clip made by Sandra's hubby. I'm sure most will remember the torus field people such as Santos Bonacci show. It is actually many torus fields, as each have their own unique torus field. These three, however, are working together. The one in the east is following a left-hand rule, and the one in the west a right-hand rule. The effects from these two spiraling movements are what causes the centre one to compress and expand north and south. These two locations are very well known for their large deep quakes. You should recognise these shapes from Walter Russell's work, where he demonstrates how the vortexes work. Nikola Tesla also worked with counter-rotating coils. This is also what creates the hourglass shape, as referenced by Santos Bonacci. This technology emits a spiraling pressure wave as the flow around the halo causes the reaction needed to generate harnessable electricity, as seen in Walter Russell's work. The division and multiplication of the sex pairs, the same as what was decoded in the Colosseum video, and of course how our realm truly works. The spirals and the ancient glyphs everywhere tell us the ancients all knew how this worked. These are electromagnetic projections from below. We have covered these in numerous videos. The stationary halos people record everywhere are often termed lunar waves, which is really the moon highlighting them in the foreground as it passes in the background. All luminaries can highlight them as they pass by. You can see how spiral galaxies and other galaxies, as they call them, get their shapes now. They are more than likely illuminated particles trapped in an electromagnetic field that is caused by a halo in the vicinity. They operate exactly the same as a tornado and are in fact the cause of a tornado. The twin counter-rotating coils create that Higgs boson needed to generate electricity. This is where the 1 and the 1.618 numbers Santos Bonacci speaks of comes into play. The larger coil would be the lower projected halo, and the smaller coil would be in the centre and create the narrower Higgs boson. This one would be projected the highest and is the actual cause of the sprites. The sprites appearing are in fact a reaction to this halo's sudden appearance and vortex. A smaller halo driving the electrical energy and vortex down through the centre to be harnessed below. The outside forces create a torus field which will spiral upwards and mushroom out at the top. It is the exact same process seen in Walter Russell's optical motor, where the shaft narrows and creates a pressure wave which results in free harnessable energy, the exact point where it divided and multiplied the sex pairs. We have stated before the halos are the origin of lightning. Lightning now has its cause identified in the APM model. Can we reference anything that behaves how we have just described?
Of course we do, FPV. Land-based ones will create tornadoes, high winds, storms and lightning, as seen in these video clips. So big thanks to Chris Hughes for the tornado footage, and Underwater Huntress and Kevin Johnson for sharing their amazing waterspout captures of these events, of which you can see are an effect from the Angel technologies. Ones below the oceans are what create whirlpools and waterspouts, storms and lightning. It is the same spiralling forces. It is the earth, air, fire and water events, referenced everywhere. This is what it truly relates to, part of the processes of the angel technologies. The APM model addresses and references the causes and effects quite easily, as you can see.
I hope you all enjoyed that little tour of this 3D model of the Colosseum. Now let's take a look at this configuration. Let's remove the platform on the right so we can see and complete this circuit. Next we will add in our poles, the equatorial poles of course taking care of the compression cycle, and the north and south poles taking care of the expansion cycle, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. All of which are operating well within the golden ratio of their cube spheres. Pretty cool, huh? Also take note of the pyramidal patterns of the cubes, or as Santos Bonacci would call it, the pyramid, the fire in the centre. This is the heart of the machine. You can see now how the symmetry is important in the construction and what it truly means. So, the Rome Colosseum, ladies and gentlemen, is a very large power generation station. Consider Walter Russell's 6-foot in scale footprint model that could run a 52-room university, to what something the scale of this Colosseum could run. This could run an entire city with ease. Simply add hot water. So, we can now consider the Rome Colosseum decoded. I hope you enjoyed this presentation and that you can see how easy this really is.
Now for the decode of Babel. B means bar or bars. A is acceleration. B also means magnetic flux density. E stands for electrons, which is our light. And L stands for inductance. What this means is accelerating magnets that create the magnetic flux inductance generated by the switching of positive to negative creates light. This represents the spiral of the vortex, the accelerators, the angels' creation. As you can see, the people that lead us know these meanings and deny us any knowledge, and even display it in the geometry of their gardens. Let's look at a few examples of their gardens and how it shows the sacred geometry and how special it is to our world and the workings.
Hello and welcome to APM Seasons. In this video I will be explaining how our seasons work with the sun and the gates. You will be seeing a lot of information on screen, so I'll use this screenshot to help break down what you are looking at. On the left you can see the waveform tracker. This basically tracks the changes across the seasons. We will get into that in a few moments. On the bottom left in green text is information from the creation calendar synced with the seasonal switching. When you see the red chevrons, some extra information is displayed in red above and beside it. At the bottom centre is the astrology tracker. This tracks the zodiac information and a few other things. On the bottom right is the sun gate tracker, which I made to help me decode the gate's correct sequences and track the sun by degrees to help identify the gate switching from Auckland, New Zealand and their perspective bubble. So without further ado, we will continue. We are starting from the March equinox, gate 4R on the map. Each crossing and return of the sun represents 30 days or 1 month, 360 days total over the course of a year. We did add a 24-hour sun. For now I placed it in the path coming up from gate 6F. Boots on the ground needed from the northeastern latitudes to determine where it comes from and heads back towards the east gates. You will be seeing information relating to the sun's return path above the waveform tracker and the object crossing the map from west to east after sunset. We believe these are our luminaries returning back to the east, as we have decoded previously. I do think the sun uses a sinusoidal orbit, but we added them all near orbit also, as there is more than just the sun returning east, and we will be trying to identify them by their set times. You may think those waveforms just depict day and night, but you would be wrong. They physically exist, and we have recorded them on the mimic maps. You can see them if you look carefully in the overlays on the top left. You will also see them change with the seasons in the waveform tracker. There are also members in our group recording the ISS passing, so we can try and get a better look at it. We do expect it to vanish completely before your eyes, as we have shown before with the mimic map findings. There is more than one signal moving around the map, and when they overlap, they seem to occlude the light and it reappears elsewhere. This may also be what is creating our lunar eclipse, as the waveforms overlap. Remember, there is more than one luminary moving around up there, and all will have their own unique waveforms. As we have shown in our Power and Glory video, that light in the sky is Isis, Ra's mother, rejuvenating the sun, which actually decodes as a recharging process. Solar rejuvenation, as worded in the 12 Gates presentation. In Christianity, that light in the sky is known as Mary, the star of the sea. How did we forget all this? The information in the Sungate tracker was obtained from time and date by P900 Coolpick Sandra. She picked a random year, which in this case was 2006. We recorded the information for sunrise, sunset, total sun hours and the compass degrees to the sunrise as viewed from Auckland, New Zealand. We chose the 25th of each month to make sure the gates had switched, and this helped show me where they would be seeing the sunrise from and help pinpoint the direction to match which gate was in use. I called the rear gates long days and the forward gates short days, as in their groups of 4. This is how it works, lengthening and shortening the days as the sun cycles around the 12 gates. The 25th of March is also the first day of the new year in the Persian and Indian calendars, as an aside. Do notice also how accurate the compass is in catching the gate switches with the sun gate tracker. We do think the sun travels above and below the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn, and this is going to require boots on the ground if anyone at those latitudes can help identify if the sun is travelling north or south of those tropics. For full exploration, obviously we would recommend going east, as the eastern gates are closer, it is much warmer, and you should be thinking of where our luminaries are actually coming from, as this cannot be hidden. The first thing I did notice with this is our zodiac is directly linked to the switching of the gates, as you can see in this animation. The gemstones connected to birth signs may actually be created by our sun as it passes over the locales where these gems are found. More work needed there, but as we have shown in a previous video, our star halos are responsible for depositing elements. We see the dispersal as shooting stars and such, but more on that later. In the animation, the sun is finishing its yearly cycle in February from gate 3F and will cross over to March for the new year in gate 4R. The creation calendar works perfectly and now has the gates in the correct sequence, which is 4R, 5R, 6R, 6F, 5F, 4F, 3R, 2R, 1R, 1F, 2F, 3F and back to gate 4R. A little bit more information on the long and short days. Due to the difference in distance between the gates at their front and rear in their groups of 4, these are what are responsible for people assuming the luminaries are travelling faster at certain times of the year. In reality, the sun has just shorter or longer distances to travel west, depending if it is coming from a front gate or a rear gate. Obviously it will have a few thousand miles less to travel if coming from a front gate, and longer to travel from the rear gates in their 4 group sets. There is something else I have to show you. More surprises, isn't there always with this research? Gates 4R, 5R, 6R, 6F, 5F, 4F, 3R, 2R, 1R, 1F, 2F, 3F and 4R. If I were to stand at the equator facing east and take a photo on the 25th of each month, I would capture this image. This, ladies and gentlemen, is our sun's true analemma orbit as dictated by our zodiac and the 12 gates. We are instantly reminded from various cultures, such as the Egyptians, that our luminaries are birthed from between the thighs of the goddess Nut. Do you see this, people? Isn't that amazing? Everything is being placed back into its original context and making more sense. I have added our zodiac signs over these locations. As far as we're concerned, everything still needs decoded and broken down into its correct context. Everything. I guess the question now is, who is going to be the first person to record our sun's true analemma? Good luck, people, and I hope this presentation makes sense to you and helps with your own research.
So welcome everyone. This interview is something I've been looking forward to for a couple of weeks now, and it all started about 2 months ago when Sean Becker kindly came onto my Feel Good Friday show and started dropping links and recommending this channel, the channel being FPV Angel, and the subject matters being very wide and varied. And this interview attempts to introduce you to the team that is doing some fantastic research out there. It's got my imagination going wild, made me realize I was definitely paddling in the shallow end, and it makes me even more humble to realize that the world we live in is something awesome, magic, and still yet to be discovered fully. So it's with massive pleasure that I want to introduce you to FPV Angel channel and the APM research team. So welcome everyone. Thank you for coming on the show.
Hello, Robin.
Hi, Robin.
Hey.
Hi, thank you.
So let's do the done thing, the right thing, and start to introduce you individually, if I may, and just perhaps give us a bit of history as to how your research started and what got you on the road to where you are today. Does anyone like to start, maybe?
Yeah, I'll start with this, Robin. Yeah, because right, when I came to Flat Earth a few years ago, and I was looking into it, I'd come from a political background. I've been following politics for a few years myself.
Okay.
And I was watching, you watch politics, you start to see certain characters taking these trips to Antarctica. And when I found Flat Earth, I thought, oh, well, there's some connection going on here. Something going on at Antarctica that I hadn't spotted before. So anyway, I made this channel in 2016 to intentionally to look deeper into Flat Earth, because I've been looking into Flat Earth through the back end of 2015, and I mean, it took me 5 minutes to realize it was flat just watching certain videos, because I already had, you've got things going in your mind over years, and certain things in Flat Earth jog your memory, and you think, wow, that's why that didn't make sense. You start coming to these conclusions, and eventually you can find ways to debunk it yourself. So, my research started when I came to Flat Earth. They were passing around I think it was the E map, or the glyphs. There was everyone calls them the pizza maps, don't they?
Yes.
Now, they were getting passed around, and I was looking at those, and, I was doing my own research in the background as well. And I found some things you could make work on this map, but other things weren't making sense.
Okay.
And at the same time, I was looking at the Nazca lines. Now, what I'll do here, I'll just screen share so you can see my Google Earth and the Nazca line tracing that I've been doing. And then give you an idea of what I was looking at and the conclusions I was coming to just by looking at these. So these are in South America, Nazca, Peru.
Okay.
You can see that, yeah?
I'm seeing you zoom into Peru, yes. We're getting into the blue bits now, yeah.
Right. These are the line tracings I've been doing on the Nazca lines. Now, when you look at these, I mean, I'll zoom in and so you can look at the detail. I haven't put all the animals on yet, because to me, more importantly, was all this structure.
Yes.
That's what we're really looking at here. Detailed structure.
Yes.
I mean, let's see the detail in this.
Yes.
And how things, the birds, where they would connect to certain places, and there's going to be some things in here blow your mind, mate. There really is.
Okay. Well, let's get into that in more detail later. But your initial thoughts were
My initial thoughts were, as soon as I was looking at this, we're looking at a technological construct. And what I did was I overlaid these over the map.
Okay. Which you're showing us now, yeah.
Yeah. That's them at Nazca, Peru. They portray them the opposite way around, so you never figure out, if you overlay it on a map, it'll make sense. But when you put them the correct way up, north, south, east, and west becomes quite apparent.
Okay.
So this big area here on the world map would represent the Americas.
I see. And
over up here would be northeast Russia. East over here, so New Zealand would be over here on the world map. What you're looking at here is condensed blueprints of the world map, basically. Well, the technological configuration below the world map, I should say.
Fascinating.
Is what it would decode as. And I've got to show you this one as well before we progress. You see that there, where it's detailed 3D structure. Can you see that?
Yes, I can. And are we looking at it side on for you to say that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, side on, yeah. So you zoom out and it connects to more and more. And we've even got one here that they call the solar clock. Now you tell me, Robin, that is not an antenna.
Wow.
Because what you're going to notice in the Nazca lines, I've come across at least 4 different types of antennas.
Okay. Well, before we get too deep, if you don't mind, can you just fast forward a little bit and just say where you went from here, and you'd done some flat Earth research, you started studying the Nazca Lines, and then what happened after that?
And then I came across the Nazca Mandala, which is this image here.
Okay.
This grid, all this grid is the Nazca Mandala and the Sun Star of Peru. Now, as soon as I found these in there, I thought, wow, I've got to put this on a map. You know,
Okay.
it became a mission of making this grid make sense on a map.
Okay, so this is what found in historical records for the ancient Peruvians, is it?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they classed it as. You know, it's to me, it's been there a long time, and they've just inherited the land.
Okay, and where did you find this pattern? Sorry, where
this is a class 1 geoglyph from Nazca, Peru. It's
okay.
I'll just jump to Google Earth and I'll show you where it is on the map.
Right, and your circular pattern there is just you creating some.
Right, that's its location there on the map.
Oh, I see. Can you zoom in a bit more? Sort of...
Yeah, the detail's very poor in Google Earth. It seems to get worse. You notice that it gets worse and worse, not better and better, which is strange. You know, considering the technology we've got today. So they're, you know, to me they're intentionally obscuring it.
Yes. So this pattern then is something you observe in nature, and you've overlaid it then.
Yeah, because when I seen it, the first thing I thought of when I saw it, Robin, was gates in the north, south, east, and west.
Yes.
You see them?
Yes. So these gates, as in the nodal points that are on these concentric circles, is that something you've put there, or?
No, these are all part of the grid. All I've done here is overlaid them on this world map. Now the map we're following here is the one produced by one hippie. We call him Series.
Okay.
And what he did was he took Google images, you know, the Google Earth images, and what he did was applied an algorithm to square them back off to take out that roundness that they'd give it.
Right.
Because you know, you'll find Google. Yeah, it's flattening it back to being a flat map. So
okay.
This is the only map I came across that actually had, you know, where things would line up correctly in the world, and you know, and obviously make some sense, because as in making sense, this one for here, instance, see this dot here?
Yes.
This is where the Kola borehole is. Now, why would they be drilling there, do you think?
Understood. And
that one there is the German Intercontinental Drilling Program. It's right there. So, you know, they know these locations exist, Robin, is what it's telling me, and they're drilling down to locations.
Yes, and underneath in the sort of blue pale shading, is that the azimuthal equidistant map?
No, this is the Mercator map.
The Mercator.
I call it the corrected Mercator.
Okay. And
we'll go through that with you as well while we're using this map. One Conscience has got some images that she's going to bring up to show you why we switched to this map from what people are calling the flat Earth map.
I see. So that was the Google Earth maps flattened out again. And whilst we've got it up there, angelic particle matrix is the name of your team. Yeah. How does that come about?
We decided to call it that due to the nature of what we decode angels to be and the nature of this realm.
I see.
If you want me to say what they are now, I'll go ahead and
just a straightforward definition would suffice for now. We'll go into more detail later.
Okay, an angel in modern terminology would be a particle accelerator.
I see. And so the matrix is therefore a network of them across the plane.
Yes.
And in the oceans?
Below the oceans, below land, yeah, everywhere.
Okay.
Everywhere within that grid. This technology exists.
Fantastic. So looking at this snapshot, roughly what year were you in when you got this far?
This was probably somewhere around 2017.
Okay. Now let's bring the rest of the team in. So how did everybody else link into your research then?
Right. When I made the first video, I called it the Blueprints for Earth. This is the first video I made on it, and this is the overlay, an image overlay I made over the map.
Yes.
As you can see, I had the orientation slightly wrong, but, you know, a few adjustments and tweaks over time to correct things, and it's where we're at now. And this was a little tour of how I think they came across them themselves. You know, in the 1800s, they were flying over the Americas in these.
Yes.
And pretty much mapping what they found there. So they got the blueprints probably 100 years ahead of me. Okay. It's where we're at.
Okay.
So I made this video here, and I was playing it on Cat's Eyes channel, I think, and this is when I met One Conscience. So what I'll do is I'll stop presenting and let One Conscience take over from here if she likes.
Brilliant. Welcome to the show, One Conscience. Lovely to have you here.
Thank you.
And just share a little bit of your journey. How you, perhaps a little bit before you met FPV, and where were you on your pursuit of truth and when it all started?
So before I met him, I started out kind of looking into like bloodline conspiracies and stuff. So then I found Flat Earth, and I was pretty convinced pretty quickly. You know, I watched Mark Sargent's videos and Eric Dubay, and it didn't really take long to convince me,
Yeah.
you know, that
Similar
it was
journey to us.
yeah. So, and before I met FPV, though, I was also looking into like earth energy, earthquakes specifically.
Okay.
So I was following this guy on YouTube, and he was predicting them. He was predicting earthquakes
Wow.
very accurately. So I watched him for a couple of years and kind of learned how to, you know, what he was talking about and how to do it. And it fascinated me. So when I stumbled into that room that day and met FPV and Cats, you know, his grid caught my attention because I had been laying out earthquakes. I had tried to lay them out on the AE map.
Okay.
And so there were some flaws that didn't quite work. There was some places that had too much distance and, you know, amongst other little errors that just weren't adding up. So I was, you know, thinking to myself, well, this is how it happens because I've watched this guy and I've studied these things and I know that this occurs like this. So,
Okay.
so when I met him, he's talking about earthquakes and volcanoes and angels and you know, I'll just tell you something in my soul
Yes.
just gave me goosebumps. Like I knew that this was the proper path for me to go down. So
Awesome.
I asked him, so I asked him for a copy of the map. So after asking him about 1,000 questions while he played his video and, you know, because I was, there wasn't a whole lot of people in the chat room that I was in. And I just asked him question after question after question. And it kind of turned into a conversation that he and I were having while he presented this presentation he was putting on. And so I asked him for a copy of the map and I laid the earthquake paths out on it because I know how they flow and I've studied it long enough that I can, you know, put that out no problem. And so then I gave it to him and he loved it. He was amazed. He was like, you know, this is amazing and it makes so much sense.
Okay.
And we deciphered that this technology, you know, turning on and working
Wow.
is what's causing the vibration. So then we progressed.
Okay, so a question I have for you is, when you say you studied them for a long time, what was your source references for that? Where were you looking?
So there was a guy named Dutch Sense.
Okay.
And he's a YouTube channel. He stepped out recently. I mean, he did this for 9 years straight.
Okay.
And so I studied his work.
Okay.
And I studied his arrows, and he had arrows that specifically pointed to where these earthquakes would hit repeatedly. And he also would forecast. He would forecast, you know, because this hit here, it's going to hit here. Because it did this, it's going to do this. And he was so dead on accurate. It was just amazed me. You know, I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, science and the USGS and stuff like that, they don't tell us that you can predict earthquakes. You know, think about how many lives we could save.
Goodness me. And
yeah.
So you built up some knowledge, and have you? So he's walked away, but are you able to? I don't suggest that anyone can predict earthquakes going forwards, but have you got a sense of the accuracy now, so that you can share in a given year, perhaps, or a given few years where you think earthquakes are going to come about?
If I sat down and studied it for a few weeks, I'm sure I could pick up the pattern as to predicting them. However, that isn't what I do.
Okay.
He did that with accuracy. You know, I went and I got my own earthquake 3D, so I was studying them on my own as well as watching his channel,
Okay.
you know, and trying to take guesses at what I thought would happen, along with listening to what he was predicting. And you know, hit and miss with me. I hadn't done it for 8 years.
I guess
So
prediction isn't really the key, but it's certainly if you can see where it's happened before, then you can see the commonality, can't you? I
what the
guess.
key to me is, is that these earthquakes are repeatable. So
Okay.
they're always going to hit in the exact same spots. And
Yes.
that's no joke at all. So much that I can make a map with the arrows also and show exactly where they're going to hit. This energy has a flow.
Okay.
It has a perfect flow, and it will repeat every single time. You know, it comes in from the outside, and it does its flow, and it does it every single, you know, every so many
Wow.
days over and over. It's
Mm.
repeatable. These things are absolutely repeatable. That's why they're predictable.
Do you want me
Fantastic.
to? Do you want me
Yes,
to play
please.
this clip for you?
Yes, please. And I love your avatar one conscious. That must be one of the Nazca patterns, is it?
Yeah, it's the condor bird. Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Love it. Go ahead, FPV.
Here you go. I'll screen share this so you can see what one's talking about. I'll mute while one talks through it. Here you go, one.
Please, can you maximize? Yeah, thank
Okay.
you. I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not.
so what
I'm,
this is
excuse me, guys. I'm not seeing it. I don't know why. Does FPV need to? Ah, there we go. Do you mind maximizing for? There we go. Got it.
okay. So what I've done, and I've done it several times through our work, I made a little quick one. So the energy comes in, and it's what it's doing is compressing into the center. And I mean, if you've watched our work, you know we talk a lot about compression expansion. So the energy literally comes from the two gates, the east and the west, and it compresses into the center point.
I see.
Then the data I get, I can watch it go north. Okay, so we don't get a lot of data for south. We don't get a lot of data for Antarctica at all. So I didn't put any arrows going down because I haven't seen that data on my own.
Okay.
But then once it hits the center point, it heads north and it spreads out in both directions like a torus energy field.
Wow.
Okay, and it's expanded at that point. So once it goes up north, it expands out, wraps around to come back in for its compression. Where those arrows are where earthquakes will hit repeatably.
I see.
Every single time. That is a pattern. It's repeatable data, and it's recordable.
And it's a sequence chronologically, because is that what you're showing us? Over
Yes.
time, it's doing this in this order.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So it's always coming in from the two sides, and it's always hitting in the same spots.
Okay.
So I found the map fascinating when I met FPV because a lot of it kind of follows along this grid that he's
Yes.
overlaid,
Mm.
and these star halos to form our torus to come back in. Now you have
I
to
see.
remember it's probably going south and wrapping back up around that way as well. But I don't get data, so I don't add that part to my
Sure.
animations because I can't prove that.
And just
You know,
sorry to interrupt you. Just quickly for my knowledge, you mentioned something called Earthquake 3D. Is that a software package?
yeah, it's a
Okay.
software package that people can get for free,
Okay.
or you can pay $20, and it's a little more enhanced. So I
Okay.
paid for mine, but that's because I was really, really into it.
And that allows you to track and record where earthquakes are coming up over time. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So I actually used it, and I recorded 9 weeks worth of earthquakes, and I put little dots on the map for 9 weeks straight every single day.
Wow.
And that's how I got really good at learning exactly where these things hit and realized a lot of different things about the energy at that time.
Thank you. And I guess the Earthquake Watch websites is where you get that from, is it? Where you see seismology reports, and anything over a certain scale is recorded as an earthquake. Is that right?
Well, the earthquake 3D, you just go to the website and download it. But
And that's telling you where they are. Okay.
yeah, it tells you exactly where they hit,
I see.
and it tells you what the magnitude is and what time it hit. And so you can learn a lot by, looking at this information, like, okay, it hits here every day. I watched the same earthquake hit the same spot for an entire summer.
Oh.
And then kind of as the sun shifted upward, the earthquake went north and it hit that spot. It was following our luminaries.
That is so powerful software to be real time and tracking like that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And when you say it tracks our luminaries, what exactly do you mean?
Well, okay, so with the earthquakes, all of our happenings are below. So what APM has realized is that the stuff that we see above is below. So it's as above, so below.
I see. So
there's a model below,
okay.
and we're seeing it above in the heavens. So
Okay.
what we're feeling in our world is the vibration of the occurrence in the layers below, so we can see our luminaries above.
Wow.
So the vibration is coming up in the form of earthquakes, which is why it's following certain luminary activity.
Okay, would it be a good time to mention the 12 gates at this point, FPV, and the cardinal points?
Yeah, perfect time.
Okay, brilliant.
I'll bring the map back up on the screen. And
before we do, I'd just like to mention that Sandra's with us, Coolpix, P900 Coolpix. Thank you so much for joining us too.
Thanks.
No worries. So we'll bring Sandra in later with some of her research, but we're at the moment I've noted about a dozen points I'd love the team to cover, and one of them is the 12 cardinal points. So thank you for your intro, One Conscience. So I think we haven't quite covered how you got to meet FPV. Did it just your paths crossed in a chat room, or you came across his work and you got in touch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then we just started talking on Hangouts and we progressed.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Fantastic.
Oh, what you forgot to mention, Mom, was how some of Dutch Sinter's quakes didn't make sense.
Oh, yeah.
The antipodes didn't match up, did they?
Yeah, well, his thing, he had errors. He had one error. One huge error
Okay.
was when he thought that a quake, because he's a globe, so he's a globe believer.
Yes.
So he thought that when Northeast Russia received a very large quake, that it would wrap around and hit Alaska or
Okay.
California.
Okay.
Well, it never did. It never did. And I tried to explain to him why, but he did not like that. And I think he kind of ghosted me out of his
I understood.
comments.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? If you have a disagreement and you've been in it for a long time, when someone brings up something fresh and exciting and possibly a revelation, it must be really hard to acknowledge that.
Yeah.
So thanks for that. So we've now joined as a team. Is there two of you at this point in 2016? Is it 17 maybe?
Yeah, there's me, him, and Cats. So there's
Okay.
three of us at that time.
And that channel is Cat's Eyes. Is that right?
Yeah, Cat's Eyes or Return of Cat's Eyes. She has two.
Okay. Well, we'll put all the links to everyone's channels that we mentioned tonight in the show notes. And go ahead, FPV. You were going to share the creation calendar, mimic events, astrology tracker, and the sun gate tracker is what I've got up on screen. But I think you might need to minimize the main window. That's right.
There we go. You see that, yeah?
Yeah, perfect.
Right, so we're back to the 12 gates again. Okay, so what we did here, Sandra obtained the data from time and date for the sunrise for New Zealand.
Yes.
She just picked a random year. In this case, it was 2006.
Yes.
So what I did with this tracker, I added all the data with the sunrise from New Zealand and the bearing on the compass to give us an idea. What we're looking for is gate switches.
I see.
And what you'll see in this animation is this arrow on the degrees go up and down this direction. This would be New Zealand here with this little arrow.
Yes.
So that's the sun gate tracker. So that's just tracking where they see the sunrise from, and what you'll see is it moves up and down.
I see.
Obviously moving up and down the gates, which is what we're looking for. Because what I did here, this calendar here, the creation calendar, I tried to sync that with this. Now this comes with specific dates on gate changes. You like this one, March the 21st, gate 4.
Right. And what is a creation calendar?
The creation calendar is what the ancients seem to be basing the sunrises on.
Okay.
So they would know when it's switching gate and going through the equinoxes and solstices.
Okay, so is this something people can look up, the creation calendar?
It is available online, and
Yes.
what I had to do, it's naming gates, and of course even in Enoch it mentions gates.
Okay.
In fact, every scripture mentions gates or portals. Portal is a gate. It's the same thing decoded.
Okay, understood. Now, before we get too deep, I will mention that we're going to cover some fairly hefty subjects today. Some of it will be scripturally based, and some of it will be sort of more modern, old science, now modern science, because there's people that are really working out that we live in an electromagnetic realm, and how our sky clock works, and so what I would call recent relearning of ancient knowledge. You're going to cover quite a bit of that. So forgive me, I interrupted you, but I kind of need the audience to come along with me as I learn as well.
Yeah, it's fine, Robin. Yeah, anytime you need to jump in, mate, just jump in and slow us down.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
We're used to working with this, and we forget how shocking and revealing it really is.
Yes.
It does harden you over time, but
I also want people to be aware that this isn't just fantasy and speculation. You've really gone into the roots of our ancient knowledge, which everyone must recognize now contains so much truth. So
I would say there's something for everyone in our research. You just, that's the hard part. You've got to find people's interests and knowledge based so they understand what it is you're telling them.
Yes. So go ahead. You've done the creation calendar, and you were talking about the gates.
Yeah, so I sync the creation calendar with the Sungate tracker. With the Sungate tracker, we took the dates from the 25th of the month to make sure that it had switched, because you'll find with the creation calendar, it says there 21st. I've seen some round about the 18th, so it's up and down a little round about 18th to 21st. So I thought,
okay,
we'll use the Sungate tracker as the 25th, and then we know they've changed. It's definitely changed.
I see.
The astrology tracker, that's tracking various things like the zodiac, gemstones, fire, earth, air, water, just some extra information for people that might want to use it.
Yes.
The mimic map events are events we've recorded ourselves off the mimic map that defy explanation from mainstream, but we can see, it's technological processes and mechanisms, events going on.
And when we say mimic, are we talking about comets and...
No, this map's actually designed for water precipitation, but what you'll find is it's picking things up in the microwave frequency, and you'll find they go well out of the way to cut things off that map, so you can't see all these effects taking place on the map.
Oh, I see. And who hosts this website?
It's just type in Google mimic map, and it'll take you to a site, and they've got a database going back to probably about 2010, Robin, and you can go for all these images. They're all there, all recorded, and you'll see some strange, amazing events taking place on the world map.
And they're predominantly there for precipitation, but you can see patterns because they're recording.
Yeah, it's recording
water.
It's a lot more. It's recording a lot more than it's supposed to be, and they're doing their best to try and filter it out. And you'll actually see where they've cut things out as well.
Wow.
But you can't hide that they've cut things out.
No, because there's a gaping hole, I guess, in the data. Yeah. All right. So, will we come back to that later, or do you need to mention what anomalies you spotted?
No, we'll come back to that another time. I would rather people just go to the Mimics map site and go for their database, and you'll see what I mean. Okay. It's hard to see them on there because they've got them small, but we have featured them before in some of our videos, so they are in our videos somewhere.
Very good.
Which one? That's hard to remember which videos they're in, but you will find coverage of them in some of our videos.
Very good.
Right, jump into the waveform tracker. Now, what I want to notice with this is we've got 4 different waveforms that take place over the course of a year.
Mm-hmm.
I'll let this play, and you'll see. Currently, it's at that waveform there. Hold on a sec. These waveforms physically exist on the map, Robin. They're not just there. They'll tell you that depicts day and that's night.
Right.
But these waveforms actually show on the mimic map.
And the waveforms are what? waveforms of the moisture or waveforms of electromagnetism? What are they?
Well, what you're looking at is the sun's driver, and the other luminary drivers is what they decode to us.
Okay.
These, if you look at the sun, it's always directly in between two waveforms. That waveform will change over the course of a year.
I see. So, but what is the waveform scientifically measuring?
Scientifically, the waveform is basically operating like an oscilloscope, and it's pulsing signals across the map. Now, I don't know if you watched our Heaven and Hell video, but I decoded the Milky Way to be a sine wave. It's actually a sine wave, the Milky Way.
Okay. So for those that are just on the basement step of where we are today, so the oscilloscope is measuring. Are you just?
Oh, no, the waveform is the actual driver pushing the luminaries across. Now, remember, from our perspective, the sun is a vehicle in the underworld being propelled east to west, and then it returns. We see its effect in the sky, and we call it the sun.
Oh, I see. So I'm still struggling with what scientifically that oscilloscope is measuring, because it must. Are you saying?
No, it's not measuring. It's the driver, Robin. It's actually pushing them across. They are reacting. You know, you're looking at electromagnetics being repelled by sine waves. Sine waves are driving them across, basically.
I see. I hear the conclusions that you're making, but I'm struggling to describe what that waveform, because this is not your waveform monitor, is it?
I'll give you one that you'll recognize. Rahu would be this waveform.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Right.
So this.
Wait a minute. Rahu's in the north. Sorry. Rahu's that one. You see how it changed?
Yes.
And this bottom one would be Ketu.
And that.
But
whose oscilloscope is that?
That's just an image. That's just an image that I overlaid some information from time and date. And that information in that screen comes from time and date's own animations.
I see. Got it. Finally, the pennies dropped.
So even they have to use these animations of waveforms to depict. You know, they're telling you it's day and night.
Yes.
But to me, that one there is driving the sun. The sun is always the same distance away from it. It never gets closer. It will overtake the moon, which is what I put down to the lunar phases.
I see.
This crossing the moon could possibly be what's causing the lunar phases. Now, I stopped there. I was doing a big project on it, but I stopped because what I've realized, looking into Vedic, all the Vedic information you can come across, there's about 20 different, what they call shadow entities. Rahu and Ketu are only 2 of 20.
Wow.
So there's at least 20 different types of waveforms, it's telling me. So it's going to be really hard for me to identify which waveforms are driving which luminaries.
Okay, so thank you. You put that research on the shelf, but...
Yeah, that's got it on hold, yeah, because, you know, how do you go identifying them all?
Yeah.
That's the hard part.
Right.
But, you know, what we're saying is we know they exist. We know they're driving luminaries across, and what the luminary does, it returns back on the outside of it. Now that return back is, hold on a sec, I'll just get the image on screen so you can see it. There's a mimic map event. You see that waveform there?
Yes.
That shows up going right across the world map on the mimic map.
Crazy. So that's an anomaly that they can't really cover up.
It's
too blatant.
Well, what you're looking at there, you can see the waveform, can't you? See?
Yeah. Amazing.
So it's probably driving the sun back across.
Amazing.
Now the sun in our model, the sun returning back east, here's its path. I'm sure you'll recognize that path, Robin.
Yeah, it looks like a pattern.
It's the ISS path. So to us, the ISS is actually the sun in a standby state returning east. It's not a spaceship in the sky. It is the sun in a standby state returning east.
Goodness me.
And these are the waveforms. You can see how it changes. That's why its path changes, because the way it's the waveforms. It's these waveforms here that's going across the map. So one pushes it along and it returns on the reverse signal.
And you're saying it's like almost out of charge when it's going through the night.
Yeah, it's I would put it into what you would call a recharging process. And this is what the Egyptian 12 gates goes into depth with.
Okay.
You'll notice one of our videos that One Conscience done a presentation on, and it's the Egyptian 12 gates, which is the story of the sun's return back to the east in the underworld.
Amazing. So we brought 12 gates up at the beginning of this little segment, so why don't you cover what they are?
Right.
If you can.
The 12 gates. Yeah. To us, these are what Enoch would term portals. They're where the sun would appear and then start its path across east to west.
And remind the other name for portal?
Gate.
Gate.
Yeah.
So
these are portals or gates. And there's more than, even Enoch describes more than what you see here, because he does mention there's more north and south of them as well.
Can you give us an idea of what Enoch said? So I take it you're talking about the book of Enoch in the Bible.
Yeah. Yeah,
the book that got removed from the Bible.
One Conscience actually done a nice video on it where she spoke through it, and what I did was made an animation to match what she was talking about.
Yes, I've watched a few of those.
And when he described the gates, he even went into detail of the angles they were at to each other, and them angles match what you're seeing here. Now, is that a coincidence? Enoch is talking about the Nazca Mandala.
Wow.
It's insane, Robin, isn't it? It's no coincidence, is it?
And
they're talking about the same thing.
Amazing. So without trying to jump too many tangents, I didn't ask you about the patterns we can see at the corners and around the middle that seem to have like 4 dots in each square. Is that something?
Right.
Is that something you've added, or is that part of?
No, that's part of the grid. I'll go into detail of them for you if you want.
Yes,
right.
Please.
You see these? You notice each box has got 3 that aren't connected to anything.
Yes.
Yeah. These are your 24 elders from Scripture.
Okay.
There's 24 going around the inner circle there that are not connected to anything. Now that's got to be your 24 elders Scripture references. Jumping back out, then we go 12 at each gate. So there's 48 external,
yes.
24 internal. There's your 72 virgins from another Scripture, because they're not connected to anything.
Okay.
So this is where Scriptures comes into play with what it's actually describing.
So you're going to have to forgive the audience for going, that's a bit of a leap, FPV, and I'm going to allow you to flesh it out later and go into more detail. But to go from, picking a scripture that's got a number in it sounds on the face of it to be a bit of a leap.
Yeah.
I'm sure you can add some more color to it. Do you want to try that now, or shall we?
Well, this is what I realized, Robin, when I was looking into the geo, petro, and hieroglyphs. Now, the mainstream tell us they were all into sun worship. And what I realized was no one's ever been into sun worship. What they're really portraying is the mechanisms of the realm depicted in geo, petro, and hieroglyph form. They characterize or personify technologies to help explain what they're doing. That's why they use male and female characters in all these glyphs.
I see.
So this is how you hide technology. You personify it as characters, and of course you put it in a book, and people bring that technology to life as a real person.
I see.
You see what they've done?
So it's hidden, decode, and you're trying to decode. And I guess we'll learn a bit more as we go through the presentation. So you
from the start of this now, I'm already looking for technology, and my mission became finding the technology, how the ancients depicted and described it,
yes,
and how it fits in with a world model. And that was a surprise for me, Robin. I did not expect to see the same glyphs everywhere on the world. You look at spirals and things. They're all. So it tells me that was probably our written language back in those times. It's not unique to Egypt. It's everywhere.
And that's borne out in lots of researchers now, all the hidden histories guys, Martin Leaker and the likes, they've found a lot of this in their research, haven't they?
Yeah. Awesome. You're going to see people everywhere looking at it. But, to connect it all into stories telling you how the world works is what it's doing.
Yes, and my mind's already going now about architecture and harnessing this stuff, but we'll cover that, I'm sure, in another segment. So, okay, so these dots are on the original Peruvian template?
Yes, all that grid there. What you've got here is a 12 by 12 grid. So there's your 144.
Yeah.
And you've got 6 squares, 6 circle, and 6 rhombi. There's your 666.
Got it.
So, you know, so you can pull bits from scripture from there. People will say we're cherry picking, Robin, but so are they.
Yeah.
They're cherry picking stories that fit what they want to believe.
Understood.
I'm looking for how the technology fits into it and how they've described it or tried to hide it in some cases.
Yeah.
And
So
we can see that's changed over time.
one of the things that's jumping out to me is Antarctica seems to be at the bottom and it's not been stretched around. Is that because you can't do anything with it at the minute?
No, this is what you're looking at really is, you know, a world map is basically a strip of data we call a map, and it's obviously part of something larger.
Yes.
So that's why it's got chopped off sides. You know, that what you're looking at the sides, this is where the international date lines cut in half. You know, this is what they've done is they took the Mercator map and cut the sides off and wrapped it around a ball.
Yes.
That now hides the gates in the east and west, and your treaties in the north and south hide the ones in the north and south.
Got it.
So what I'll do here, I'll pass it over to One Conscience because she's going to have to go through some map information here to get you looking at it like we are with this map. So I'll pass it over to you, One, if you want to do that bit with the map corrections. It's probably a good time about now, yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, do you have that video?
Yeah, I've got it on standby. Let's have a look. Where is it? Yeah, map corrections. Master screen sharing.
You are, yes,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, I'll mute and I'll let One talk for this one.
Thank you.
Okay, so we we corrected several, you know, globe portrayals and backwards Mercator maps, and they actually make a lot more sense. So what you're looking at here on screen are the constellations. So this is a constellation map of the heavens, and the top one was the first one they gave us, okay? It was the original one, the one on top. And you'll see like off to the right hand side Virgo's cut because they've wrapped this around to make it seem like it's all circular, like it's around a globe and you know, going in circles around our heavens. But they actually, you go to the bottom one and we've corrected it.
So do you mind if I stop you there, please, One? Because I'm struggling to see any map information at all. I can see some pictures of animals. Do you mind?
So this is the constellations in heaven.
I see. We're looking up in the sky. Okay.
Yes. So we're looking up in the sky.
Okay.
But they've got Virgo cut. They've got several of them cut. So when I went to Google Sky and actually outlined these creatures and, you know, went back to Google Earth and looked at them, they're not like that. They're actually specifically on the east or west, you know, and doing their movements in the heavens. Now, some of them do a circular pattern around a specific point. Others move east to west. The bottom map is corrected. So Virgo's back together in the center where it's supposed to be. And, you know, they're all in their proper place.
Okay.
Moving forward, because the constellation one is a little bit more confusing. It's a little bit more advanced than Earth. Can we move forward at EFPV? So right here, we have a backwards Mercator map.
Okay.
Which he skipped past, but we have it up top. We still have it, so it's okay.
Okay.
So this is the map that a lot of science tries to use.
Okay.
So the problem with this is the Bering Strait. So when we looked into the Bering Strait, we realized that even these two islands called the Diomedes, which is directly between Alaska and Russia, have a 5-hour sunrise difference. And that's not taking into account of the time difference. We're talking about actual sunrise.
Okay.
There's a 5-hour difference between these two islands that are 3 miles apart.
What?
Yes. And I have a video called The Bering Strait on my channel.
FPV, do you mind moving the mouse to where One is talking about if you know? It's up there. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, right in that little spot. So there's these two little islands and they're 3 miles apart called the Diomedes. And I did 2 different videos talking about the Diomedes. because it really blew my mind that there was such a difference of a sunrise between these two little islands that are supposed to be so close together.
Absolutely. Why wouldn't we be? That, I think all the flat Earth community need to know about that one.
Yeah.
That's huge.
It's very
significant.
It was mind-blowing. Yeah, and it's significant because it's destroying the globe ultimately.
Yeah.
You know, these two places are not close together. I'm not saying that there aren't two islands out there, but one of them is, they're not Russia and Alaska, because there's no way that there can be a 5-hour difference just on the sunrise
100%.
on a 3-mile apart island.
That's just blowing my mind.
Yeah. So, next, the flights I would rather him talk about, so we can skip ahead to the ship, the cruises.
Okay.
So I also looked into the Polynesian islands. So I looked at cruises because the Polynesian islands will be south of the Diomedes, okay? We're still talking about the international dateline. The international dateline is where they've cut the map, you know, and kind of blended it together to make this globe.
Okay.
So I looked at these cruises, and the two different color arrows are two different cruises, you know, that you should be able to get from California over to New Zealand, and New Zealand to the Polynesians,
Yes.
and to California. It's an ocean,
Yes.
you know. Mind you, these cruises, each of them on both sides of the dateline, take about 30 days and cost between $10,000 to $20,000 a ticket, okay?
Okay.
So that's important because it's kind of out of reach for a lot of people to, you know, to afford that. Now, when I tracked these ships, the one from New Zealand that they say goes to Polynesia Islands starts at New Zealand. So can you point to the ship there, FPV, at the first arrow? So
down,
right there.
Down the,
okay,
down
and we're
near
just
the
going to
bottom,
follow
yeah.
the track. So what it does is comes up around New Zealand, goes over to Australia, goes around the coast of Australia, comes out to a couple of little islands, stops before the dateline, turns around, and goes back to New Zealand.
Got it.
That takes 30 days and costs $20,000.
Wow. Goodness me.
Which I'm sure it's beautiful, but we could totally get lost in the ocean. You know, they could tell us we're going anywhere. Any of these islands could be anywhere. So the same with California. You get on a ship in California, Baja, California.
Yeah.
They say you're going to the Polynesian Islands. You come out to Hawaii. You do a whole roundabout around Hawaiian Islands. Come down, hit a couple of islands out in the middle of the ocean. You know, come back in east and go straight back up to California. Never once do either of these cross this international dateline, not once.
Interesting.
Right. So that right there is telling us that this dateline is not what they say it is. You know, what you're talking about is two opposite sides of the world, according to our map and our research.
Okay.
So, but they're trying to say, you know, that all of this is in the Pacific Ocean.
Right.
So straightening that map out and putting it proper, you have California and Hawaii over on the west. You have New Zealand and Australia on the east. So there's no way that you could take these cruises and actually go to each other. There are no cruises that go from California to New Zealand or vice versa.
Very telling.
Right. So this is killing the globe.
Amazing.
Yeah. Moving forward, again, there's that international dateline showing both pieces of what I just talked about.
Yes. You were down in that middle bit, down near, halfway down, weren't you? Yeah, okay.
Yep. Yep. And the Diomedes, they're right up there at the top between what is Alaska and Northeast Russia right there. So they're that close together, but yet the sunrise, and not the time difference, mind you, the sunrise, there's a 5-hour difference between these two little islands that are between those land masses that are 3 miles apart.
Wow. So content creators, go and make some videos on that.
Right. Yep. Because other people have looked it up and they've backed everything I said. So,
Amazing.
you know, next it'll be the Ring of Fire. So looking at the backwards map there of the Ring of Fire, they say it's this big ring of fire where all these volcanoes are.
Okay.
But correcting that, it's actually the the hot points here where we're going to come into our compression. All of this technology is going to create a lot of heat.
Okay.
There's also going to be fire right across the equator. It's the fire in the middle. The pyramid is the fire down the center.
I see.
And all of that is due to the waste and recycle system of the volcanoes, which are along both sides on the two coasts. This
Yes.
ring of fire is not a ring. It's more like a line that's compressed in the center and expands out.
I see.
And that's due to the gates and I think all the happenings of, the accelerators and the stuff that's kind of getting hot and melted below. It has to have a place to release.
I see. So we're saying as to connect the dots from one of the earlier slides, we said these circles make up they're mapping what's above and below, and there's some particle accelerators underneath.
Well, there's 30,000 particle accelerators in our world.
Wow.
And most of us don't know that.
And how did you come to that number, if you don't mind me jumping?
Because you can look it up.
Okay.
I've looked it up. I've mapped them.
Okay, so when you say you've looked it up, what did that entail? Where did you look?
I looked up particle accelerators in the world, and it gives you an entire list.
Oh, I see.
Many, many, many. I don't think all 30,000 are listed, but it does tell you that there's 30,000 particle accelerators in the world.
Man-made ones?
If they're man-made or already here, this technology of our world that's creating our world and everything in it, and they just refurbish it or just take it and call it their own. I can't say that.
Okay, so CERN being one of the most famous then?
CERN is the most famous, and it's
see.
the one that most people talk about, but there's 30,000 of them, one of them being in my state that I live.
Okay.
It's up north, and it was actually the largest accelerator before CERN was supposedly built.
Okay.
But I've looked up pictures to see if there's any photos of CERN being built, and I really don't find a lot that shows that CERN was actually built.
So do we think it might have just been adopted by those that thought they controlled the world then? They took over it?
That's what we think, yes.
Wow.
Can I comment here?
Yeah, please.
Yes.
Well, so you can see so far, Robin, what they've done is to hide what the world is. They've cut the map and wrapped it on the globe, yeah?
Yes.
And the international date lines now hide anything beyond.
Yes.
And they control the shipping and airlines.
Yes.
And then we've got the treaties in the north and south. So that's us restricted for full exploration, really, isn't it?
Yes, understood.
But what we can work with is the data therein, all around us. The real world. What you're going to find is we work with real world data. We look at it, accelerators. Now, it's so easy for someone to say they built something, paint it up, and plug a few things, monitoring equipment in, and say, "Look what we built."
Yes.
For all we know, they're probably just monitoring what it's doing.
Amazing.
We don't know.
Amazing.
Or it is a copy, but it's hard to say.
So forgive me, you're blowing my mind because I've done 3 months of research with you. You're covering chapters I've missed, and my mind's already blown. So goodness knows what people watching right now are feeling. So go ahead. Did you want to carry on from here?
Yeah, just one more map is going to be the Aurora Borealis. So the Aurora Borealis, when you look it up, they tell us it's that circle, that semicircle on the left. However, when you straighten it out, it just goes straight across. We haven't really concluded what that is. It could be some kind of a gaseous release. You know, I've had my theories, and I'm not saying that any of them is something that I would stand true to. You know, one theory being east and west is a solid release, and north and south could be some kind of a gas release. But I'm not going to stand by that at this time because,
Okay.
you know, but we're trying to work on possibly what that is. FPV might have his own theories on that, but the north and south do get the aurora. You know, there's one in the north that's very famous, and then there's also one in the south that people from Australia see.
Okay.
You know, and I actually confirmed that through a YouTube lady named Trouble About quite a while back.
Yes.
You know, I asked her, is that a real thing? Does it really happen? And she said, yeah, I've seen it. So.
Wow. And I totally rejoice in the fact that, you know, you remain rooted in what's real, but you're still prepared to use your imagination, because this is how we make the next step, isn't it? We have to stay creative. Otherwise, we know, for instance, if we stick our minds in the box of today's science, we're going to get very lost in quagmire of nonsense, aren't we? So I appreciate the fact that you stay rooted in what you know, but you're still prepared to consider the options, which is, it sounds like this is what your team's been doing for 3 years now, is it? You've been together?
Yeah, I think almost 4 years,
Awesome.
3 years.
Amazing.
Something like that.
Amazing. So thank you very much, Juan.
You're welcome.
That's covered some of the things. We were looking at cardinal points. We talked about the 12 gates. The next I had on my list was the path of the sun and the moon, and yeah, if this ties in at all with the planets transiting the sun as well with the angels. But you take your time, FPV. If you want to just cover sun and moon on its own, that's great. But if you had anything else you wanted to add, that's great.
We did cover it a little bit in this seasons video.
Yes.
This one here, you know, I'll let it play so you can see the paths change. And, you know, what I had to do was actually name these forward and rear gates.
Okay, so what we're looking at, that white circle moving around.
Right, that white circle is the sun returning back to the east as the light we call the ISS.
I see, using that sine wave pattern.
Yeah, I've actually added 2 orbits because you'll find, you know, you look at their satellites, you're going to find they've got different trajectories and orbits. You know, that one, there's one called a Molnier orbit, and it comes, can you see my mouse?
Yes.
It comes and does this.
Okay, so I'm following the sun, following the pattern that one was showing me about the earthquake pattern, and the sun's following the same thing. It's coming
that's our 24-hour sun. That was the month for our 24-hour sun. So
okay.
That's the path it would have to take.
And it cuts across the middle and goes around the top and back round again.
So that's normal day, and then it'll go around there overnight and come back and start again. So that's you know, it could actually be closer than that. We're not sure how far out that would go without exploration. So as a placeholder, it's just going around the outer halo for now.
I see. Amazing.
So, you know, again, Robin, you know, we've got to keep it real. No guessing, no trying to, you know, put your own take on it. If we haven't got the data, we'll just put it there as a placeholder for now until someone goes up there and confirms it's above them or it's further north. You know, it could be anywhere.
Forgive me for shouting out something conflicting with what you're saying, but when we look at the model that most flat earthers use today, they show the sun just going around in a circle and getting faster. Are we saying then that's not right, because this isn't quite an azimuthal equidistant?
No, it doesn't work like that at all. It just travels east to west across the year, shuts down and gets returned, and it never goes above these tropics except for that 24-hour sun.
Amazing.
So, you know, we did try and work with those maps, and we couldn't make sense of them, and this map's helped progress this a lot further. So, you know, but I mean, the map to us is secondary, Robin. Our research is, well, how would you word it? World mechanics.
It is amazing. It is totally amazing, your work. So the sun, are you confident then the sun doing what it's doing on this illustration is exactly where it's seen?
Yeah, because this is real world data from New Zealand that have synced to show this switching of the gates, and of course the dark and light days and the equinoxes and solstices.
Because you're using time and date, which is the moon, the sun.
Yeah, and you know, it has to match real world information like New Zealand sunrise. So you can see here the different. You see the arrow changing direction and the degrees where it's coming from.
Yes.
And that's an indication of it moved up and down these gates.
Amazing. Mind blown again.
Now the forward gates and rear gates are what give us our light nights and dark nights as they change. Because what happens, this one here, if you can see my mouse, that one will be this March.
Yes.
So that's the spring equinox.
Okay.
So it goes up the rear of here, comes round, our days shorten, it'll come down here, and then it crosses back over there, and then comes down here and goes round, back, and crosses again and starts all over again. So it's kind of making a strange figure eight. In fact, I'll show you the shape it makes. It's up an animation there. You see that? So
Right.
it's basic. That's like a facing east. You would get that kind of pattern from it if you were at the equator. On the 25th of each month, if you took a photograph, you should have something that looks similar to this.
Okay.
Now remember from the Egyptians that the sun is birthed from between the thighs of the goddess Nut. Do you see that?
Yes.
It's amazing some of the correlations you come across. It really is.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. And I don't know where to go from here because the standard questions really don't apply anymore. So
Yeah.
does the moon, have you got something on the moon as well?
The moon, right, the sun's taken roughly 30 days in each gate. So over the course of a year, you know, that's your seasons. The moon seems to be changing gate daily. When I've only looked at it once and I thought, wow, it's changing things so rapidly, it's going to take a while doing it. So I haven't actually done one of these on the moon yet because what I need is somewhere better than New Zealand to catch what's going on in the north.
Yes.
Because according to scriptures, the moon only uses 6 gates, not 12, and one of the gates being the sun's. So there's a bit of timing to do there. But what the moon is doing, and you'll notice this more now as I tell you, it goes north and south really quick. It'll go up and down. It'll go up and down these really quick. It's almost daily. That's why you sometimes see it overhead, and a week later it's way down in the south, and then it's back again a week later. This is what it's doing. So it's changing. It's doing the same as the sun, but quicker. So the sun takes longer going north to south, whereas the moon's back to front. The moon takes longer going north to south, but the moon. Did I say the sun or the moon there?
The sun. The sun
takes longer going north and south.
Yes.
Yet the moon does it daily almost.
Okay.
So yeah, they're doing two totally opposite movements to each other.
Wow.
So I haven't gone any further because I've sidetracked into other projects that we're doing anyway. But
amazing.
I know I do have to revisit one day, but I could do with better information from that side of the world.
Yeah, well, Dave Marsh tracks the moon daily, so he's going to have a whole table of data. Massive data.
Actually, ideally, where you want to be is as close to this area as possible on the equator, so you can see exactly where it's coming from.
Yes, very good.
And it might give you an indicator which gate it's using.
Amazing.
But if it's only using one sun gate, it's already suggesting it's using some that we don't see here, isn't it?
Wow. Right.
Which Enoch does reference. He references quite a lot of portals. Not just these. He mentions these 12, but he also references others to the sides of them.
To the sides, as in off the grid here somewhere.
Yeah, they could be further back, further forward. So, yeah, and these also, if it's using these front and rear gates, you got to remember if it's using the rear gate, it's going to take longer to cross, whereas forward gate, it's going to come across quicker. Now, I've noticed people making videos saying they've noticed that it's speed up. These gate changes could be the answer to why it's speeding up. It's not speeding up, it's just got a short distance to go. So it's going to get there quicker, isn't it?
I think I follow you. Is that because it's being slightly north? It's
closer to landmass, so it'll have a few thousand miles less to travel. So if it's set off from that gate there,
yeah,
it'd take X amount of time to get to that gate there. Whereas the rear one, it's got further to go. So so if you were taking a photo of it in the sky, you would notice a change. You'd say, hold on a minute, it was there yesterday, now it's further back or further forward.
Sorry, I hadn't grasped that front meant on the left and rear meant on the right. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, front gates and rear gates. So short days, long days, basically, isn't it?
Yes.
is what you're looking at.
I see.
Short days now are long days.
Well, now I want you to mention the angels, because this is what just suckered me straight away when you showed me a sun halo, and then the transit of planets in front of them, which just blew my mind.
The sun halo.
The sun halo. So you know the video you've got with Simple Minds.
Oh yeah. I'll bring another one up with it. So
or any one you want is fine, whichever is a good example.
Yeah, I'll bring this one up. I should have had that one ready, shouldn't I?
So what we're going to see here is example of this circular pattern witnessed and seen in the sky. And thank you.
There you go. Now this is a 3D model I've made going by everyone's videos that they've been sending in and that we've been observing around the internet. So I made this 3D model from what everyone's looking at. And
okay.
It's pretty obvious it's a technological configuration, isn't it? The sun is just attached to something bigger. Now if you look at Ptolemy's work, he factored in epicycles. So that means the sun is attached to something else that is doing the movement. And that something else is this giant halo that the sun is attached to.
Amazing.
Which is what you can see in here. Sandra's actually got a video recording where she captured it epicycling. I knew it was, but Sandra's the first I've seen that's actually captured it. It slowly epicycles across as it's going across. And more proof of that, Robin. When people were doing the solar noon sun tracking,
yeah,
they noticed that the sun appeared to pause. That's just it. That's just this getting to the end of a rotation, then it starts going back again. That pause is when it gets to the top, and then it gets to the bottom, and then it gets to the top. It's going to seem to appear to pause now and then.
Yeah, as
You
it
follow?
does, as it does the ellipse coming back again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And this here is where I tied it to the scarab beetle that the Egyptians, people say they worship.
Oh,
shape of it from the top.
I just lost you for a second there, FPV. You're talking about the Egyptian and the scarab beetle.
Yeah, the scarab beetle. This is where I connected it to what it represents. You
Okay.
see the beetle?
Yes.
And obviously the sun.
they were considered really precious, weren't they? These gems, and
you can see why. You know, it's got its sacred geometry. It's showing you the shape there. You see it.
Goodness me! And they encoded it into that damn film, The Mummy.
Yeah,
the most precious.
You're going to come across the sacred geometry in films, music, and everywhere. They portray it like there's no tomorrow. But you know, I don't think they understand what it really represents. I think the people that are in the know do, but as we decode it, we come across a lot like that. A lot of coincidences.
Yeah. Well, that's just one that sprung to mind. Okay, this is so cool, and you've got a series of about 14 of these videos, haven't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Amazing clips to music as well, which is equally as inspiring. And this is what I've been playing. I played a couple on my shows recently, and they just blow me away, because you can now. You've mentioned a couple of times, FPV, that eyes to the skies and know thy world, which are your two catchphrases on the channel. But you also talk about these signs and wonders becoming more and more apparent. What did you mean by that?
Right. What we discovered was Sandra bought the Book of Miracles.
Okay.
And once she started looking into it, she found halos in history.
Okay.
They're actually in the book, these halos.
Are they really? Described as we're seeing them here?
Yeah. If you look at our End Times Decoded videos, you'll see 3 videos where over the course of them 3 videos, we've, featured parts out of the book and related them to what you're seeing in the sky now.
Amazing.
Because, what we realized was what you're looking at is a cycle, and every 400 years or thereabouts, we're not too precise in 400, but somewhere around 400 years, this event happens. And what the end times means, and Revelations, it simply means the construct reveals itself in the end times. The end of a cycle is what it's trying to tell you.
Awesome. I bet you people are shivering now in chat room like I did.
You see how it all comes together and makes more and more sense, don't you? What it's actually telling you.
Goosebumps one.
Yep.
And
so what we did with the Book of Miracles, what we did there, I thought we'll divert from what we're doing here, putting this content out. We'll go and decode the Book of Miracles and show them how it relates the cycles, and the same as exactly what we're detailing here, so they can see, it's time for it to show. The signs are in the heavens, it tells you, and they really are. It's showing you.
Yes.
There's a mechanism change coming up. Now, mainstream are going to call that a pole shift event. Call it what you like, but
Yes.
it's definitely mechanism changes, and this is the destructive parts of our history.
Yes. FPV, do you mind bringing up a video that showed the angel going past, was it Saturn? Or was it a planet?
I'm not sure
If you can't find it, don't worry. But there is one that shows the
Jupiter, the
there's
lunar wave thing.
Yeah,
it's the lunar wave, right?
Let's bring that up, because a lot of people will remember Crow 777's work.
Right, the lunar wave you're asking for, yeah. Right, okay. Right, so the lunar wave. I made this video here. It's this is 1111 Codes channel. You see this? You see this in the sky?
Yes.
Right, so very rare you see them at daytime like this.
And the chemtrails didn't work that day.
No, it just looks like a normal cloudy day, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah.
But this is revealing a projected halo.
Yes.
And this, well, I was going to say this, but these, there's more than one. These are what people are recording as the lunar wave. Now, when the moon goes past in the background, all it's doing is illuminating there's something in the foreground, and that something is one of these.
Okay. Amazing. And
yes, I'll just leave it playing, because I know that your viewers will want to watch that as well.
Yeah, and what I love is I think it's episode 13 of the Halos that you've got with Simple Minds. One of your subs has gone, "This one's for you, FPV. It's the best one I got." I love it. It's people on the ground doing their own research and sending their clips in.
Yeah, and that's exactly what 1111 Code did here. He looked around, he thought, wait a minute, that's by itself. You can see him there checking out the sun to see, the sun's over there. So what's this? Why isn't that part of the sun? He knows the part of the sun halo.
Yes.
But what he found was, he come outside and revealed a stationary halo.
Okay.
Now we can get into what they're called as well. Even these have got a name, Robin, a scriptural name, believe it or not.
Okay, what would you call those?
Do you want to go into that one?
Yeah.
Right,
they would be called.
I'll just put this one here.
Yeah, they'd be called seraphims. So seraphims have 6 wings. 2 covers their face, 2 covers their feet, and 2 are to fly. When you look at the sarcophagus, do you see the wings?
Yes, I do, yeah.
So they're stationary. They're stationary halos.
Okay, that's interesting.
And so that was a nice surprise, wasn't it? You finding the sarcophagi having the wings of an angel on. So
yes.
What the sarcophagi is telling you, Robin, is the sarcophagi represents a room below with technology in.
I see.
Remember, sarcophagi is just a sealed room. Now, scriptures mentions the angels on the underworld is the angels' prison, and it literally means that. What it's telling you is the 144,000 from scriptures. The seal of 144,000 is 144,000 sealed rooms below.
Okay. And when we describe these rooms, are we talking about sort of chambers that's part of the machine or the mechanics?
Yeah, you have to be looking at a structure, a very large complex in various layers, it seems, as well. Talking to Santos Bonacci and even looking into main beliefs and things, you're looking at 6 layers below us that's full of technology, is what it's telling you.
Which, so sorry, did we interrupt you, Juan? Was there anything you wanted to add to this?
No, but I can show you the layers if you want to see those.
Why not? And when we finish that, can we bring in Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci's work? Something I meant to ask you fairly early on, but we can bring them in a minute.
Yeah, I'll get them ready while one has a chat. Hold on.
Okay. So one, Did you?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let me get the picture up. So the layers in the rooms, they show us this in Egyptians. The Egyptians have put this on their walls, all their temples and stuff like that. So you see the layers? Here we have a layer.
Yes.
Here's the workings going on in this layer.
Yes.
Okay, and then we have another, floor, roof. Here we have a layer. See the little star they're projecting?
Uh-huh.
They're showing us these processes.
Yes.
Here we have our sarcophagus, our room, This would be our whole room with our layers.
I get it. Because
Okay.
the large body is way bigger, and that's the room, than...
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
Is that supposed to be a boat? No?
Yeah, this would be like the solar boat moving along.
Okay.
So each luminary would have something similar, and it would, it's what's carrying these different luminaries along, whether this is the moon, maybe I'd say the moon because the stars are out above it, so it's portraying like the moon travel.
Okay, and forgive me for sitting on the fence here, but again, this feels a little bit like a leap. Is there more information you can share that helps us understand why you feel so strongly about this picture? Because I can see a correlation.
Well, we'd have to look at other pictures. So
okay.
I'm not sure if FPV has any more of these Egyptian pictures handy. Do you?
Don't worry. I'm just kind of trying to understand how you reach these.
Well, it's the Egyptian 12 gates story, Robin. What you're looking at there is the solar boat's journeys in the underworld. Remember that you're looking at the underworld there, not the above world. So it's showing you the hardware moving around in the underworld.
I see.
Right. So when the hardware moves below, we see effects. So we see our luminaries in the sky, and we feel it with our earth vibrating, our earthquakes.
I got it. So do those 144 chambers, do they have you tried to overlay them on your map, or does it make it look a bit chaotic?
There's 144,000, and it's going to be impossible to locate them.
Oh,
but
sorry,
what we're saying with the sarcophagi is their location markers for where some of them are. These ones in the Middle East, the Tutankhamun ones, they're just location markers for chambers below there. What it's telling you is King Tutankhamun is a technology in charge of other technologies in that area. In other words, it's one that's got control over others.
Okay.
And it's got the shepherd's crook because it plays what you would call a shepherding role, as in shepherding one of the luminaries across. They switch on to help luminaries cross.
Interesting.
So you can see it's activations of electromagnetic processes. That's all doing. They're all working together to create what we see in the sky.
And for those fresh to this information, you can find the scriptural decodes on FPV's channel, and I presume that are they on yours as well, One Conscience?
Yeah, they're on both. Yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah, we decoded cherubims, which are angels, and we also decoded the seraphim angels in 2 different videos. When we decoded the cherubims, that was what got us on that we knew we were on the right path, that these things are technologies, because Daniel describes an angel. He describes it. He says its loins are made with fine gold. His body is a beryl. His face is like lightning. His eyes are fire. His arms are like brass. And his voice is like of a multitude. I mean, that's not a person or a being that we've ever seen being described.
Sure.
Yeah. Scriptures does say, they were are very ornately decorated. If you go through scriptures, you'll see, jewels, diamonds, gold, all kinds of things going into constructing these angels. So what you're looking at there, you're not living at, you know, you're not looking at living beings. You're looking at technologies that are very ornate. They've been very ornate, made very ornate.
Amazing. Okay. So we mentioned, thank you, Juan. We mentioned Santos briefly. Can we bring both Walter Russell and Santos Bonacci into the conversation? Because you referenced them a few times in your work. So let's have a go at doing that.
Certainly. Here we go. Can you see this? Yeah,
I can.
Right. This is Santos Bonacci giving Lily De Rose a presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what he's drawn here is the torus field and what he calls the hourglass shape. You see that there?
Yeah.
When I seen this video, I straight away decoded what that is and what it places on the map. Because, you know, this is how it works. I met Santos a few years ago on a chat on Sun and Moon, and I gave him a private presentation of my research at the time. And he looked at it, and he was it kind of startled him. You know, he didn't expect to see a technological presentation.
No, and as you're witnessing, my reactions to some of the information today is stretching me. So Santos has been at it for years. Goodness me.
But the good thing is he was able to recognize lots of the things going on in it, which surprised me. And then he started elaborating further. So I kept in touch with him on Skype, and, you know, every now and then I'll drop video links to Santos, and you know, he just gives you little tips. Santos, that's how it works. You know, he'll give you a little tip. Oh, look at this, look at that. So he says to me one day, look into Walter Russell's work.
Okay.
So I started looking at that and decoding that, and that made even more sense. And I thought, wow, I can see where Santos is coming from now, why he follows Walter Russell. Okay. Walter Russell's work describes it brilliantly. It really does. So, you know, this is him going through the torus field presentation with Lily Rose there.
Okay.
I'll just forward past it because, I get to the point where I have to decode Walter Russell's motor. I decode quite a lot of things to show you they're all talking about the same thing.
Okay.
Now, this is Walter Russell's motor. Now, what's taking place in Walter's motor, it pumps hot water in across the equator.
Right.
It causes a reaction in here with the green, yellow and orange yellow parts of the color spectrum collide with white and cause a short circuit and a pressure wave. That pressure wave is sent north and south, and these are harness points where you would harness the electrical energy it creates.
Okay, so he's created something physical that does this.
Yeah, this is Walter Russell's. Yeah, this motor here, he built this. It was about 6 foot in, took about 6 foot of floor space up, and it ran a 52-room university with every need it ever needed, and its lab power left over.
Okay, so you mentioned the equator. You just meant in the middle of this machine.
Yes and no.
Okay. Okay.
That equator also applies to our equator.
Right.
This is modelled from our realm works, believe it or not.
Right.
Big jump coming up for you again.
Okay.
Now, Walter goes into how it works, how it divides and multiplies the sex pairs, etc., etc. And this is a proven concept. He proved it worked.
Okay, so he built a physical machine made of metals, coils.
Yeah, coils, metals, a pumping. The only moving part in it was water being pumped across the centre, hot water.
Okay.
That's the only moving part in it. Everything else doesn't move.
And it's been pumped in from left and right simultaneously.
It's pumped in from the right, and it's obviously got a back pressure from the left, you know. So exactly what's going on at the equator. Our equator is hot because of the very same reason.
That water's coming in from both sides?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a back pressure.
And then the collision forces it up north.
Yeah, up and down as well.
And
you
down
know,
as well.
It's north. Yeah, what we showed in this presentation was how it works on this, on Walter's motor. Then I showed this to show how it works on the realm model, because what I decoded here was the trumpets from scripture. The trumpets represent torus fields.
Amazing. So go back to the Walter Russell, if you will, please, FPV. And you mentioned something called sex pairs. What did you mean by that?
Right, sex pairs. Like how electricity works is when it's produced, magnetism tries to divide the positives and negatives, keep them apart. Magnetism's role is to keep these apart. So they're always in opposition. Mm-hmm. So what this build is doing is giving magnetism the chance to divide the sex pairs. That's why you get a big plus and a big minus. So you can see what it's doing as the pressure wave's gone up here.
Yeah,
it's dividing the positives and negatives. and it happens over a case of 4 times on each pole.
Okay, so
But,
charged particles go naturally to the positive and negative.
Yeah. Magnetism will do what it does. It'll divide them.
Okay.
And so what it's doing there is it's using this bar. If you look, it's tapered, so it's got pressure zones on the bar.
I see.
For it to create like a pressure zone there, and that's where you would harness. And same there, and same there. It just narrows the bar. If you look at that bar there on the left, you can see how it narrows.
And how would they get the energy? Is it because of the force in which it comes out the top?
It's not so much force. It's just that all it needs is a pressure wave and harness points. Really, it's very basic and simple when you look at it.
Okay, so it was powering a university by. Sorry, I'm being a bit thick.
Yeah. Once they started generating electricity, he had this running back to keep the pump running to pump the water in.
Okay.
The rest on itself. So all these harness points are positives and negatives that you can send around the university.
Oh my goodness, free energy.
So there's like a big battery, isn't it? You've got positive and negative, same there, and they're all different potencies. It multiplies up to a times of 4, and it's perpetual. It's constantly running.
Amazing. And like you said right at the beginning, no moving parts, just the water coming in.
Just water coming in. Let right hand rule in, left hand rule out, and that collision in there is what causes this pressure wave to generate free energy.
Is Walter still around?
No, he's not, sadly.
Okay.
He'd have been proud. I think he'd have been proud of what we're doing here.
Amazing. So forgive me for being ignorant on Walter Russell's work. That is awesome. Another massive red pill dropped. Okay.
Well, that's another APM promise. We're going to decode everything Walter Russell made to show you what it actually relates to. Because what I noticed was people a lot more intelligent than I am look at his work and they can't figure out, they've nothing to relate it to. That's why they don't understand it. But we can see what it relates to and where it originates from, the concept. Amazing. So what we're going to do is bring it all to life and show you and break down every part of it and what it means and how it works in the real world. So that's our mission currently.
Fantastic. Wow, salute you all. Amazing. So let's move back over. You were overlaying this onto the...
Right, so I used the same principles. Yeah, I used Walter's principles on the realm. And of course, that's why we see the equator being red. It's the same process. So we've got compression across east to west and expansion north and south. There's your German cross, your Maltese cross. I've even looked at the Hopi, decoding some of the Hopi glyphs, yeah. But,
yes.
It's because you'll find every culture out there has got this same story. They depict these. Everyone's just forgot what it means, Robin. And the only thing we can put that down to is, pole-shift events, wars, bad schooling, indoctrination and all the rest of it. We've forgot a lot of things the ancients knew.
And again, this is just why I love your work, because you're pulling in threads from scriptural, spiritual, esoteric, archaeological, geological, astrological. It's all coming in, and just general data as well, just data for things. So where would you like to go from here? Because have we covered Walter Russell enough to say that you've gone, you've taken what you've clearly overlaid now onto the realm? Was there anything else about Walter's work that you wanted to mention?
You're going to see a big breakdown a bit in our next video, an amazing video in the next one. It's going to blow your mind. If our videos haven't blown your mind before, this next one's going to.
They already have. It's already mush on the floor, but I'm loving every minute of it.
I'll just show you this image and then we'll move on to another subject if you like.
Yes.
This here is what Walter calls the gravity is basically a pressure recorder. Now this grid here, you see this grid?
Yes.
And what I've done with this was, I've done the same with this. I overload it on a map and grid. And lo and behold, the Help One Conscience's earthquake data come into, you can see it visually taking place now with this.
Did you want to step in?
The only thing I could really add to that is, Walter's motor and this pressure system is what the quakes are the effect.
Yes.
So the cause is this. This is the cause of the earthquakes and the vibration. So, as the water, the energy is coming in, and it hits that compression point, we're feeling the tremble on our surface.
Yes.
You know, these are different layers below. Different things are happening in different layers.
I see. And reminds me, FPV, where did this grid come from again?
This overlay that's lit up in white light comes from where Walter Russell's work.
Okay.
And what I did was I overlaid it with a map and grid. You can see it actually starts pointing back towards the gates. So it looks like man's, made a representation of the technology below.
Oh, wow. And I bet you the Nazca lines are on these as well.
They actually complement the Nazca lines because you can see there, look, they fit in perfectly with it.
Unbelievable.
Everything makes sense. And all these, where the green lights are, all these are hotspots for quakes and other events.
Yeah. And we can see this on our ocean floors.
Oh, yeah. Yes, you might want to show Robin them, the lava tubes one. Show Robin the lava tubes that lead up to these.
I was going to mention volcanoes and geological patterns, which is kind of coming next, I guess. We could try that now.
Yeah, might as well jump to that, I think. Yeah. Have you got them on screen, one?
Yeah, let me get them. Okay. So this is one lava tube.
Let me just maximize you 1 second. There we go.
So see how it's constructed? See the push? See the grooves in it?
Yes.
These are lava tubes that people explore, completely cleared out of lava. You know, they appear like they're some kind of constructed with these grooves.
Oh, yeah.
So there's like a clearing that occurs. You know, I'm not sure if something comes along and pushes it literally through and up and out, but these people are walking in the lava tubes that are now completely cleared of the remnants along with these grooves. And you can go to a different one. Here's another one.
Unbelievable.
Same groove.
It looks
same type of.
Looks like a mining operation.
Yeah, it does. But these are lava tubes.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, and these people, they go down and explore them. You know, if they're not active, which I'm thinking, a lot of these things they shut off. They come on when it's their time. We know that from history. I did a segment in the end times where we used to have different areas of the world that had massive volcano eruptions, and now they're just turned off right now. They're waiting their time again.
Okay.
So here's one that kind of looks like it collapsed, but again, we can see the groove.
Yes.
Just like before. Looks a lot older, So we get into Google, and we have these lines that I spent a very long time tracing.
Yes.
You can see a construct, which would be a lot of these lava tubes, possibly pieces of the technology.
Okay.
That looks kind of like a drain.
What's clear to me is, nature tends to form these lovely Fibonacci sequence and lovely circular, beautiful patterns, but this almost looks man-made, doesn't it? It's just engineered.
I mean, they do, but engineered by who? Was it man? This is Hawaii, and Hawaii is a volcano, the whole island, the islands.
Yes.
So this is all the different tubes coming off of Hawaii, and we have here, this is Central America going up, and we have this massive construct of something going on. These tubes, these I still try to find the words.
Me too. It's like almost like the children's connector sticks that you make patterns with. But it certainly looks intentional. That's the thing, doesn't it? It looks designed.
But the moon seems to be kind of connected somehow through these, along with different eclipses.
And how do you relate that? Sorry.
I went and tracked a whole lot of moon eclipses, and what I tracked them with was Rahu and Ketu.
Okay.
And they were always within a vicinity where Rahu would cross in front of the moon to eclipse it, from the point of where we would see it.
Okay.
But that's a whole different.
I tell you what, Cami Nodell would love this. She would.
Probably.
Yeah.
She probably would. She would probably really enjoy a lot of stuff. But yeah, Rahu or Ketu, one of the two, always are crossing it, and FPV is working on the whole wave thing with the moon. So we'll probably get more into that later. But
okay.
So
thank you. We were sort of moving into geological patterns and volcanoes, and I wonder, was there anything that you wanted to add about volcanoes?
Can I just add what you're seeing there with the lines one's tracing?
Yes.
What she's tracing there, then we call them world lines. Now, the Nazca lines are a condensed set of what one's line traced there on the world model. Okay. They physically exist on the ground and on the seabed on the world model, Robin. But, they're not as clear. Google obscure them. It's the same thing over and over again with Google. They hide a lot of things, but there's that much there. They can't hide it all.
I bet you can see it with the crystal clear water in Hawaii. I bet some of them are visible from the air, aren't they?
That's how one concentrates them, yeah.
Oh, wow.
A lot of parts of the ocean, you can see them clear as day.
Fantastic. Awesome. I'm just, I'm getting chills again. Do you know, did you want to say anything more on geological patterns and or volcanoes? Because we kind of covered a little bit with Hawaii.
We don't need to really, because the next video you're going to have the full explanation of what is cause. You're going to see the cause in the next video.
Great, let's do that then.
So we'll leave it at that for now, and you've got something to look forward to.
let's wait for that one then.
But while we're on waveforms, one mentioned, I'll give you a sneaky peek on what I was working with, and I've shelved it for now, just so you can see where we were going with the waveforms.
Yeah, please do.
Can you see that?
I'm just going to maximize you. There you go.
Right, so the yellow one would be the sun's driver, and obviously the moon's got its own driver. Now Rahu would be, see the shadow?
Oh, it's making total sense now. Yeah.
And now you can see how the shadow causes the phasing. But like I said, I've stopped it because there's that many different waveforms taking place going across this map. It's it's going to be impossible to identify all 20 of them.
I must say, not only is it mind-blowing, it's absolutely beautiful. That piece of software, or however you're doing that, is amazing.
Oh yeah, it's good software. So you can see now what I meant about the Milky Way. The Milky Way is one of these. It's probably the yellow one.
As in the stars follow it, or
yeah. You'll find the sun always rises on the same part of in the Milky Way. So as the Milky Way is crossing, it's just the sun's usually in the same part of it, like this. And it's, to me, that is the sun's driver. It's driving the sun across electromagnetically.
Beautiful.
So while we're on this subject, all the planets make a sine wave as they, cross our heavens.
Have you got the picky one?
No, I thought you did.
Oh, right, I've got it.
So I tracked them for a whole year.
There it is. Did you see that?
And we just took a picture, a still shot of the video. The video's on my channel.
Okay.
Each color represents a different planet.
Okay.
So you can see, FPV'd have to take his arrow and show, but each color is making a sine wave of its own frequency.
Yes.
So these planets are all making their own sine wave, and red, being one good example, has a longer, shorter wave, but where it circles here,
yes,
in different areas, it's epicycling. So that's how we have our Mars going into retrograde.
Okay.
It's doing epicycles of its own. They're just larger, and it goes slower than like the sun doing its epicycles and stuff like that.
Okay.
But yeah, each one of these has its own frequency. Therefore, it's going to affect our world, and even us.
Yeah.
So.
No wonder no wonder the astrological charts are so meaningful for so many people, because it's having an electromagnetic effect on us. Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean, electromagnetism?
Yeah, and the fact that our bodies are crystalline in structure, our bones, our teeth, we are conductors of this energy.
Goodness me.
So it would flow through us. It would affect us. It's going to affect our frequencies, our bodies.
That's also where the division and multiplication comes into it, Robin. You know, look at your body, split it down the middle. There's your two halves.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
it,
yeah. And
it divides and multiplies. You know, we really are an image of it.
And that's the so say Leonardo da Vinci pattern, isn't it? I've got the image of the human pencil drawing with symmetry, and he there's definitely maybe I should have prepared that answer a bit better, but I think he was, or those pictures were supposed to be outlining how beautifully symmetrical we are in so many ways. Okay, anyway, enough of me. We were going to cover electromagnetic patterns. Do you think we've done that now?
Yeah, I think we've covered a bit of that, and like I said, the next video you're going to understand a lot more of that and how that works.
Awesome.
Well, we were going to talk about the roll waves. Remember, you had.
Oh yeah.
There's a couple examples that we see in our world that he has pulled up, I think.
Okay.
I'm just looking for it now. Give me a minute.
No problem at all.
But we see it in our sun halo. That's the biggest that is really predominant, you know.
Yes.
But there's all these other little things that we see.
Yeah, that's
behavior.
That's what blew it for me. Not only do you see these wonderful halos in the sky, but you also see the halos transiting other planets. And I don't know if it's possible. You saw these amazing tubular clouds. They're fantastic. Yeah. That's the one.
Yeah. You're going to have to consider electromagnetics. You know, what can make a cloud take form? Everyone ask yourself this question: what can make a cloud behave like this?
Yes.
Only electromagnetics have got the power to do this on a huge scale.
It's rotating as well, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. So, you know, it's showing you there's a vortex going on, isn't it? It's trapped in a vortex, basically, and reacting to it.
Phenomenal.
And these things go for miles. They're huge. Oh, look at this. Look at this one here. It just goes way off into the distance.
Imagine being on that beach going for a swim. How could you concentrate on swimming?
No, we can get into the dome talk now. No, because people think you need a dome to have a pressure system. Wrong. This is the pressure system. You're looking at it here. It is these that create the pressure. That switches on, the tide's going to go out. That switches off, the tide's going to come back.
I see.
You see what's happening?
So what do you think happened to the GoPro rocket then, FPV?
The GoPro rocket?
Do you know the amateur rocket that appears to hit something? It doesn't smash.
Right. Yeah. I can decode that for you now. All systems nominal there. What happens with those? Yeah, I've seen that video where they say the rocket hit the dome. If a rocket hits anything, you would see its body crumple straight away. There's no crumpling whatsoever. All that took place, Robin, you'll actually hear the noise of it. It gets to a certain momentum speed, and it triggers what's called the anti-yo-yo mechanism. It's a device that's designed to stop rotation. As it stops it, it causes the nose cone to unscrew and flip off, and of course pop the parachute. It's just part of the process. That's all it is. It didn't hit anything. It just functioned normally. This is what they're designed to do. It's called the anti-yo-yo device.
Within the rocket?
Yeah, it's built into the rocket. Yeah, that's how it pops the cone and the parachute. It forces the nose cone to take the spin, which of course stops the body moving.
I see.
The nose cone actually spins off and pops the parachute. It's just normal.
So it came across an angel then, and there was an electromagnetic force.
No. It just ran out of steam and it fired its parachute. Nothing went wrong at all there. It was behaving normal. It didn't hit anything. It just ran out of steam. It appears like it just stopped dead, but you've got to remember it's slowing down. It's probably still moving. It's just hard to tell. It's losing speed, momentum, so it pops its nose cone and drops the parachute.
I see. Well, that's interesting anyway. That's interesting. But this is mind-blowing, what we're seeing here.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I'll put it back on that cloud. Right. See the patterns, how the clouds are forming a shape. Where have you ever seen clouds do that before? You don't see it, do you, normally? Well,
No.
we might have seen it and not thought anything of it, but same again. It's reacting to electromagnetics. If you look at it, it's basically following a path, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now that path we can show with real world magnetic data like this. This is data series captured. We're going to go into detail more of what you're looking at there in the next video. But
Okay.
same again, them clouds are just taking the shape of something like this.
And that's electromagnetic readings from where?
Yeah, this is real world magnetic data that series gets off their own site.
Okay.
And they overlaid it on the map to show you what it relates to.
And what's coming down to touching the Earth then? In these?
You're going to find out in the next video.
Ah, lovely tease. Beautiful, beautifully done.
Yeah, you're going to understand everything about these in the next video.
So if anyone's not actually completely just melted on the floor by now, you must tune in for your next shows. So that's awesome.
So there's effects you can see in nature. What we're going to do in the next video, we're going to show you how the technology works, how to recognize it and see it in nature.
Okay. And I don't thank you. And I don't suppose you've got the one of it transiting a planet, have you?
The lunar wave?
Yes.
Yes. Which video have I got on? It's this one. Yeah. Right. Yep. They're all in this one.
Great. Because
so there's the moon one, right?
Yeah, so a la Crow 777 and anybody else who's caught it since.
Yeah, yeah. It's more common than you think. People just don't look at the footage. It's easy missed.
To just walk people through what you've just shown there.
Right, yeah. So what you're seeing on that video there, you'll see there's a lunar wave. You can just see it there coming down now.
Yes, yes. Looks like a shimmer, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but you can see it's always two lines as well. So there's the second one coming now. So what you're looking at is two sides of a circle, basically. And I made an animation to show you what's taking place.
Yes.
So you can see now this does the same effect. So you're looking at a halo, Robin, one of them halos that you've seen before. Stationary halo is what it's highlighting.
Yes, and it's just going past.
Yes,
and that's the front and the back are just either they're in front of the moon. Yeah,
they're in the foreground and the moon's just illuminated it as it went by in the background.
Fantastic.
That applies to any luminary out there can do it. I even give Crow 777 a little prize there.
Awesome.
Little card. So there's another person's one of it. Same again. And then we go to the planets. So
yeah, this is the one that blew me.
This is Jupiter by John McKeon. I think it's John McKeon. No, take back Space TV. So okay. He's actually captured this one and the Saturn one.
Look at that.
You see that? So you'll see again. You'll see him again. You'll see there's two waves. That's the first part of it. Then it happens again. So obviously, he was probably
amazing.
You can see now, put a halo in between that and him, and that's exactly what you're looking at.
Fantastic. Wow, and there are quite a few halos, aren't there? So it could be any one of them.
Oh yeah. I mean, once you find one, once you see the luminary illuminating one, mark its direction because it's never going to change. It'll always be there. So all you have to do now is look for luminaries passing in that direction, and hopefully you would catch it again because it's always going to be there, that halo.
And with a telescope, that's the best instrument to do that, isn't it? Because you can lock it in place.
Even the P900, Sandra's caught it on here with a P900.
Oh, really, Sandra? Yeah, awesome.
So it should be on here somewhere. There's Halo 1 conscience capture. You come outside and there's one right above our house, look.
Goodness me.
You can just see parts of it there. You can see it, you get to see it more and more.
Behind the chemtrails.
Yeah. Yeah. It's strange. The chems are very much similar colour, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is Sandra's lunar wave here, zoomed in as well. Nice capture, zoomed in on it.
That's a beautiful image.
So you can see where we're coming from, Robin. We know it's flat. We don't need to make any more flat earth proofs. So we're trying to show how it works.
Which I really appreciate. Yeah, we all need to move on to the deeper waters, really.
Yeah.
So I'm going to attempt to do the last 2 points in about 10 minutes, because if we go for much more than 2 hours, we definitely need a return visit. But 2 hours is a good slot for people to consider themselves well and truly mind blown. But there are 2 or 3 quick subjects I want to cover. We talked about mud floods briefly, and could we just cover mud floods and resets, and potentially the comets and pole shifts, because I think they're all related, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
So with mud floods, that again is an effect. It's an effect of what happened because of the cycles of our Earth. I kind of think of it like a cleansing cycle. So I went back and studied and looked up different histories, and in every single region of the world, they have different flood tales throughout time, not just one, not just one deluge, but many. So every single country has a story where the world has flooded to the point of wiping out life.
Yes.
So the map you're seeing on screen was actually a CIA map.
Really?
And, why they have this, I don't know. I don't know why they have it, but it was backwards, so we corrected it. And they had it all mapped out for when this next flood takes place, what's going to happen to our world.
Wow.
They have safe zones mapped. They have where hot and cold climate's going to mix. They have where all of the food's going to be destroyed, places that are going to get really hot, places that are going to be completely submerged, places that'll just be flooded.
Okay. And
So
the CIA is their shading, and that's their key?
yes,
Oh,
that's
wow.
their key and their shading. And we simply took it and laid it over our version of the map.
Okay.
It's also it also shows us that the fault lines are going to change. They're going to flip. So we're going to have different areas for some reason where earthquakes are going to occur compared to where they do now.
Unbelievable.
And this is what they're probably referring to as a pole shift. Well, we call it the end of a cycle, and something's going to occur, a switch in the technology.
Yeah.
Like I was mentioning, that in the past, we had different areas where volcanoes used to erupt massively, massively, and they don't anymore. And we used to have different areas that would receive major earthquakes where we don't anymore. So in the past, it used to be different as well. And now we have our world today, and something's going to occur with our technology, a shift, or, call it whatever you want. And it's going to go a different way.
Wow.
It's going to lead to a reset, if you want to call it that. I would say that highlands would be your best bet, according to this map.
Yes.
So
this central strip there in the US, the pink zones would be safe.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we're also going to have a lot of loss of food and agriculture and stuff like that. It looks like, UK being an island, and I would say that it probably occurred before because Ireland's away from UK now. I would say that you guys may have been joined together at one point in the past. It looks like you guys are going to flood out big time.
Sure.
But you're lowlands, you're an island. So other lands are going to emerge that are below the water and we can see proofs of that. There's lots of stuff below the water that people just can't explain how it got there.
Sunken cities.
Why? Exactly. And then there's going to be other land that's going to submerge because it's lowland and the water's going to overtake it.
Indonesia.
Yeah. Indonesia is that's a pickle of a country. I'm glad I wasn't born there.
Well, my son is there now. My son is in Bali.
Oh,
yeah.
They have a lot of activity there.
Yeah, they do. Right. So this is absolutely fascinating because you kind of covered what would happen, why we've had resets, and you mentioned Sandra did a lot of reading. I've listened to all of, well, most, probably all of them, all of the readings from the history books about big events where wildlife was wiped out and these kind of themes. Is that what you've learned by reading through them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Our best advice to anyone is to watch our End Times Revelations and Prophecy Decoded videos. There's 3 videos where we sidetracked from the usual research we do to study that, and so easily enough we decoded all that into this model anyway.
So just quickly, thank you. So quickly cross-referencing the likes of Martin Leake and John Levi and Philip Drusenin, and everybody's doing amazing work there with the mud floods. Do you think that's roughly 400 years ago then, or could it be sooner?
Every 400 years it seems to be taking place, but there could also be other cycles that create smaller events in parts of the world. There's lots of mechanism changes going on. Now, I know you wanted to talk about comets, so while remember,
please do. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, our perspective on comets is they're there to assign a warning. It's another projection. It goes about its business, and they just repeating history. It's like Halley's Comet. Every 76 years we see it.
Yes.
Why hasn't it gone off into deep space somewhere and never come back? But they're there, the reminders. It seems to me, it's to us the signs of change. And this is how the ancients depicted them. When they seen a comet, it's either something good or something bad's going to happen, one or the other.
Okay.
So, and a good reference to one was one in Germany went over and actually caused a river to reverse its flow.
Wow.
Now that alone tells you that it's local, close, and affecting rivers locally and not nationally.
Yes.
It has to be close. And obviously, remember, the light above has got a physical model below that's projecting it and moving around.
So dare I ask the $1 million question, when is the next 400-year cycle due?
Now. It's
gosh.
already started.
Amazing.
Because what you're going to find in the End Times videos, there isn't just a flood to consider. This mechanism changes affects all life.
Yes.
In genetically, I mean, it can make serious genetic change.
Wow.
And you'll find that in the Book of Miracles.
Which I've heard Sandra read, lots of different hybrids of things,
Yeah, you're getting mixtures, cross species, all kinds of things happening, and it's there, and it happens in history. And go touching on touchy subjects, transgenders, and all this, that, and the other. All these agendas. Our opinion is, they're there to try and mask what's really taking place.
Wow. Well,
you can't hide it, so you promote it.
There's more truth in the myths and legends than we dare to think than in the history books.
There really is, yeah. They're not so much myths anymore, are they?
No. Well, we did have one other subject, which was colosseums, but I think we're gonna. I think we should start to wrap up here. And the Colosseum episode is fantastic, guys. Go and have a look at that one. We did mention Vinnie St. Vincent's work, so I think we should just reference him just to give him a shout out, if that's okay.
Yeah, certainly, yeah. Well, Vinnie Roy, he's probably the first person I've come across that's doing actual live experimentation with electricity. You've seen him yourself, all the projects he works on.
Yes.
So I took the chance of, getting in touch with him and trying to explain some of Walter Russell's work to him, because I could see he's following Tesla and Ed Scalin's work on Coral Castle.
Yes.
And I thought, I wonder if what we're learning here can help Roy in any way understand, how this works.
Yes.
So I was trying to get across to him expansion and compression, and he actually done a presentation. He kind of wandered off and showed you a setup of different Tesla coils. Some were hardwired, and some were just Wi-Fi across to another.
Yes.
So, and it helped him understand what expansion and compression is really doing and how to maximize it. He actually gave me a shout out on that video as well, so that was cool.
I was just about to hunt for a file, but I forgot I was screen sharing. I would really recommend you look out for. How have you titled some of the videos on your channel so people can go and look at them? Because what I've seen him do is phenomenal. He's taken a Model T Ford engine, with the 12 are they magnets in the engine, and then he's got a couple of coils, an oscilloscope, and he's used polarity, and he's trying to get the polarity right until he causes the motor to turn, and it generates electricity, and he gets it just right. He trials it, and he earths it. He uses a bundt cake, an aluminium bundt cake tin, and by the time he's done, he's just figured it out, and it's done beautifully, creating free energy. And I'm sure that's just one of many things he's doing.
Yeah, that's what's good about Roy. You know, when I met him, I thought, wow, at last, you know, someone genuine. Because you do come across all these free energy sites on YouTube and places like that, and a lot of the time they've got hidden batteries and things. But Roy's not like that. You know, he'll give you their blueprints if you want them.
Amazing.
He'll write you a schematic if you want any of his builds. So, you know, it's cool. And of course, you got support on his channel, haven't you? You can go and look at his channel. He's genuine, and it's, you know, it's really cool that he's now communicating with us, and we can give him some ideas on future designs, which is where we're at now. So you're going to see the designs he's working on currently. You're going to see some progress over them, and we've had a little, you know, a little play in that. So let's say,
Wow.
been kind of advising him on builds.
Well, I just love watching someone creative just push the boundaries and figure things out, which is just awesome to watch. I am now just in awe of just taking 2 hours out of your schedules and just getting what I imagine is just a subset of you know, just tiptoeing across the top of these huge subjects, which you've managed to pull together so well. And we haven't mentioned a couple of other members in the team. Did you want to quickly give them a shout out?
Yes, I do. Yes, it's all very important as well for all the flat earthers. You know, you want to decode gravity, you've got to look at Jason's video, the Axis Monday video, because it will give you the correct breakdown of what gravity really is. So definitely take a look at Jason's work in there.
And what's his channel called?
He's called Jason Tomlinson. You won't find much on his channel. He deleted all his content for some reason.
Okay.
He didn't have a lot on there because he hasn't got, you know, a computer and things. So we help him put the presentation together and host it on our channels for him.
Awesome.
So,
and do you want to shout out the others as well?
Yeah, Rose, Jimbo. If you look at Giants, go to Jimbo's channel. He live streams Giants and Titans, where you can see them sticking out the ground.
Yes.
all manner of species, but no dinosaurs. Every species you can think of, but dinosaurs. No, that's pretty cool, isn't it?
Amazing. Yeah, there's a couple of channels out there that people are following on that subject, which is awesome. Yeah.
Of course, P900 Cool Picks and her husband, who's doing amazing work in the light department. he's helping illuminate the works. So,
and doing modeling, computer modeling, is it?
I do the modeling mainly.
You do the modeling, okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get into that one day with them. I'm trying to teach all these people what I know, see. You know, I'm quite computer literate, and you know, I used to work with models and all kinds of stuff.
Awesome.
So, you know, so now to in fact bring them into our project, and you know, like I did with the Colosseum decode, that was a 3D model.
Awesome. And we have to shout out Cat's Eyes as well. I think we mentioned her right at the beginning, but
Cat's Eyes. I met Cat's Eyes before I even came to Flat Earth. Me and Cat's Eyes used to be moderators in a news stream. That's how we met, and you know, that's when I came across Flat Earth. When I was moderating in this news stream, I kept going back to these Flat Earth channels, looking at them, thinking, "Oh, there's something here." You know, you're like a terrier. You get your teeth into it, you're not going to let go, are you? You know, there's something there. So yeah, definitely Cat's Eyes. Give it a shout out. You know, she helps us with scriptural decodings, because you know, she's a devout Christian and she follows the Bible. Awesome. And of course, it was a good test for me to put this across to her as a friend gently and say, look, you know, what they say in the Bible actually relates more to this than characters. I'm not saying all the characters in there don't exist, but you know, a lot of people ask us to prove Jesus and things like that. We're not here to prove that. How do we prove that? We can't. No. Our mission is to show you how it works. Come what may after that, you know, let the scholars debate the who's and what after. We need to know how this world works and where all these technologies factor in, and we can see that they've been personified in a lot of cases, some of these characters.
Yes.
So
amazing.
You know, So it's a case of tiptoeing, you're tiptoeing around everywhere, really. It's they want you to prove their map, their model, their belief system. We don't work like that. We've got to keep it real, get all the data in and figure out this technological construct and its workings. That's our priority.
Well, I must say to everyone, and if you're listening, Katz, Jimbo, and sorry, what was the other gentleman's name? Jason. If you're listening, I really appreciate everything you've done, and I can't wait to just get deeper into the subject, because I think what we've achieved tonight is actually to introduce the subjects and to give enough information to at least catch the imagination of those watching. And I really hope now that people will now go and subscribe to everyone's channel here. I'll put the links in the show notes, and then just dive in. Just use maybe start with some of the shorter videos, and then jump into the live streams, because when you do the premieres, we love it. The chat room is full of amazing people, and it's a really supportive environment and really inspiring. And so I think we will wrap up our interview here, guys and girls. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. And you did yourselves proud, really explained things clearly, and I hope it's just caught everyone's imagination now. So thank you ever so much.
Yeah, you're welcome, Robin. Thank you, mate.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Andrea. And what we'll do now is we'll play everyone out with the Sun Halo video with Simple Minds, Let There Be Love, because it just inspires me so much. We'll leave everyone on that note, and get yourself over to FPV channel. Go and subscribe now for the next video. Don't miss it, folks. And we'll see you again sometime soon. Thanks very much.
Secrets of love whispered tonight, broken down angel got lost in the cold night. Sitting and screaming, I look for your eyes. Someone to lay through the night. Your music talks to me, it's me tonight.
God, FPV, this is for you, buddy.
Let there be love. Oh yeah, I know what I want. I know what I feel. I know what I want. Alright, so let it be love. Let it be love.
So, this is how quakes work in our realm. What I'm showing here is the basic quake paths from the east, then from the west. This is not every quake that hits, but most will follow this basic path. Quakes are repeatable, recordable data, and once someone does the research, they will realize that this is true and there is a pattern and a system that occurs. Quakes basically follow the grid that is overlaid onto our world as you see here. This is due to what's happening below, as we have been saying from the mechanics of the underworld. The systems down there are using an electromagnetic mechanical energy to work and create the processes we see here on surface. This is a grand scale of perfection that we cannot comprehend. As the energy moves along that is producing our luminaries in the heavens, a switching of the magnetics below is occurring. As each cycle of the magnet takes its course, there is a switch that we will get very deep into in our next video. This is where the vibrations will occur on surface. This energy is running along the grid, which is the actual plates of the world. This is likely a massive iron grid. So how do I figure that? Well, because of the plate that Jimbo found quite a while back in Greenland. A massive plate coming out of the ground that happened to be exactly where the grid is here in the map. That was just one small piece of the grid exposed. The pressure coming from below will cause a rise. We see this quite a bit from earthquakes as the land rises. Now, as this pressure is moving along, it will work similar to if you had a large piece of sheet metal and say one person at each end. One hits one end and the other hits the other end. There will be a jolt from each hit of each end, but there will also be a third effect, and that is called the fulcrum point. Both ends will then vibrate to the center where the third jolt will release, which is what happens in quakes. If we get two quakes, the center fulcrum point will receive the third. Now, there are certain spots that repeatedly get hit with deep quakes. This is showing us the layers of the underworld and the size of the technology at play here. The deepness ranges between 700 kilometers to 10 kilometers in earthquakes. The majority of quakes are around 10 kilometers deep. The very specific areas of deep quakes do show us where the larger pieces are, though. Fiji has the deepest quakes recorded, which is showing us the size of the launch piece for the sun, since Fiji is coming right off the eastern gates. The larger piece of tech is going to send great shock waves up and down, causing a seismograph to read the energy at great depths. This system will follow across the realm as pertaining to the sun luminary. Certain quakes will occur repeatedly each day in the same location while the sun is entering the area, and again as the sun is leaving the area. This also occurs with all luminaries. We also have to factor in alignments. As planets align and eclipsing occurs, this also adds to the quake energy, and larger quakes happen on our surface. So, this is how quakes work, so be sure and check out our next video for a very deep understanding of the magnetics of the underworld.
Secrets of love whispered tonight, broken down angel got lost in the cold night. Sitting and screaming, I look for your eyes. Someone to lay low through the night. Your music talks to me, hits me tonight.
God, FPV, this is for you, buddy.
There's FPV Angel who was discussing you last night. FPV Angel
Was he discussing me? Yeah.
No, we was discussing FPV Angel, me and Michael last night. I think you left, Void.
Yeah.
Was you not still there, Void, when we was talking about FPV?
I think I was, because I remember saying that you know, as many times as I have watched this channel and trying to understand it, I still don't have a clue. No, I have a clue, but I don't have the faintest sketch of a model inside of my head. You know, I could not reproduce anything that he says. You know, I could reproduce the picture that he made, like of the sun nodes, and I see the sun nodes, if you know, if that's what he's calling it. But yeah, I remember that saying that it's just too much to take in. But he knows it. They know it.
Oh, they know it. They're on. Yeah, definitely. I love watching, but I'm the same myself. I find it hard to see the overall big picture of what they're describing.
Yeah.
Voy, I explained you in Dutch, no?
Yeah, but still, you know, it's not a translation problem. It's not like you know, my English when I speak it, it's not so well, but I can understand almost anything in English. Mensch, I didn't understand.
Voy, your English is amazing, mate. Voy, your English is amazing. Your English is better than some English people I know.
Yeah, that's
and I'm not
true.
exaggerating. I'm not trying to be funny there. I'm being totally honest.
Yeah.
I'm being totally honest.
Well, I see that too. Thank you for the compliment. Yeah, sometimes I see English people or American people writing English. I'm like, wow, dudes, you missed out on school or anything. But that's besides the topic. Yeah. Crunchy bee in the house. Hi, Crunchy bee. And FPV Angel says it's a lot to explain. Yeah, man, it is. And you know, everybody here appreciates the effort. And
yeah, I'll second that.
Yeah. And we're all still trying to get it. And I think that Philip gets it in a way. Do you get it?
I do, yeah. I mean, not everything, of course, but I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't have all the puzzles, but you have to watch over and over, because as FPV Angel says, it's a lot of information to take in. You know, I mean, they're still researching. It's not finished, you know. But
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I got like a bit more than the big picture, you know.
Is FPV gonna come on the panel?
Yeah, I would like to that FPV Angel, if he has time. I mean, I think it would be very nice. Yeah, to have FPV Angel here.
Can you drop a link, boy, and then maybe FPV can join if he wants, if he'd like to.
if he has time for it, because I think he's quite a busy man.
Yeah, man. Have you seen the brilliant work? I don't know how he does that software, how he puts those demos together and stuff. I don't know how the hell he does that, but it's good. He does really good work.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
It
He
would
can,
be.
he's going to jump in. He's going to jump in.
Okay, thanks.
So I'll
Because
shut up for a bit then.
Yes, I have some questions. I mean, I didn't go live yesterday because I was tired and I have to prepare my move, you know, and I got a lot of administration to do and things like that. So
Oh, that sucks, man. Yeah.
Yeah, but once I'm installed, I'll have more time, you know. I'll have more time. Yeah. No,
I
it
should
would be
rent
nice.
FPV. Yeah, I should. Yeah, thanks for reminding me, Tom. Right. He should have a moderator. Yeah.
I've attended a lot of FPV Angel, but okay, the media. I mean, he was once also on my stream, but it's nice. I mean, it's easier to talk with people than just to type everything out in the chat. It's not always easy.
It
so
is.
I mean, because I have also like a lot of questions. I mean, I don't have all the truth. I mean, I got so many information. I try to fit the puzzles, but I'm to use all the pieces, you know, not just say, okay, this is not working in my picture. No, I try to get all the information in the puzzle, you know.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
that's where I have.
Since you have a better understanding of FPV's Angel's model or theory, so to say, what questions do you have for FPV Angel? Because he's in the panel now. Welcome, FPV.
Hey, he's muted.
I didn't mute him.
No, FPV Angel.
Hello,
Okay.
hello guys. Can you hear
Hey.
me?
Hey, hello.
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Hello, boy. How's it going, mate? Hi, Rudy and EF and everyone in chat.
Hello,
Thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah, no
I'm
worries.
quite
I was just browsing around and came across this stream, so I thought I'd jump in.
Coolio.
Like I said in the chat, though, guys, you know, it is a lot to explain, and we are still researching it. But what we've been doing over the past 4 years, we've been showing you how to connect all the dots from just about everything we look at and relate it to how it relates to the workings of the construct, basically. So, you know, we're building the construct in a 3D model and showing you how scriptures, glyphs, sacred geometry, how it all, you know, relates to the same thing. It's because what you're looking at really is different cultures' depictions of how the world works, you know, in their own pictography, how they depicted the world and how it works. And what we're trying to tell people is, you know, these characters that you see in glyphs and what they talk about in scriptures, these names, we can see they've personified technology, you know, by naming technology to give it. Yeah. So they give technology names so they can know which one it is, and then they go into detailing basically how it works, what it does, and what its role is. Now they can be perceived in a book as real people. You know, you come across the name of the book, you instantly assume that's a person that's being spoken about. But you know, and we're saying, well, no, it's not. In this case, it's technology that's being personified.
Yeah.
So that's, you know, what we're trying to do is show you how this technology works and how you can recognize it in nature in real life. And that's what we've been shown with the Halo videos, the roll waves, you know, things you can observe yourself in nature. And we're showing you how it actually relates to all these glyphs and geometry and everything else. And, you know, so you can see a bigger picture of what's going on. It is a very big picture you're looking at.
It is a very big picture. And do you have any idea? Like, I think you don't. I think it's a mute point actually. But do you have any idea, like, when you will be finished or how far in the process you are? Do you know, like, oh, we only have to find out like 20 more percent, like, just only if we can find out this, then we are there? Or I think it's not okay.
That's something that's really hard to put a time scale on, really, because it depends what we're looking at. You know, we're looking at all kinds of subjects and topics.
And we're trying to, we're trying to show people from certain cultures, certain belief systems, you name it, how it really relates to the mechanics of the realm. That's, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to say, look, this relates to this. This is telling you this, and we can show you that in this video here. And, using the science of like Walter Russell, which is perfect, because Walter Russell's cosmogony describes how it works perfectly. So, he had it down to a fine art, how he can present to you, the world audience, the mechanics of the world in his own way. He hasn't gone into detail with what the technology is, but that's what you'll notice. Not one of them will ever show you the cause. They all talk about the effects.
It seems like he was trying to show us how to work along with nature. He was trying to show us that nature, how we can make the best of nature instead of, like I was saying earlier today, we're working against nature.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, Tesla was the same, wasn't he? Tesla was exactly the same. They'll show you how to work with it. I mean, I think one of Walter Russell's quotes was, "God will work with you, not for you." So what he's meaning is you have to follow certain rules, isn't it? There's certain rules in this construct that you cannot cheat. It works.
It's not even rules. It's patterns that are already here that are undeniable and that you should acknowledge, right? It's not so much of a rule that's top down. It's more of a grassroots rule.
Yeah.
It's more of a pattern. It's more of a grid.
Yeah. You are technically, from our point of view, you are restrained within the construct's technologies. You have to. It works a certain way, and there's no way you can change that. So it will work with you if you know how to harness it and use it, which is that pyramid decoder did of the Great Pyramid with the with the shafts. What them shafts are showing me is those are angles of cone designed for a specific purpose of harnessing what you would call alchemy. You're going into alchemy, electromagnetics and alchemy. So that, to me, the pyramid was showing you how you can harness this, because that clearly wasn't built by man. It's too big. Someone of scale built this structure, and they've been harnessing from the electromagnetic realm that we live in. And I referenced that with that science book that they put out for a while. And they repeated some of Walter Russell's experiments where they could actually prove, using certain angles of cone with electromagnetics, you will get a spike in fluorine or other samples you're experimenting with. So on a small human scale, they proved that in the laboratory. But on a grand scale, you look at the pyramid, that's doing exactly the same thing, but on a grand scale, it's a scale we don't work with. It's too big. So it's showing, that, whoever constructed it was, they weren't our scale kind of size people, were they? When they're working with something that size, they can't be. It's impossible.
Do you believe they are stone, or do you not? Or do you believe they were geopolymer, or maybe something like that? Because they said they'd have had to lay a stone every 2 minutes for 20 years, 7 days a week, 24/7 for 20 years. They'd have to lay a stone every 2 minutes. Some of them stones are tons and tons.
Yeah, so that's what we're saying. Yeah, we think giants or titans had to be involved in the construction of that. There's no way man could do it. We can't even do something like that today, can we?
Not a chance.
No. We're at our call this our golden age. We still haven't got the technology or the skills to do something like that on that scale.
No,
not unless the world united and all done it as one go. But, everyone involved in it. But that's never going to happen, is it?
Yeah, we wouldn't know. We wouldn't do it now because we don't know why they did it. You're understanding it and that, but I'm on about the mass world. They don't understand what it was and what we could have.
Yeah. Well, that's the $1 million question. Yeah, that's the $1 million question, is it? What is its purpose? And that's what we're explaining. The purpose is to harvest from electrical processes, and alchemy is what it's designed to do. And what Brian Foster shows you in his videos when he's down in the tomb of Osiris, was it, where they had that black oily substance that was dripping down rocks. To me, that is harvested material from those cones above in the pyramid. It's harvesting, and it has to deposit it all somewhere.
Yeah, well, blood turns black, doesn't it, when it's oxidized?
Yeah. I'm not saying it's blood. Whatever it is some chemical compound that comes from the Walter Russell chart of elements,
all those elements on Walter Russell's chart can be produced by a man in a laboratory if you start following that science. You have to understand the science, and that's what we were trying to show with the pyramids. Whoever built it clearly understood the science of harvesting from nature on this technology.
Do you believe do you believe cathedrals and churches and other buildings also serve the same function or purpose?
No, I think they're more of like a location marker for something special below. And the design of them, if you look at our the Angels Decoded video, Sandra done a nice piece in there where she shows you how the octaves of music relates to the design of certain structures that we see, that that we've seen in buildings.
Yeah,
the design are on specific frequencies in different regions. You look at a church, look at a mosque, look at other temples. They've all got specific shapes, and you can see them shapes in music. The octaves and things like that, they exist in octaves. So it makes me think they've been designed in that location because that is the octave for that region, and the building's going to last better if it is in harmony with the nature going on around it.
Yeah,
and that's probably why they're still long standing now. They were designed perfectly to withstand the the pressure waves, everything this realm is doing. It's designed perfectly for that region because of the harmonics for that area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes more sense when you think of it like that, doesn't it? If you're designing a building, it has to be in harmony with the nature and the harmonics around it. Otherwise, it's not going to last very long. And the ancients.
You are actually addressing the point that the thing I have with this culture is that it's not aligned with nature, and what you are addressing is that culture does align with nature, but in a way that we lost this way of thinking about nature, about frequencies, about patterns. We just see the physical appearance of it, and that's what we are taught to study. And our knowledge in the past was way beyond that, as we can see by the buildings and by the science too, as you just expressed it. Can you share us a link of this guy who does this chemistry? What's his name again? Walter
Russell. Well, he's dead now. He died in the 60s, but all his science and cosmogony, it is available online. If you just type in Google Walter Russell, it will bring you up all his images. I would search for Walter Russell and then click images and look at all his images, and you'll see all the science behind his images. And what we've been doing, is applying his science to the realm, because we can see it comes from the realm, and he admits this himself, and so does Nikola Tesla. A lot of these famous people tell you they decoded the Bible, and it's what's guiding them, because they now understand what Scripture's really telling them. It's all about the frequencies and the nature, how nature really works. And these people clearly understood it and harnessed it. And like you said, Void, the ancients knew this very, very well. They were more advanced than we ever will be, from what I can see. They understood it, they harnessed it, they lived it. This was their life. There was no religions then. Everyone around the world knew how this works, and they just depicted it everywhere. I can now look.
The religion might have been called understanding nature, right?
Yeah. It wasn't a religion. I think religions were born defending the truth of what they knew. And of course, from region to region, you're gonna have different views and different names for the same technologies and processes. You'll find that they're all talking about the same thing. That's what we realized.
They're all interpretations of the same.
Yeah.
Scenario.
I might call one thing one name, and someone 100 miles will have a different name for it, but they're still referencing the same thing. So when you look at the best person for showing you that is Santos Bonacci. I've spoke with Santos a few times. I understand where he's coming from. He's the master class in putting all that kind of information together. And, that's where I would recommend what Santos is and how he connects all these different religions. They're all talking about the same story. They're all talking about the same thing. And this is how it was easy for them to hide how it works. Because, to fool the world into thinking to live on a spinning ball, you're going to have to convince all these cultures that they've all got their own separate gods and this, that, and the other. But they haven't. They're all the same thing. And like I said, in scriptures, you put a name in writing and a story, people humans do it. It's a human trait. We look at a book and we bring that name to life as a character. We try and work out who this character is, what they do. You know, you're trying to build a profile of a character in your mind, and then that's where we're at today. You've got a profile of a character in your mind, but it's not really relating to a real person. It's relating to a technological process. Is what we're trying to tell you.
I think it's also a way of remembering. It's also a way to remember things as well, like a mnemonic to remember things. Like if you know, like if you give it a name, then you'll remember, so you can keep the knowledge.
Yeah.
So the oral
and it's not just with names either, is it? You know, it's not just names. You can look at the cross. That is there as a reminder to you of how this realm works. Believe it or not, it represents the compression across the equator and the expansion north and south. That's your cross shape. I decoded that in I think it was our Let There Be Light video, and I showed you different crosses from different regions in the world and how it relates to this compression and expansion cycle, which is what Walter Russell's cosmogony is based upon. So, you know, Walter's cosmogony is really based upon how the world really works. And even Nikola Tesla said to him, when he seen Walter Russell's work, Tesla said to him, you need to put that in a safe for 1,000 years until humanity's ready for it. And he's right. Even now, for us to explain, you know, how we're having to explain it to people, it's not the easiest thing to explain and express to people and present. Never mind them understanding where we're even coming from and understanding Walter's work. But that's what I noticed. See, when you look at Walter's work, I mean, I've looked at it before and it made no sense whatsoever to me until I started decoding the realm and how it works. And then I looked at his work after, you know, Santos said to me, check out Walter's work, you'll love it. So I looked at it and straight away I could see what it related to. So now I know what his work is relating to. Like I said, you know, he's explaining the effects and showing you how to work with the effects. He's never going to tell you the cause, but we're showing you the cause being this technological process below. Well, you know, we basically live on a very large machine and we live in between technology below and its effects above. We're in the middle of all that going on is where we're really at. And that's what we're trying to show you, and how all these different technologies and processes, you know, they start and stop. There's your earthquakes. Earthquake, one of these comes online, you're going to get a quake. It's going to tremor. That's what we call earthquakes. So, you know, that's where we come in from the earthquake side. We can show you how earthquakes actually relate to these, and they are following luminaries across the sky. They activate and move with luminaries. One conscious has mapped it loads of times. So we can 100% say quakes are following luminaries across the sky. So, you know, that to us is technology switching on, doing a guiding process. It's guiding the sun across the sky. But don't forget, you know, you've got the sun above, but you've also got its projector. I mean, I call it a projector. I can't think of a better word at the moment, but it's more than a projection, because it can physically interact with the environment around it. So, you know, it's a technology that's projecting through everything. Electromagnetics, you know, this is why you see all the colors of the rainbow there. You know, like with the sun halo, this is electromagnetic shown in the visible spectrum. That's what you're really seeing. It's the effect of electromagnetics. And like we've stated before with the sun halo, you time lapse it, you will see that sun halo moving all as one. It's one unit moving. And that is just a mirror of what is taking place below, because below has the physical model. You know, this is where scriptures as above, so below is trying to tell you. It's telling you what you're seeing in the sky, there is something below producing it and moving along.
See, that's what's really hard. Like we're upside down, sort of. Then
no. I mean, like I said, we're just in the middle of some very large processes going on. The scale of it is huge. You know, it's a scale people can't. I can see it in scriptures when they're trying to describe it in scriptures. It's really hard for them to describe because of the scale of it, and I'm kind of having the same problem. You know, how do I explain the scale of this to people? So, you know, that's why we made a model and show you how bits and pieces of this work on it. The next video, you're going to find out in the next video more about rainbows and what they are. And then you might get an idea of the scale of what we're looking at here. You know, this scale is huge. This world is much larger. This world has to be much larger than they're telling us.
Hard. It's always like hard or near impossible to explain something out of the box from inside of the box. I mean,
right?
That's that's the hardest thing to do. So you have to address the edges of the box first, and then how do you say? Then you should then you should seduce people to see outside this rib of the box, outside this edge of the box, something that's attached to it, and you can only make these little steps, these tiny little steps to get out of the box. I mean, I think that's your biggest problem. Not a problem, but that's your biggest challenge.
Yeah, it's the scale of it, depicting the scale to people. But you'll get like I said, with these
That's
rainbows.
also what I run into, because I see that you do diligent research, and not you alone. Everybody that's around you in this group. I mean, the research and the effort is clearly visible, but still, there's you leave a lot of intelligent people just clueless when you provide so many clues. Yeah, but it's true.
It's the problem. That's the problem, Steve. People come to our research with preconceived ideas of how they think it works, or how other maps and models have told them it works, and that creates a problem for us, because we've now got to show them how it works on our map and then show them the model. So, maps and models, I always tell people, don't get too wrapped up in maps, because, every map and model needs proving. We don't push ours as hard as I think we should, because ours is the only one that makes any sense. I don't know if you see that yourself, but we see it, and we're just,
people might not understand it completely, I think, FPV Angel, but it seems to resonate with everybody who comes across it. It resonates inherently with them.
That's why we cover so many topics, Rudy. We have to cover as many topics as possible to show people that's got different interests where their knowledge can plug into APM to see what it relates to. So that's what we try and do. We try and cover as many topics and subjects as possible that can really, show people with different interests, because that's the hard part. You're finding people's interest and knowledge base, what they're interested in, and what their own knowledge is on what they've learned so far in the world. And in our research, we try to make it possible for, we cover a lot of things. So anyone with an interest in, say, pyramids or glyphs or sacred geometry, they can see how it would plug into APM and give them a broader perspective of what it relates to in a world model.
They can approach it from an angle that's familiar to them, and then see the rest of the work. Yeah.
That's what.
Do you have any thoughts on? Have you seen Brian Austin Lambert 33, and have you seen his work?
I can't say I have, no, because when I started decoding this, I knew straight away everyone was guessing, because I'm looking at the blueprints with the Nazca Lines, and I've always stuck with that, and I can't look at other people's maps and models because it's their preconceived ideas. What they're looking at, if they haven't decoded it like we are and put it into something, how something works in this construct, then they're just running off wild with ideas. That's something we won't do. People mention domes. We don't go into. You won't find us talking about domes, because that needs exploration. We can't see one. We can't see proof of one, and no one's got video of one. So you're just guessing. You're making yourself a target if you start promoting a dome, because then you're going to be asked for proof. We don't have proof of a dome. So until someone explores, it and proves it to us, then we can't go there. But relating to the halos, I can see how these can create an electromagnetic dome, which is what we've got with the lunar wave decoding videos. People record the lunar wave. Well, we're showing you it is a stationary halo, and the luminaries just highlighted it as it goes past in the background. You can try that yourself. You will find it and see it yourself.
You've seen the primer fields, though, haven't you, David Lapointe?
I've seen. What was that, Rudy?
Have you seen David Lapointe's primer fields?
I don't think I have. No, that's what I said. I don't watch other people's work because I've got to make ours work in this model without bringing in other people's preconceived ideas.
Yes, I understand.
Beyond that, if you are still interested in other people's views, it will make you doubt your own model. It will make you inspired with other people, and you cannot use that. I totally recognize that with me.
That's what I mean by. That's what I meant by. That's what I meant by. Sorry, yeah.
I wasn't wasn't interested in other people's findings of it, because I was busy doing my own stuff, and my own stuff didn't relate to these other people. And I think the same goes for you, right? You need to have silence around you to work it out.
Yeah, we know how we know and understand how the technology works, and we've been shown it in nature. So we're talking about the cause now. We're working with the cause, and that's what I said about other people. They're talking about effects all the time. We can talk about effects forever. It doesn't progress anything. We need to know the cause of these effects before we can do anything, and that's what we're doing. Just
a lot of what you show ties so much in. A lot of the models you show are just exactly like what David Lapointe shows in his primer fields. Are just like it's just a cupola, the shape cupolas, like two cupolas, like a Diablo, and there's a flip ring and a choke ring, they call it, and it's just like that image what we just up a moment ago. It's just same.
That's what we get. So we get a lot of people saying, go and check this person's work out, go and check that person's work out. But they're not working for world, they're not working with what we call a world model like we are. They're working with some effect that they're trying to guess at what, I don't even see them actually discussing the cause. They just go more into the effect, which anyone can do now. Walter, if you want to learn the effects, go and study Walter Russell's work and you can explain the effects brilliantly. But what you're not explaining is the cause of those effects.
You're right.
So I can't go there. I would say to them, come and look at our work. And then you've got a cause for the effect you're explaining.
Yes.
It makes, better if they come and look at, we've got a cause, they haven't. I'm not talking from ego here, I just know what we're working with. And over 4 years now, we've progressed this to the point where we're at now. And we can comfortably explain it. Like I said, it's not the easiest thing to explain to people. Yeah. When I came to this, I never thought I would be presenting these kind of presentations to a world audience, but here I am, and I'll give it my best shot. And we cannot take chances of just applying idiocy or strange ideas to our model. We would rather people leave that to us, because we know how this technology, we know and understand how this technology works, and we're trying to show you how you can learn that yourself.
Okay,
that's all, that's all we're doing.
What
we're
about
showing
resets
you resets. Resets. We did decode. There is a 400-year reset being taking place in history.
That's exactly what.
That is the cause of our mud floods, our destruction, and everything else you find in our history. And it seems to take place every 400 years. And when I looked at the main calendar, the main calendar to me now was counting down to this one. It's a 394-year calendar, long count calendar they called it, and strangely they don't use it anymore. So that that's probably modern times. They probably think it doesn't mean anything. They forgot, and that's what we noticed with these. Mainstream's going to call this event a pole shift. Now call it what you like, but we can see it's been taking place in history, and to us it is a cyclic event of the realm. That scriptures is clearly, and not just scriptures, but prophecies, they're clearly warning you this event will take place again, and prepare for it. And that's where we're at now. It's counted down to this point now, where we can see it's already started. This pole shift event that they're going to call it, it's already started and taken place. So we're actually going into a mini ice age. The data we've looked at, it shows us we're going into a mini ice age, and this happens every 400 years. We've looked at that. If you watch our end times revelations and prophecy decoded videos, you'll find that we looked at into all that and connect it into a 400-year cycle.
Well, if I might react to that, there's this in Holland. There's this well documented and well painted ice age in the 1600s. So that's just about 400 years ago. I mean, it was.
Yeah, that's what you're going to find, Vi.
Pictures. Everybody went because there was the law of the land, and the law of the land didn't go on water, and ice is water too. So everybody that wanted to sin or that wanted to drink or whatever, or to be outside of just wanted to sin, they went on the ice. Why? Because there was ice everywhere, and the priests could not say, no, you are doing wrong now. They could just say no. they could just use maritime law, so to say. I mean,
yeah,
yeah, that's how they rule over us and hide it with all these illegal laws and institutions we're now finding.
maritime.
Yeah, you know,
The people who made it through resets and handed down the secret knowledge.
yeah,
And
you
then
know,
they run the secret societies, and the secret societies fool the members. You can be a member of the secret society, and they'll just fill you with shit and just use you as a pawn. It's
yeah,
only the ones at the very top who actually do know the knowledge,
yeah,
and they keep that knowledge, and then they make it through the resets, and that's how certain families can hold on to power for so many years, because they know what's happening and how to best deal with it, and how best to financially gain, or not just financial, get how to gain in general from it, while everyone else loses because they've had.
Well, that's it, Rudy. That's what's taking place. Every 400 years, we're having to recover from these resets. And nowadays, it seems, you know, the first to recover can take advantage of the rest of the world by indoctrination, wars, invasion, you name it. You know, there's lots of ways these people can
they've
take
got
advantage.
The secret power. It's the same.
Well, that's it. You know, if you know how it works, you can take advantage of that and dominate the world, can't you? And that's exactly what's taking place right now.
Yeah.
You know, these people hiding this, they've figured out how it works again. You know, the ancients all knew it. It's in our history everywhere. You can't hide it. Everyone knew how it worked in historically. But you know, modern times, you've got a small group of people now trying to keep it all to themselves and lie to you. You live on a spinning ball and all the rest of it.
And that quantum stuff and all that, and oh man, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? Monkeys on a spinning ball. Come on.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It is.
Monkeys told us how to write down letters so we can speak. That's what monkeys did to us, right?
Yeah.
I mean, how did we ever learn to speak? Because monkeys did, yeah.
And how can we?
So yeah, through these processes and these people manipulating the outcomes, you know, we have devolved. You know, I would say we've devolved to the probably lowest point in human history right now, because the ancients the ancients knew more than we ever will.
Oh yeah,
agreed.
Yeah, I must agree on that. Yeah.
FPV Angel, I have a question for you.
Yeah, sure.
So you're saying, so we have like resets every like 400 years, and you also say in your streams and things like that. So we have like the construct will reveal itself. But don't you think that? Okay, I believe in that, but don't you think it will cause something, and people will die and things like that?
Well, it makes me wonder, you know, does it reveal itself to let you know that it exists? You know, is it being put there intentionally to stop man doing what he's doing now, like lying where we live? So perhaps perhaps it's meant to show in the end times, or it's showing because of the cycle change and certain things are causing it to show. You know, I would have to guess on the why on that, but clearly in our history, as we showed you in our end times decoded videos, these halos have been there right throughout our history. You know, you will get people saying chemtrails cause it. No, sorry, we didn't have chemtrail planes in the 1200s or the 800s or the 1600s. And these halos are there right throughout our history. And they seem to appear every 400 years.
Yeah, but people die because if you just take like every 50 years, the population doubles. We would be more than the age supposedly billions peoples we are now. So I think that with the event or the reset, you know, every 400 years, a lot of people are dying, and then survivors, then they start again civilization and things like that. So I think also this, if it's gonna happen now, like the reset or the revealing of the construct, that a lot of people will die, and then we will start all over again, you know.
Yeah, that's what will take place. That's what's been happening historically. We can see that's what's been happening, and prophecies tell you that as well. The Hopi prophecies are very accurate on that, you know, from what we've looked at. And that's really, you know, that's really trustworthy and good information that's been passed down, you know, from tribal leader to tribal leader, which is what all the tribes used to do. All this knowledge used to be passed down, didn't it? And nowadays it's not. Nothing's passed down, but we're just being educated nonsense in schools now. So we're not getting an education anymore, really, are we?
No, not at all.
The only useful things school will teach you maybe is to read and write. After that, you can discern the world yourself, can't you?
Right. We are not. We are taught to read and write, but we are not taught how to think, like how to relate one thing to another. I mean, I came up. I dried up pretty okay in my view, but it's weird that other people don't have this ability. I mean, they don't have any need to know. They don't have any tools to find out. I mean, that's pretty weird. That is pretty weird because they believe people to have tools to find out things, and they believe people that have discernment, but they don't even know what these tools look like. They don't even know what discernment looks like or how it should feel. So we're just bound to believe lies, and we're trained to believe lies. We are trained to believe truth, and if you can believe truth, you can believe a lie too, because it's not about the truth, it's about believing.
Yeah, it's a complete belief system we've been handed on a plate, isn't it? You believe this now. That's what when I look at the Roman invasion, what they've done is they've came here, they've given us a Bible and says, you're going to believe this now. Well, sorry, but what did we believe before then? You have to go back, when we debunked the globe, I started looking back at, well, what did the ancients teach about how this world works? And that's what surprised me, where I was starting to come across and relate to these characters actually representing technology and stuff. And you think, wow, they knew how it worked, and they're showing you all these glyphs everywhere. So I knew. That's when I realized their level of intelligence was way beyond what we know now.
Of course,
but it's also, in this world and in this current or in this nowadays society, we also personify technology. We call the technology that we don't understand, we call it God, right? Or something like that.
Yeah. Well, when you think about it, why the ancients did, because they called the lights in the sky gods, and technically they are correct, because if you look at how this technology works, they are involved in creation. Like I said, going through the alchemy process and the electrical alchemy process of like the pyramid, it's showing you there. This is it's relating to creation. It can create. This technology is creating by design. So you've got gods being the lights in the sky that are creating, but they are not the creator. Someone created those. So so the creator and gods to me are two separate things.
Yeah.
Nowadays people are worshipping God or gods. I don't think anyone should be worshipping it. We need to understand what it is. And
they just call you pagan today, wouldn't they?
Yeah, and that's so disrespectful, because when you look at the ancients, they weren't worshipping the sun. They were showing you how it worked. There never was sun worship. They understood it, and they depicted how it worked for you to understand. And of course, mainstream are lying about what the glyphs mean.
Please, do you think that we humans, with our mortal minds, with our mortal human minds, that we are able to understand this creator thing?
Oh, very good question, boy. I've asked myself that before. How much information can the human brain handle and store? Because you'll find with this information we're putting out, it can melt brains. I've seen it happen to a few people around me when we've been presenting this information to people. I've seen people, it's just too much for them to cope with. They understand it, they agree with it, but it scares them, and they've admitted that to me. It's too much, I can't handle it, and I've got to stay away from it. So they've gone as far as they're dead, is what it's telling me. I'll go all the way. I want to know how this works. That's what I came here for. How does this work if it's not a spinning ball? And only technology can answer those questions.
You mad yet, right? Has it? I mean, it only got you wiser.
Yeah, made me very wise, and made me able to, better discernment, really, because don't take anything at face value. It needs proven. It needs related to something. You can see how it works. So,
I remember being at school.
Go on.
Sorry. I remember being at school, though, when I was young, and like wondering why we were here and what we're doing here. And then they'd be teaching us, like telling us about something. And I used to think, Why are they telling us about this? Why do we need to know about this? Shouldn't the most important thing be what we're doing here and why where are we, what are we, how are we? And I couldn't get that thought out of my head, so I couldn't concentrate on the schoolwork. You know what I mean? Because I thought, how can they bother about this when we don't know what we're doing here even? So why should we, what are we even looking at this for?
Rudy, imagine how far your mind and your mental state would have developed if you were given the opportunity to discuss this, to discuss these things in your class at that age, right?
Yeah,
and
when you're young enough for it to concrete into your brain.
And maybe even get to some models or theories or answers, so to say. I mean, but you know, it's just
That's why they have an education system to stop that happening. They pretend that they're educating you, but all they're doing is making you like smart enough to be able to work in a factory. And then if you're really smart, then they'll compartmentalize you at university doing some what's totally compartmentalized and already. And if you write anything different than what they say already, then you're kicked out the circle straight away. Like Fomenko, when he showed the timelines were out of whack, like he went from being like a superstar brainiac to being like classed as a nutter overnight. Just
yeah,
you
but
know.
same thing happened to Newton. Newton was also discovering inconsistencies in time and in history and in the Bible, and he proved it to be right. Nobody knows of this. Nobody knows of this. Hardly anybody knows of these papers.
Yeah,
if you're gonna look at, if you're gonna look it up on Google, it's gonna give you some Norse scriptures, Norwegian scriptures to read out. Like that's the only thing left of Newton about timelines, about history being wrong. He discovered it, and he was praised in his own time in what was that 1600s, and he got awards for it and everything. And how do we know Newton? Because he just played with the idea of gravity. He merely played with the idea of gravity, and he said, well, if that's the case, if this realm that we're living in, if this construct, as the word that FPV uses, he doesn't say realm, he doesn't say earth, he doesn't say world, he says construct. So Newton said, like, this construct, if it is a ball, then it should work like this. He was just playing with the idea because he was a creative and an open mind. And all of a sudden, well, not all of a sudden, in the passing time of 400 years, they misconstrued it as to the things that we know now of Newton, and it's not right. It's just not right.
Yeah, it's certain parts of it, and they give us a false interpretation of what he was actually telling us, and just cherry picked the bits they wanted.
Exactly.
And
Yeah, exactly.
To run a narrative.
That's exactly what they've done, guys, and they let the human brain fill in the blanks, which, you know, we do. Like we read a book, we fill blanks in, and we get them blanks wrong quite often because we're guessing that what
power of suggestion, right?
Yeah,
I mean, the power of suggestion is so big these days. It's ubiquitous. It's like it's the only thing around. Just suggest something, and the other one will take it. I mean, and if he doesn't take it, you can even blame him for not taking the suggestion. Look at the fucking coronavirus. Nothing has been proven. I mean, and if you don't take the suggestion, you're a fucking psychopath, or you're an egoist, or whatever. I mean, it doesn't even apply to the actual terminology of a psychopath, because that's something completely different. If you would call people crazy or odd for not believing it, that would be right. But to say somebody's a psychopath for having his own mind, that's the complete opposite. That's the complete opposite of a psychopath.
Yeah, how can there be room for any like advancement of knowledge when they don't want any advancement of knowledge, because it could unseat their power, maybe. I don't. But how can we grow when they won't allow anything what doesn't fit with what they already say and have already decided? If you say anything what goes against anything they've already decided, so there's no room for growth. So we've stunted ourselves mentally So, and then they lie to us and tell us that they're educating us at school. Like I said, they just wanted us to work in the factories or to join their armies. But now they don't even need that because they've got the robots and their AI. You know?
That's
so now
pretty
they just
scary.
don't care full stop now. They don't
Can I
care where they
just-
go to school and not now.
Can I just answer this guy's question in chat, guys?
Of course.
Dark Glasses Woody's asking, do the relevant texts and scriptures talk about changes in consciousness during these events? My answer to that would be, first, remove humans from the equation. Scriptures is not talking about humans, it's talking about technologies, science, and knowledge. If you look at it as machines, they're talking about machines and technology. It's trying to teach you how the world works and trying to explain the processes and nature of what these technologies are doing. So first thing to do is remove humans from the equation. Now, going back to consciousness and current world events. Now, I've always said to the people in this research team, anything that we put out there that progresses humanity's knowledge and understanding of what this world really is going to accelerate the globalist plans. Their plans, you know their plans. They don't want you waking up and realizing where you live, what this world is, who we are, what, there's questions we can't answer. Who are we? What are we? Who built it? We can't answer those questions. That needs exploration and all the rest of it. But, so consciousness, our level of consciousness is definitely raising, not just our teams. I mean, everyone's looking at flat earth. They're realizing everything's been a lie. All the laws are illegal. We're being ruled by offshore entities that are hiding what this world is where we're really at. So so it's not just this group's consciousness that's elevating, it's everyone's. They're waking up to the lies is what's happening. It's a mass awakening and realizing everything's been a lie, and now this coronavirus bullshit's popped up. That's it's been ripped to pieces. Everyone's ripped it apart and they know it's a lie.
Majority of people are still believing it though, unfortunately. There's a lot of people, but you write you question anything about corona on Facebook, and 2 minutes you'll have people dragging you down and abusing you. My sister works in the hospital and this and that, and she's risking her life every day working with these people and all that. I've had people I've known for 40 years, all my life nearly, and they've turned on me just for simply questioning.
We are in their playground and they're exposing themselves by censoring us. So you're getting to see who these hidden entities are and which arms of the monster works for them. Your Facebooks and all your Bill Gates and all the rest of them. They're all just arms of the same entity that's hiding what this world is. They're involved in it. They're
fingers on the same hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fingers on the same hand.
Because what I say now, all roads lead to hiding this construct. Not Rome, but hiding this construct. They don't want you to ever figure out you live in a construct. I call it like what Jack Boy said. I call it a construct because it's a technological construct. What's beyond it is unknown to me. To me, there has to be something beyond. The scale of it is too big to just be in the middle of space, nowhere, doing what it does. There has to be more beyond. That's pretty obvious to us. But other than that, we won't go there because we're in the realms of guessing then, aren't we? So what we can do is work with the information inside this known realm, this construct, and
what we've got. Have you seen Victor Schreidenberg? Is it Victor Schreidenberg? Am I pronouncing that right? The guy did the water things.
I've seen that, yeah.
Schopenberger.
That's it. Sorry, my pronunciation of foreign words is horrible. I'm sorry, but
The Austrian guy, right? The guy from Austria.
Yeah, he understood nature wonderfully, and he realized that water had its own energy and its own currents inside it, and he did it by like log flow. When he was chopping the logs, like he worked out the fastest. He could just watch the water, work out the whirlpools and the temperature, and how to make the logs move fastest without clogging up and all getting log jammed. Yeah, and he was brilliant at it, and he just understood nature. He sounds like a lot like that Walter Russell, but just in a different field. Yeah, just like part of what he says. I don't know much at all about Walter Russell, but from what I have garnered, it does sound like that. That's what that Victor Schreidenberger guy was
Yeah, you know,
as well.
they will depict it in the gardens. You look around the world. You look at any nice garden, and you'll find there's sacred geometry hidden in its design. It's everywhere. You can't. You know, once you start seeing it, you can't stop seeing it, and we can see it in designs in every country. You know, they depict it everywhere. The designs of the geometry of the realm. So, you know, the globalists, they've hijacked this sacred geometry of the realm, and they use it like it's their own, but it's not theirs. It belongs to the realm. It's the same as the Star of David. That Star of David's nothing to do with a country. It relates to the mechanics of the realm. What you're looking at there is two cones that makes a star.
Right.
The star being like the sun. You know, it's showing you the projection technology's cones is what that image is doing. It's two
and yet
cones.
people give us other different interpretations of it to lead us down the wrong rabbit hole to stop us from ever figuring it out.
Yeah, you know, they've hijacked all this sacred geometry and they use it like it's their own, but it's not theirs. It belongs to the realm. It belongs to the workings of the realm. That's where it comes from. And you can see it everywhere in every culture's history. They depicted it everywhere. You know, I only have to look at a spiral, and I know the culture that put that spiral there understood how this world worked. They know what the spiral represents. It's the spiraling pressure waves of electromagnetism, which comes from a halo, is what they're depicting.
Does light not travel in spirals? I'm seeing that a lot. A lot of people are saying that light actually travels in a spiral. It copies fluid dynamics. Like when you urinate, your urine stream like spirals, and that's supposedly from what I've gone out, like how sunlight works. It comes down in a spiral, but it takes 1 day for the spiral to spiral, you know, for it to circulate.
Yeah, well, Walter Russell does state, you know, he's the world's best scientist as far as I can see, Walter Russell by far, and he does state all motion is spiral. Now, he didn't say why it's spiral or where it's coming from, but you know now halos, you know what we're looking at is the halos are what's creating the spiral. We've used that animation a few times where I've shown a halo and a spiral coming from it. You know, spiraling pressure waves. Now they're very special. We call it wind. If you can feel the wind, you know that spiraling pressure wave of electromagnetism has just gone right across you. It goes through everything. You know, the wind is a lot more special than they're telling you. It's electrically charging.
The sea was just like the air, like how the air acts and how the sea acts with different currents, and the air and the sea are the same thing. The air is just a different sort of water.
Yeah, they're just reacting to the pressure waves of this technology is what's taking place.
The crop structure.
This is what's causing your tides. They're just reactions to pressure waves of electromagnetism.
Wow. How come some seas have a tide and some don't?
That depends on where the technology is then. If it's not affecting somewhere, then there's nothing nearby that's going to affect it. Or it's in like it could actually be in a neutral zone between two others. You know, you'll have one affect one side, one another, and not a lot happening in the center. It could be, you know, one of those locations.
Like a dead area, like being in an area where you can't get a signal for your phone.
Yeah. You know, imagine two spirals, count rotating spirals. What's below them is going to be affected. What's in the center of them will probably get equalized by both opposing pressures to become like a null zone, wouldn't it? It would neutralize itself. Two opposing forces meeting each other is going to neutralize themselves. So you're going to get what you could call a dead zone in between them.
Yeah,
it could be related to that. But like I said, you know, to me, it still depends on what's below these areas and where they are.
Yeah.
No,
saying the frequency bending a stream of water is amazing. Have you seen that vlog, everyone, where a guy's set up a drum kit and he's beating a bass drum, and as he's beating it, the water's flowing down and it's making the water bend as he hits the drum, and he set a mic and a camera up, and he hits the drum as the water's coming down. As it's coming, he hits the drum, the water moves. Just the frequency.
That's it. Well, you know, it's showing you there's a hidden pressure wave there, isn't it? You know, we that pressure wave is what we call wind. Its real name, it's a gravitational wave, is what it is, and it's Jason would explain this part better, but you know, Jason decoded what gravity is, and it relates to the downward force from these halos. They do push out a force, an electrical force that we call it wind. That is a pressure wave. That is a force.
Yeah.
It must be.
It's a spiraling force, and you can see it with roll clouds and things like that. We've showed roll clouds in our videos. That's clouds that's reacting. They've been captured in this pressure wave, and you'll see them rotating in a vortex. And now it can be stationary, or it could be moving out slowly, depending on the speed of the wave. It makes sense, doesn't it, when you realize that it's an electromagnetic, it's a spiraling pressure wave of energy that's got clouds and moisture. It's hard. What it's done is the moisture in the air. It's kind of being stuck in a vortex off these halos. That's what you're seeing. These are what generate clouds. You can you watch clouds, you can see them being generated in the same place over and over in the sky. Now ask yourself, what possibly makes a cloud? I don't know what mainstream's answer is for that, but I can see clearly is these halos vaporizing the atmosphere around them, and that's what's producing cloud. And of course, we see the spiraling pressure wave coming out from it, and you can follow these roll clouds going across the sky.
Yeah, for miles sometimes, and
that's
not just.
That's what I'm saying. Our research, it looks at things like that, and we can give it a better scientific answer on the cause of what creates wind, clouds, lightning, pretty much in most of nature. All this technology is what's creating what we call nature. The nature of this realm is to divide and multiply. As you go into Walter Russell's work now, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs, the positives and negatives, is what Walter Russell is trying to teach you. And it's this exact same thing. It's dividing and multiplying all the time. We're no exception. We're living beings that can divide and multiply. Your parents, that kids who were divided. Right? Yeah, your parents.
That's how it started out in my mother's womb, right?
Yeah, like so that's division and multiplication right there, isn't it? This is how this world works. It's designed to work like this. It's a creating construct. It creates.
Could our world be one of them neurons what's showing now? Like our world's one of those neurons inside a brain of a huge something, another creature. Could we just be the neuron?
No, you're asking me to define what humans are.
I
know what.
Well, maybe not another entity. I'm not saying it's another human.
To leave out the human factor and
yeah, I'm not saying another human, another brain, sorry, inside a being's brain. I'm not saying necessarily a human, but the creator's brain, maybe. I don't know. Like, could we not just be like the macro and the micro scale? Like someone says there could be a billion universes on the head of a pin.
Yeah. Hard to say. How minute can we go and look? But yeah, it applies right throughout nature, doesn't it? That division and multiplication, it's always going to be there, so you can't hide that either. So, the best way for me to word it is this realm is a creating realm. This construct's constantly creating, destroying, and doing what it does. And scriptures are just information. Scriptures to me is the user's handbook of the realm, how it works, what to look out for, like these destructive cycles, and how to live in harmony with the nature of this realm. That's what scriptures is telling me.
Yeah,
this is your world. This is how it works. Be aware of its destructive processes. It's not a warning. It's just general information. This is how it works. This is your world. This is how it works. And there's some things to be very aware of that you need to know.
So maybe that model, FPV, can I ask, like, do you think that genetics have to do something, like Genesis, does that tell us some patterns about genetics? Do you think so? Or, this is how, I never researched it, but I just got this idea, it's just pure rhyme, because Genesis, it sounds like just like genetics.
I would call
it's
it
the beginning, and it's the base. So what's your view on that?
I would call it the Genesis machine, because it's creating.
Yeah.
Let's see, what can we go into with Genesis? Well, if you look at our end times decoded videos, what you're going to see that we decoded from that book of miracles, this realm can make genetic change to any being, not just humans, animals. It can change, genetically change you. Now, the paintings that you've seen in the Book of Miracles, they're from our recorded history. At times, you know, when we says we go back every 400 years, there's been times when genetic changes happened on a grand scale. And, you know, there's images in there of like half of a person. They've got like scaled skin. They've got an arm off some other creature, a head off a different creature.
Yeah,
and
the dog head.
Yeah, you know, so that they were finding genetic changed beings more than likely dead at most times. You know, they don't seem to survive long. But you know, what could have caused these genetic changes in these beings on such a big scale over these periods? So, you know, to us, this is that pole shift mechanism that we can go back to. And this pole shift event is also mentioned in Hopi prophecy. If you watch our first End Times Decoded videos, I do read out from some of the Hopi prophecy of the changes that they have passed on from generation to generation. So they're telling you the truth from a previous event. And we can see this is going to take place for this event. So we're going to see genetic change. Not in everyone, because, you know, the Hopi prophecy, it says in there, it affects some people, not others. Why? I have no idea. You know, that could be down to diet, standing in the wrong place at the wrong time. It could be a number of reasons. Oh, you know, I don't have the answer to that. But what we can say is, yes, genetic change can happen. And we've already seen it happening in the world today. We know it's already taken place. And they're going to try and hide this. The genetic change already taking place now. I mean, you can just go on Google snake with 2 heads or child with 4 arms and 4 legs. You're going to find it in Google. These are genetic changes this construct can actually make.
Like mutations in the genes.
Yes. So what it's telling you, isn't it, is what this realm, this construct, plays a very big part in the genetic makeup of every being in it.
Yeah. It becomes apparent that everything is linked to everything else. It is. Can't be any way.
Yeah, it's, you know, it all connects to one event, really. That, you know, that's the destructive event Scriptures talks about. You know, the floods isn't a one-off process. It can happen every 400 years. And I showed recently in one of our videos a few years ago, I was looking into those receding oceans. You remember the receding oceans?
Yeah.
I looked into those a few years ago, and I was connecting it then to the mechanism. It took me a while to, you know, to get it to where it's at now, so I can explain it better. But I was showing you in that video how the mechanisms of these the changes that these mechanisms are going to undergo, it's going to affect nature, and in that case, it was affecting the tides. It was forcing water out, and then it was slowly coming back in. Now in scriptures, if you read scriptures or watch our End Times Decoded 2 video, we look into Noah and what Noah is. Now, when you look in scriptures and how it describes Noah is not a living being. It's not a person. So it's describing, you know, it's when Noah was born, it'll tell you he was born. Then it goes into the description, which is clearly not a living being. It's telling me it's technology. And I connected that technology to one of the large halos that we use on the map overlay. And when I looked around that halo in the real world, using real world data today, where this halo intersected near land was exactly where these receding ocean events happened.
Yeah.
So that's telling me Noah is that first smaller halo that we use in the center of our grid.
Wow.
Now, they've all probably got names. So I've only found that one. I would say, you know, I'm 90% sure that is Noah, looking at how it's described and how it's affecting oceans, because it was designed to stop floods. That's what it's telling you in scriptures. When Noah was born, it was designed to stop floods. That's what it's telling you. And, you know, you can go and watch our video. We have it on the screen, the text, so you can read the text yourself. And it was designed to stop flooding. Now, that receding ocean going out, it didn't rush back in like you would expect a tsunami to do. It rolled back in slowly. So it's telling me that Noah, that halo, is doing its job. It stopped the flood coming back in.
It was a control mechanism.
Yeah, it's a safety mechanism to stop more flooding. And it seems to be working from what I can see. You know, anytime an ocean goes out, people panic and run away because you expect that tsunami to come back, don't you?
Yeah, to be following the Earth.
Well, when this happened around that halo, no tsunami turned up. It just come back slowly. Now that's telling me it works. You know, whoever designed it correctly, and it stopped tsunamis coming in. That's what it's showing me.
Do you think man can interfere with it enough to change the operation of it and affect it, have any effect on the mechanism, or is it too well constructed for man to be able to ever
I would say there's
alter
probably booby traps in place. You would not want man to be coming across this. Now, I read something in the Emerald tablets where it mentions man is always trying to take it to the surface. It didn't say what it was, but it says man is always trying to take it to the surface. So it's telling you in the Emerald tablets, man is discovering this technology below and trying to bring it to the surface.
Right.
Like, doesn't that make sense? A bit more sense now what it's talking about.
Yeah, it sounds hard.
If you know, bring it, you know, it says in there, bring it to the surface, but it didn't say what it was. But to me, the it is technology, and man bringing the technology to the surface is exactly what's taking place now. The reverse engineering this construct and utilizing its technology
with CERN and things like that.
Well, we haven't actually seen any real photos of CERN being built. We looked into CERN, and CERN uses Shiva. You've seen Shiva standing outside CERN. You know, I decoded Shiva in one of our videos.
The cosmic dancer.
Well, yeah, if you look at CERN, it's standing in a very obvious particle accelerator, which is a halo. You remember, angels to us are particle accelerators. They've always been here. This is what our research is showing you.
So they're trying to build an angel.
Or they've stolen an original one and labeled it as their own. Because if you want to steal the construct, all you have to do is pretend you built it and paint it up and label it as your own, don't you?
Well, apparently CERN, yeah, like they used to do, like they stole a German tank during war, they painted up in their colours, and then vice versa, yeah. But they're saying it was built on the Temple of Apollo as well, also CERN. And they said they're building a new one at the moment. What I think 2030, it's due to open in 2040, and it's 99, I think, miles long. It's 4 times the size and 10 times the power.
And guess what? It's probably already there right now, and they're just telling you.
And they're just discovering it.
Yeah.
Wow.
They know what they're down there mapping all this. Your money is not being spent on space cartoons. It's been spent on stealing what is below and making sure you never find out.
Yeah, what I can't understand is everyone goes on about Antarctica. They say there's like 70 odd countries signed this treaty, but the CERN, there's 120 odd countries all agreed and take part in CERN. How come they can all agree on that and get on fine and famously and find all the funding and never struggle with that, yet the rest of the world can just go to hell in a handcart? It's so 120 odd countries are finding it that important that we can all get along swimmingly. And they're all in cahoots and everything's groovy. Do you get what I mean? They can agree on that, but they can't agree on nothing else.
Yeah, 100%, Rudy. You know, this is them stealing it, and everything's fine, and we'll carry on making war, even though we can't prove the first one does anything. But you know, they're lying to you what it's doing. It's easy for man to steal this technology, paint it a different color, you know, remove glyphs off it that are relevant, and say that, you know, all they have to do is plug some monitoring equipment in to see what it's doing, and to you it's going to look like they're running it, doesn't it? That's what you're really looking at. They're plugging into this and monitoring it. They're hacking into it is what they're doing. They're monitoring it and trying to work out how it works. And you know, they're 100 years ahead of me. I think maybe a couple 100 years ahead of where I'm at, because you know,
you've not got their technology though, have you? You've not got their resources.
Yeah, but you know, I can see they decoded the Nazca Lines themselves in the 1800s, and it's what led them to all these discoveries where we're at today. You know, I've decoded the same Nazca Lines and the way they did. I can see what it all relates to, and I can see what they've been doing.
So, are Nazca Lines part of the machine, or are they like a manual for the machine?
It's like class them as a technological blueprint of what's below us is what they are.
Like the schematics for
it's like a big schematic of structures and rooms and things below us, and they represent them with like birds and dogs and other creatures. You know, these animals I decoded the animals to be related to frequencies. So you have a bird flying, it's going to be a high frequency. A bird will stand on the ground. It's going to be like, you know, a medium frequency. Fish or other creatures below ground, kind of type of creatures, you're looking at low frequencies. So that's what I can decode from just looking at the animals that they used. So you're relating to frequencies, and then you're going back to Walter Russell's work, aren't you, with the octaves and the harmonics again. So, you know, I think Walter Russell probably understood it. Even Walter Russell says, if you can understand music, you can understand how the world works. Doesn't that make sense if you relate it to octaves and frequencies?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. That's why I think churches were for something else at one point. I think like the organs and things like that, I think they were for, you know, like healing cymatics. It weren't me who come up with this. It were the first person I seen come up with this with Flat Earth British sub Lee Mowat. And I've since that, what's he called? Joseph. Oh, he's massive. Joseph. Can't remember his name, but he's an expert in everything. And next thing I know, he was talking about it like he'd always known about it, and saying how you know, the church windows, the shape of them, the circular windows and all that. Well, they're like, you know, the cymatics in different churches had different beneficial values to them. Like some made the crops around grow better, some were for, like, you know, healing the sick. Some were for healing like broken bone. You know, each one had a different function.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Rudy, because to me it would make sense that a church would be somewhere you go to actually get healing, because it is already resonant with the surroundings that it's in. You know, it's been built for that purpose, and it's very, you know, it's resonant to them frequencies it's surrounded by.
Yeah, and we've got the truth that's stolen from us, or hidden from us, and then repurposed it and just told us to like read one Bible and make it all about how to behave and as a means of control.
Yeah, you know, what they've done is misrepresented everything to hide what it relates to, haven't they?
Yeah, they've definitely done that. They've definitely
everything in this world, top to bottom, has been misrepresented and lied about to hide what it relates to or how it works. So yeah, you know, if you know, to me, temples, places like that, they are blueprints. The blueprints of the realm. They're probably location markers for technology below that, like you say, a church or a mosque or any of these structures. They would go where you would go to, you know, get back into if you're feeling ill, maybe you go in there, stand there for half an hour, and you might feel better.
Yeah,
you know, it's nothing about worshipping gods or anything. You know, it's probably a very nice place to be because it's in resonance with what's going on around it. Nothing more than that. You know,
where it is. Yeah, because of where it is and the shape of it, and it fits in, and so it's the harmonics of it. Well, if a better word, or that is the right word, the harmonics and the frequency of that area, and the shape and the materials of the building, and the geometry that you see all around is beneficial.
And they are built to stand the test of time as well, aren't they? You see some very old buildings, and you think, "Wow, look at that, still standing now." Only because it's been designed correctly for the environment, doesn't it?
Yeah, to make it through the resets.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you get earthquakes, you can't avoid those. They are going to destroy buildings regardless of their design. But it seems the ones around, like the pyramids and that, it hasn't done much damage around there, has it?
No, because the way they're built, the way the pyramids are built, the way they're locked together, they're so much more technical. One thing I do know is they're far more technical than people can understand. The way they're built inside, the inside, not just the outer stones. They're like, all the stones are interlocked together a certain way, like the most complicated puzzle ever, like the shape of it. So it can't fall, it can't go anywhere. It's all leaning against itself. It's just perfection.
It is, yeah, perfect design to handle the pressure waves of electromagnetism, and not just handle them, but harness them. It's a it's a harnessing station. So that's been very well constructed and built. And you know, I wouldn't guess an age on it. Who can put an age on something like that?
Timeless, yeah.
Yeah, you know, that's, you know, to me, that's one of the original parts of the construct. It's been designed to harness electromagnetism.
Is it pretty much in the middle of our plane, or our field of reality? Do you think that's like the middle point, center point?
No, on the world map, they depict the UK as the middle, don't they? The meridian. But
Yeah.
to us, it is more in between Africa and South America, the centre part. Because don't forget, you know, an our map and model, what they've done is they've cut the communicator map, and where they've cut it, they've called those the international date lines. They've wrapped that around the ball, so them two lines now meet.
Yeah.
So that's how you hide the world map and fake a globe. So you know, you open that back out from that date line, you end up with the map we're using right now. So those international date lines are just a mental block to hide what's east and west of you. They control the ship in an aircraft, remember. So you cannot fly. You cannot fly west and arrive east on a real flat model. That would only work on a ball, and we know it's not a ball, don't we? Now Alaska, they'll tell you you can see northeast Russia from Alaska.
That's right.
That can only work on a ball. We don't live in a ball. So open that map back out. That then puts them 2 points in the world on opposite sides of the world, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So that's your real true map. They're on opposite sides of the world. They just wrapped it around and they're lying to you that land you're seeing there is Russia. It's not Russia. You're going to find what it is in our next video. We know the name for it, and it's not Russia. You're going to find that in our next video.
Oh, that sounds exciting. That sounds good.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what they call it, that area. Not the Bering Strait, is it? They call it, I can't remember the name of it, but apparently there's like an island off Russia and then an island off like Canada, isn't there? It's
Yeah,
supposed to be like,
that's the Diomedes, yeah.
the time when it's frozen over, like they reckon that people walked across, didn't they? Like one theory goes that's how it was populated by people walking across. It was iced over at one point, and they walked into North America from Siberia and Russia.
So they say.
So
but
they say.
that can only work on a ball, can't it?
Yeah,
we
but
know
I don't. But anyone can also make something that'll float and go in the ocean. Like I can't believe that shipping only became like people only discovered America like 500 years ago and all that. And like boats were only going so, you know, I think they had it much earlier than that, but we've had a reset and everyone forgot and we're relearning it again.
Yeah, and like now Dark Glasses Woody in your chat there, he's just says, are the controllers an element of a construct or an aberration of like a virus? There are no controllers. This construct seems to run itself. It's fully automated. It'll run whether we're here or not. So there's no one controlling it. Now, if you mean controllers of humanity, that's these people that's hiding this.
Yeah.
Are they an element of the construct? No, they're just evil people hiding the world from you so they can get very rich and have a nice life while you all suffer.
Yeah, definitely. And they do cathedral thinking. They keep it they want their generations to still be the ones in power and to hand it down. And to, you know, they had the knowledge, they had the upper hand to begin with. They had the head start on everybody.
EF Wave says, is it possible humanity could see more frequencies than we can today? Using technology, yes, you can use technology to define frequencies. That might get better. I don't know if we'll ever have access to it. Probably not. You know, the technology we need to really look at this world doesn't exist that we can get for ourselves. But I'm pretty sure the military and above use it.
Yeah, well, I remember years ago when mobile phones like first started coming out with cameras on. One day my mate was turning the TV over and someone took a picture, and on the photograph you could see the light from the remote to the TV. The camera on the phone picked it up. I've tried doing it since. It's never done it since. But when they first came out, mobile phones and the TV, the old-fashioned TVs with remote control, you could press the remote, take a picture, and it'd show there'd be a light there, but we couldn't see it, but the camera could. Like night goggles or whatever.
Oh,
you know?
yeah, night vision sights, we should pick that up. You know, things like that. Infrared goggles, they would see all them things. You know, you need infrared glasses really to see that taking place. Or lens on your camera might pick it up even, because you can get infrared lenses for your camera. Well, I think you modify your camera to make it infrared. You remove something from it, and it can then see infrared. Because a lot of people use
infrared. That's the
yeah. A lot of people use them for
your mobiles used to show it.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people are using them for good fly earth proofs, aren't they? You can see like 1,200 miles from an aircraft. Impossible on the globe, isn't it? You know, so you know, we don't really talk about the globe and flat Earth so much because we know it's flat. We just stick with
It's
how
not
it works and work out what
There's no
it's
point
doing.
just keep circling, trying to convince other people who aren't even going to see that basic
Yeah.
starting point. How are you going to tell them the rest of it if they can't accept that?
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
we're on some sort of,
that's it, you know, because they're going to ask all the questions that come with it being flat. How does this work? How
yeah,
does that
and more
work?
explanations, things that aren't within our spectrum, things what are out of our spectrum. Like we can only see 3% of visible light. There's like 97% of stuff we can't see. There's 97% of stuff we couldn't understand even if someone showed us. But I think that's part of what you've got, SPV. You've tapped into a way. You and your group have tapped into a way of seeing some of what people can't see, and you're bringing it forward. I think it's just a great thing you're doing.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, it's. I mean, it blows. You know, it is mind-blowing material, and like I said earlier, you know, a lot of people are going to really struggle to comprehend all of this. So
see that drawing there now looks like a church. Looks like the blueprints for a church. You know,
it's actually a magnet, that as well. Believe it or not, that's a magnet.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Walter Russell will give you good definitions on a magnet. It's got eight poles, not two. A magnet has 8 poles. Everyone thinks magnet's got 2 poles. It doesn't. It's got 8 on the high and low pressure poles.
It's like a ship's wheel, I suppose, isn't it?
The sun halo, it's got 8 nodes. To me, they're just high and low pressure poles on the halo, on an accelerator, you know, and on the Angel's accelerator. Let's call it what it is. The Angel's halo is an accelerator.
To accelerate what? See, I'm lost now.
Well, at light, if you accelerate, you know, if you can create motion, accelerate motion, you will light start to show. Because, you know, what the sun's doing is it's going across, it's epicycling across, it's sending pressure waves out everywhere. Those pressure waves are going to turn darkness into light, you know.
So light and dark is speeding up and slowing down.
Well, when the sun goes, then pressure waves are now died down, and we get what we call darkness, don't we? Because daylight and sunlight are 2 separate things. The sun is its own light, and the pressure waves it is putting out is generating what we would call daylight by it's illuminating particles in the atmosphere and causing all these positives and negatives to get thrown everywhere, and they're producing light. You know, Walter Russell will probably explain that better, but I can see what Walter Russell's alluding to and how it really works. You know, daylight and sunlight are 2 separate things.
Well, I'm gonna have to look more into Walter Russell, but I can understand that because we can see at night when there's no sun, and it tells us it's the sun reflecting off the moon. But if you shine a light on a ball, you just get 1 point of light, don't you? You don't get an even spread of light what reflects back at you.
The moon's like the sun. It's its own entity, and it's got its own light. You know, it's got its own entity moving below.
Luminary.
Yeah, what you're seeing above is just something below moving along. So it's got its own entity below us moving along.
Crazy.
EF Waves asks about the pyramids. They harvest energy. Was it used for healing and or were they eventually other purposes? From what I can see on the pyramids, EF, they were massive harnessing sites. You know, not just the pyramid there, but even the one in Mexico. If you look at the one in Mexico, it wasn't that long ago they discovered amounts of mercury below the pyramid. Now, where can that have come from? It's the pyramid. The pyramid is generating it. It's designed to generate. You know, it's producing it.
Collect it, a collection point.
It's pulling it. It's
siphoning it.
Yeah, it's designed to pull it out. Basically, pull it out of thin air. You know, you're looking at your elements to matter conversion here. It's elements to matter conversion. And if you get the angles of your cones right, you can produce the right elements. So you can produce gold. You know, scriptures even tells you there's mountains of gold, silver, copper, tin, etc., etc. Ask yourself, where did they come from? It's this technology that's creating it. They can create golds. You know, the Walter Russell table of elements is all created by this realm. This construct is creating it. And he even tells you in there, if mankind can harness this technology, they could, you know, they can basically grow their own gold.
Yeah, which should make it worthless. Which
it is. Well, yeah, you know, that happened not long ago. Someone dumped 6 tons of gold on the market and crashed the market. Where do you get 6 tons of gold from? Well, it's easy if you're making your own, isn't it?
God almighty, 6 tons of gold, yeah. Wow. That's what they're doing now with the money, innit? Printing more money. They're just making it valueless.
Yeah, I mean, we're down to plastic money now, aren't we? It was paper, now plastic.
And then it's going to be electric.
Coins are now iron, so they're going to be rusty, and you won't know what they are in the future.
Yeah.
Hey, anyway, I've kind of took over Boy's channel.
No, you're right. It's fascinating. we asked you to join. I think, right, say now, boy.
Yeah, right.
But it's no, it's okay. But it's going to get noisy in my house anyway. Now the kids are here, so it's going to get noisy.
Okay. Right.
Hey, but it was great having you on, man. I mean, I can hear the background noise picking up on it, but gee, man, you explained a lot. I think I got to understand a bit more about your model and everything, and that's great because
I've
been trying to understand it for a little while, and or for quite a while, and I actually understand more of it now.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you in chat, boy. It is hard to explain, or if people haven't watched all the videos, I've got that bigger picture. It's probably best having a conversation, which is why that's why I repeat a lot of my live streams. We show a lot of the older videos because there is lots of information there. The more you watch them, the more you're going to see new things that you didn't notice before. And the bonus is you can ask questions in chat. We always ask people to ask us questions if they're not sure. So that's the best way. So it was a good chance to get on here and have a chat with you and meet you as well, boy. Because I've never spoke to you before, have I? So it's nice to meet you guys. Yeah, so it's nice to meet you guys on a panel and put across who I am a little bit and where we're coming from. I'm not here to waste my time or anyone else's. I'm here to find out how this world works. And from what I can see, our team is doing the best job of it.
Everybody in chat is reacting like this is the best stream ever, and and it's partly because of you, I think.
Yeah, maybe.
I love that you chimed into to my channel and explained to us like your findings, and it helps us.
Yeah, it gives me the chance to come in and explain it because I can see a lot of people in streams talk about it, but they can't grasp the big picture. To get it all, you have to be working with it. We've worked with it for years now, and we can explain it. It is hard to explain. I had to learn new words I didn't know before. I wasn't prepared for finding this what I'm finding, and having to explain it to people. But I'm going to give it my best shot. So here I am.
Keep on keeping on, because each time we're learning a little bit more, and it's becoming a little clearer. It's like if you didn't understand maths and someone said to you one day maths and showed you maths, you're not the next day going to be able to understand like calculus, are you? Within a day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I don't need maths to show this. People ask me.
Yeah, I was just using that as an example, though. You know what I mean? It's like.
Oh no, I'm going to say to you, you don't need any level of intelligence whatsoever to understand this because there's no intelligence you're going to be taught at school that can teach you this. So your best, my advice is throw everything away you think you knew, start looking at it with APM eyes, and you will see, you'll start to see this construct. Your mind will show this construct. The hard part for me, or my team really, is explaining it on what and making animations that can demonstrate it. That's the hard part for us.
Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah.
But we do what we can, and I'm just coming to reassure people we're not here wasting people's time. We don't waste our time. I wouldn't waste 4 years on something like this. This is the most amazing thing I've ever looked into.
Yeah, well, that's one thing I was going to say about you. You can tell that you use a lot of genuine, and they're not in it for the money, obviously, and they're not in it for cashing in reasons. You're not in it to write a book about it. The only reason I can see you writing a book about it is to help explain. Not to make cash, to make your life better.
Yeah. A few people.
Genuine.
Yeah, a few people's asked us to do that. Write a book, and we probably should one day. But the most important thing to us is to show people how it works. If the internet ever goes down, at least you've got some knowledge of this. Because I've said for a long time, our information is for future generations to learn from. Because I don't know if the generation we're in now is going to survive what's coming. With these end times and what the globalists are doing, we don't know where this is going. So it's it's information. it's information, you know, you can watch and study, and at least you got different answers for things that you've never heard.
Yeah. Damn right. And
Because that's what you know. That's what you're going to find with our research. You're going to see a completely different perspective on this world and how it works that you've never seen before.
Wow. Yeah, that's definitely what you do get when you watch your stuff. That's we was talking, like I told you, we was talking about it last night. We was discussing you last night, and we all agreed that it resonated, but all of us admitted that we were struggling to understand the whole picture in a wanna, you know. But obviously, it seems to be that it's not meant to be understood all at once.
No.
By the, you know.
What you will understand is, you know, it's a construct. There's technology involved, and that this is what they're hiding. That's, you know, that's important things that we need to tell people. This is how, you know, how it works, not how they're telling us.
Yeah,
you know,
I think everyone agrees with
that. You know, that was my questions when I found flat Earth. Okay, if it's not a spinning ball, how does it work? You know, and that's the path I went down. I need to know how this works if it's not a spinning ball. And luckily, with the Nazca Lines, you know, I was figuring out what they were, and then realized it relates to blueprints and underworld, and then so you have to look down the road of scriptures and geoglyphs, petroglyphs, hieroglyphs, sacred geometry. You know, it all comes into it. So we have to look down them routes.
Do you think the Nazca Lines were put there by a man who met men who'd understood it and left it, or do you think they were left there for us to see?
Not by man, no, by someone of a much larger scale, because, you know, the mainstream will tell you the different lines from different cultures. They're not. They're all part of the same blueprint.
Wow. And do you think, like, we could have had, like, I know you believe, like, we were giants before. Do you think that could be due to the conditions being different, like before a reset, like the oxygen levels being higher, etc., the elements being different?
Yes.
And so we could do differently.
Yes, I've explained that in one of our end times videos, I think, where we did cover giants a little bit, because what we're looking at here is expansion and compression cycles. Now, to us, we're in the maximum compression cycle, and now it's going to start going into the expansion cycle after this mechanism change, which mainstream is going to call a pole shift event. And things may very well start to get bigger again. You know, it could be it could be, I don't know if the technology does it itself, or is it, you know, different heights and things, but we know 100% giants and titans existed in the past.
Wow. What's scary though about what you're telling us, FPV Angel, is we could just be in like a big terrarium.
Yeah, you know, what is it? You know, we can only, that's what we're trying to do, show on the world model, in our model, how it works and what's taking place and what's below certain areas. But it's so big and vast, you know, you can't fit them all in and cover them all. And you're looking at technologies that are similar, but doing different roles, or they've got a different flow direction, or they're on different frequencies. You know, some project luminaries, some don't. So there's a lot to work out of what's going on. But what we can see and show you is that, you know, the luminaries, their movements across the sky, how it can relate to technology below it, pushing it along. And what you're going to see in the next one is an important part of it, where rainbows fit into this. You're going to see that in the next video.
When do you think that's going to be coming out?
I never put a date on it because that then makes us rush it.
Right. Okay, yeah.
That's going to be interesting. Can you also? I'm not asking you to spill the beans, but would there also be an explanation for the red rainbow that we can see every now and then or once in a while? Have you heard about it? Red rainbow?
No, I've never heard of that. Red rainbow.
Well, I haven't heard of it. I saw a video of it. It was a UK video. I don't have the link available right now, but it was a thing, I think, a few days ago or maybe a week ago. It was a UK video about a pink.
Oh yeah, I know the one you mean now. Yeah,
online.
Yeah, that's you're going to see that in the next.
Inside and it was dark on the outside.
Yeah, you're going to see that in the next video. Decoded that. Yeah,
okay.
I know the one you mean now. Yeah. I'll decode that next video for you to look at, and you'll
you'll decode that too. Just.
But yeah, as soon as I seen that video, I knew what it was. But the next video, I'll go into a bit more detail about it and do an animation so you can see what's taking place. That'll help, won't it?
Awesome, man. We have something to look forward to. Great.
Yeah. Yeah, some good stuff coming up in the next video.
Yeah, that'd be great.
But anyway, I better jump off because it is getting noisy in the background. People making food and all kinds now.
Well,
yeah, hey, nice to meet you guys anyway, and I'll definitely pop back another time if you want another chat.
Oh yeah,
brilliant.
We enjoyed these.
The hard part for me is because it's usually noisy in the background, so I don't get a lot of free time to come and chat.
I don't have back noise here.
Good sign of that. There's life around you, so that's a good sign, man.
Yeah. Right. Okay, guys. We'll catch up with you next time, and see you all.
Thank you very much for being here and explaining this construct to us, man. Just a little bit more than you already did. Thank you very much for being here, and I'm looking forward to the next time you chime in. Bye-bye.
I'll be back, mate. See you next time.
Okay. Take care, Angel. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you, man.
Okay, thank you.
Wow. That was fascinating.
That was
fascinating. That was that's understating it. And whoa, I'm gonna have to play some music because this is just it's been so much, guys. It's been so much.
Yeah.
Secrets of love whispered tonight, broken down angel got lost in the cold daylight. Sitting and screaming, I look for your eyes. Someone to lay through the night. Your music talks to me, it's me tonight.
right, FPV, this is for you, buddy.
Hello, and welcome to APM Research, the Angels, Creation and Walter Russell Decoded. Now, as you have seen from our advanced research and decodings, we are here to decode this realm and present our findings to you, the people. We know this is paradigm shifting research, and we know it will shock you. It will literally rock your world in more ways than I can say. The world we have been presented since birth has been a great lie. a great lie to hide how this realm truly works. As you have seen from our research and decodings, we have been revealing it is something far more special. This realm is a very large technological construct which of course reveals a very intelligent creator. The creator of this realm has created technologies called angels that are very much involved in the creation process themselves. We know this research will make your brain melt, and I don't think humanity is ready for all of this just yet, but we are running out of time and you deserve to know the truth. In this video we will take you through how the angels work, how to see and recognize their processes in nature, and how to identify their signature in the heavens. When Nikola Tesla seen Walter Russell's work, he told him to lock it away for 1,000 years, until humanity is ready for it. People of the realm, do you wish to wait 1,000 years for these explanations? No, of course you don't, and it is APM's mission to bring Walter Russell's works to life and decode them for you all to understand. First, we are going to take you on a journey to help you understand how it works in the realm model, and use quakes, volcanoes and lava tubes to show how they fit into the bigger picture. Take it away, One Conscience.
Hello. So today let's discuss the volcanoes again. And as we've said before, the volcanoes are the waste and recycle system of our world. They're the vents to the underworld. Some ancients used to refer to these as their gods. They would even drop offerings like gold, and there were tales of animal sacrifice. That's true. Nowadays, they still leave offerings like leaves, vegetables, incense, candles, crystals, or some of the offerings that people still do. So, let's talk about a dirty thunderstorm. I hadn't heard of it before, so it was new to me, but I'm going to share some interesting stuff about it. A dirty thunderstorm is also known as volcanic lightning. It is a weather phenomenon that is related to the production of lightning in a volcanic plume. Well, how does that occur? Triboelectric charging from fragmentation of rocks near the vent and within the plume of a volcano during eruption offers another mechanism for electrical charging. A study in the journal Science indicated that electrical charges are generated when rock fragments, ash, and ice particles in a volcanic plume collide and produce static charges, just as ice particles collide in regular thunderstorms. Volcanic eruptions are sometimes accompanied by flashes of lightning. However, this lightning does not descend from the storm clouds in the sky. It is generated within the ash cloud spewing from the volcano, in a process called charge separation. So, what's charge separation? It is the process of an electron in the atom being excited to a higher energy level by the absorption of a photon, and then leaving the atom to a nearby electron acceptor. This is what happens at the CERN facility, specifically relative to the reaction plane in PD collisions in the Alice reactor. With different plumes studied, when they started going downwind, it seemed to have a life of its own and produced some 300 lightning bolts. The implication was that it had produced more charge than it started with. A study performed in 2010 found that the water content of volcanic plumes is much greater than the water content of thunderstorms. This study also found that there may be a needed amount of concentration required in a plume for lightning to occur. naturally occurring radioisotopes within ejected rock particles may cause self-charging of volcanic plumes. So what are radioisotopes? They're any of several species of the same chemical element with different masses whose nuclei are unstable and dissipate excess energy by spontaneously emitting radiation in the form of alpha, beta, and gamma rays. During an eruption, a large amount of fragmented subsurface rock is ejected into the atmosphere. A study conducted on volcanic ash from Iceland volcanic eruptions found that both samples possessed a natural radioactivity above the background level. At CERN, the same process is used in the Iceland Radioactive Ion Beam Facility, located at the Proton Synchrotron Booster, the PSB. The physicists investigate the structure of the nucleus, they explore new regions of the nucleus chart, and study the abundance of chemical elements in the universe. They are currently aiming to expand from its core low energy science to a high energy, and they say that's nearly complete. Currently, Iceland takes half of the protons produced at CERN from the PSB and fires them into a target to produce radioactive isotopes. This is the same process I'm talking about with volcanoes. So, back to the volcanoes. The height of the ash plume appears to be linked with the mechanism which generates the lightning. The taller the plume, it appears that the larger concentration of water vapor are contributing to lightning activity, while the smaller plumes appear to gain more of their electrical charge from the fragmentation of rocks near the vents of the volcano through charge separation. The atmospheric temperature also plays a role in the formation of lightning. Colder temperatures will create greater amounts of ice inside the plume, thus leading to more friction and electrical activity. In a study presented in the Bulletin of Volcanology in 2010, it was stated that more eruptions with lightning were reported in winter than in summer. This finding indicates that the lightning activity is driven by magma-derived water rather than atmospheric water. It has been suggested that a byproduct of volcanic lightning are lightning-induced volcanic spherules. These small glass spherules are thought to be formed during high-temperature processes, such as cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. The temperature of a bolt of volcanic lightning can reach 30,000 degrees Celsius. When this bolt contacts ash particles within the plume, it will cause them to melt and then quickly solidify as they cool, forming orb shapes. The presence of volcanic spherules aids in providing evidence for the occurrence of volcanic lightning directly. So, let's take a moment and relate this to our grid and our map and try to simplify it a bit for people to understand. So, to do that, I decided to place these volcanoes on the map with the grid overlay so we can see why this happens. So here, we can see that these fall, a lot of them directly on the grid. So I thought that was pretty interesting, and it made me want to, look a little further and try to be able to show you guys the cause. So then I compared it to particle accelerators. Okay, so in this next picture, you're seeing the two of them compared side by side. And I've also circled the areas where there are accelerators and wanted to show how on each side there are these volcanic vents. So that's about all I have. So at this point, I'm going to hand it over.
Emanations are radioactive light units expelled with such great force directly through lowering opposing pressures that they become luminous as meteorites become luminous from plunging directly through rising opposing pressures. Luminosity, heat and high potential gradually lessen as light units find their orbit in their proper potential positions and float spirally and centrifugally through lowering pressure zones. They eventually impact against the inertial plane where they become genero-active, positive, non-luminous light units following centripetal orbits to the nuclear center of the next lower potential. All energy is caused by a disturbance in inertia. The energy impact against inertia is the cause of motion. The energy constant of first cause is registered in waves of varying dimensions of the same constant. The one source of energy is non-variable in its constant. Variability is an illusion of dimension. Energy expresses itself in pressure zones which increasingly resist the disturbance of inertial repose and violently assists a return to that state. Energy locks itself into varying potentials. High potential discharges into the next lower potential. The pressure zones cause an orderly orbital lowering of potential to inertia where energy is regenerated. A sudden lowering of potential would cause an explosion, a flame, or a luminous streak.
Today, let's discuss our Earth energy grid again. As we study Walter Russell's work, we can get a much grander scale of the processes of Earth. The earthquakes are one effect of the compression cycle moving inward towards the center, as well as the vortex of the angels. What occurs with earthquakes is the push starts at the east and west gates and begins to push along the lattice below. On the map, you will notice some Ds are placed. These stand for deep quake areas. You will also notice the circles. These are our Earth chakras. In the deep earthquake areas, we have some very large technological processes that are either placed deeper or have much larger processes than other regions. These areas record a depth between 200 kilometers to as deep as 700 kilometers. That's what we're told anyways. If they are placed deeper, it would give us an idea of how deep the layers go below. Or, if it is a larger process, it would be much more powerful, which would push down, up, and out with the energy of the process coming into use. An extra point of interest are that deep quakes, which is any depth deeper than 200 kilometers, will lead to a shallower, larger quake by about 1 to 2 magnitudes. Also, when two earthquakes hit from these deep areas, the central point, called the fulcrum, will also receive an earthquake. Or, at times, we don't see the effects just as earthquakes. At times, the push and vibration comes in the form of eruptions, which FPD is going to elaborate on a little bit more detailedly here shortly. A volcanic eruption is typically equal to a 5.0 at the minimum on the Richter scale for earthquakes. Once it hits a deep area, this causes a spread out in all directions from the push of the energy. From an APM perspective, this is showing us there are more activations and processes occurring that are following and aiding luminaries in their set paths. These patterns, you will notice when studying them, occur at equal distances repeatedly. Learning these points enables us to see where technology lies below. Most are placed at 10 kilometers deep, but we also have some that lay between 50 and 100 kilometers, 150 to 200 kilometers, then of course our deep technologies. Again, this is what we are told the depths of different earthquakes are. What we have noticed is these follow the sun across. However, there isn't just the sun in works here. There are other luminaries that need to be accounted for and will activate as the luminary moves over these areas, showing these are localized events. We also need to account for alignments, which have shown us in the past will affect the vibration of the grid as well. The vibration will be doubled up as the luminaries get within a certain degree point of each other. These degree differences are showing us where different technologies are located and giving us the double push. Remember, there are 144,000 of these angels below that need to be accounted for. Now, as it moves across the grid, we see the repeatable, recordable data that there's always the same points on surface that show the effects of what's going on below. These points are so much always the same that we can place them weekly on a map and redo it each week and basically have several maps all showing the same thing. Clusters will occur more north and south as it follows the sun ascent and descent towards the north and south regions based on seasons. However, again, it will always be repeatable and recordable to be the same month to month and year to year. What this also explains is antipodes, as the effect of earthquakes precedes and follows the luminaries in and out of areas through their travels. When we get to the center of the grid, our compression cycle is complete. The process then moves northward and southward for the expansion cycle. The north and south movement then fans out to head east and west to begin all over again. This is what I have referred to as the torus energy flow in the past. Walter Russell would refer to this process as the cosmic heartbeat. Now we can see it and how it works with these visuals to aid us. This is some of the major effects of the angel technology process that are very noticeable to us here on the surface.
Okay, now we will decode the quakes with the help of Walter Russell and some magnetic data from series. What you will see from this spiralling is how it overlaps the key quake areas and thus causes the quakes, which we have always stated as technology switching on to aid the luminaries in their crossing. You can see what the realm is doing with the positives and negatives, the division and multiplication of the sex pairs. This spiralling pressure wave is harnessed and utilised by various technologies and halos. These are what are responsible for the quakes. You can see in the east we have the negatives and positives being divided at the equator, and in the west the same but opposite processes take place. So it basically makes 4 quarters where it divided them equally to maintain an equilibrium. These 4 areas we can reference with various colours from the likes of John Dee's work. This is the realm stacking the divided sex pairs into a type of giant capacitor of various layers. The quakes in the east and the antipodes in the west are connected and decoded with this animation, and now you can see how they are caused and the connection between them. Walter Russell's work and of course the spiraling pressure waves from the Angel technologies below. Notice how the green data, which is magnetic data, appears in the redshift and vanishes into the blue shift. All the visible light of our colour spectrum is utilised, charged and discharged in time cycles. This magnetic data can also be seen here in these images produced by Ceres. This is real world magnetic data. Notice how it perfectly matches the paths in the animation you just seen. A snapshot in time of some real world magnetic data. You will get to understand these more as we go on. Here's two clips from Kim Johnson and Super Dave 44 that capture clouds taking the form of paths. This is the electromagnetic data you just seen manipulating clouds. They simply are drawn to it and take the form of the magnetic data and thus reveal its presence. So in this clip you have seen how the realm creates it, how Walter Russell defines it, how one conscience has mapped it, and how we decode it to bring it to your attention. In this next clip we are going to decode another Walter Russell image that is very much related to the Angel technologies and show you how they are responsible for volcanoes. Notice Walter places these below ground. I'm surprised this hasn't been queried before, but what it is depicting is the various processes that take place with the Angel technologies. In image 1, this represents a calm day with mild winds and a low pressure. The Angel's halo is running at slow speed, its spiralling pressure wave and cone is mainly below the ground. The electromagnetics are represented with the excellent overlays made by P900 Coolbix's husband. In image 2, this halo is running at a slightly faster speed. Its cone and pressure wave have now breached Earth's surface and are directly affecting the environment around it. The pressure increases. In image 3, we can see the angle of the cones changing and its spiralling revolutions of speed is faster. A greater pressure is achieved and of course we get a windy day. Image 4. Danger now threatens as the cone apices approach conjunction. The gravitative centre contracts to a point north as the cones tighten their angle. This is caused by a greater speed of rotation within the halo. Image 5. The crash as the cones meet at Earth's surface. Energy formerly extended over a wide area is now concentrated to a point of north, or directly above the halo that is generating it. And of course a visual sighting of a tornado, which this technology is solely responsible for. This also decodes the volcanoes, as you can see how this process is responsible for creating them. They are basically in the induction zone of two halos, or coils, as demonstrated here in this excellent video made by DataBeat Dev. Notice it doesn't take long for this magnet to heat up and basically turn into a liquid state. It will then go into nuclear meltdown and fall and basically becomes lava. The realm and its volcanoes of course remove the lava down its manufactured lava tubes, which will exit into the sea to create sand, or become more landmass as it hardens on the surface. These halos may be the seraphim, the fiery ones mentioned in scriptures. Different halos, frequencies, angle of cones and configurations doing their intended purposes in creating, maintaining and destroying, which of course is a repeating cycle. Okay, let's go a little deeper. To explain this more, we will decode another Walter Russell image. The generation and degeneration of mass. To decode this is quite simple. The lower image represents the halo or coil, and its flow at a slow spiraling speed. As the speed increases, its magnetic field is elevated above the halo, and the conquest of centripetal force is achieved. Take note of the diamond at the centre. This is the overlapping cones you've seen in the previous clip. There are two halos with overlapping cones. One is using a right hand rule and the other a left hand rule. This is what is needed to drive the cones together to create the diamond at the centre. The top image is showing us the various angles of the cones, which is produced by different speeds. Simply increase the speed to make a tighter cone. Notice what it is doing is forcing the various pairs of magnetic poles to a point of north, or above. This basically becomes an electric dipole. This is the conquest of centrifugal force. Please take note of the changing angles of the cones that create the diamond at the centre. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how our luminaries are created and elevated above us. This is what I mean by an electromagnetic projection. They can penetrate everything, and they all play a very big part in the realm and interact with every species that lives here. Take it away, Walter Russell, P900 Coolpix and Rihanna.
Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Fine light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star, I see, a vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. I knew that we'd become one right away. Oh, right away. At first sight, I felt the energy of sun rays. I saw the life inside you. Shine bright tonight. You and I, we're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. I too, I'm so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Palms rise to the universe as we moonshine and Malay. Feel the warmth, we'll never die. We're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star, I see, a vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. At first sight, I felt the energy of sun rays. I saw the life inside you. Shine bright tonight. diamond, shine bright like a diamond, shine bright like a diamond. So shine bright tonight, you and I. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Eye to eye, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Oh yeah. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond.
The Creator's glory revealed. As you can see, people, our Sun's halo system reveals its electromagnetic field and the field lines and cones in use. We see it as the Sun halo and the amazing angel shape that gets revealed above it. The coloured arcs are the Sun's magnetic field in various states of sphericity, showing in the visible spectrum, which you now know is created by the acceleration of a flow around a halo, which of course bends its electromagnetic field to produce the cone and turn itself into an electric dipole of extremely high potential. Pretty amazing, isn't it? Anything we say, of course, is always going to be an understatement. We can never give this the wording it deserves, but we sure can appreciate the science, the knowledge and the glory we are seeing and revealing. Would you like to go deeper? Of course you would. And so the question becomes, what is the purpose of our angels? What are they doing? Our angels